its way, boy. Jimmy on the beat, boy.
keep on falling, falling and falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry, 'cause I keep on falling, falling and falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me. And I keep on falling, falling, falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry. I keep on falling, 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 falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me. And I keep on falling, falling, falling. Will I ever reach the bottom? I'm sorry. I keep on falling, 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 falling. The dealer of pain is what they call me.
One. Suicide, motherfuckers. Shafts the dome. We're all in. Fuck it up. We'll do it again. Ooh, yeah.
Rumble YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? I ain't even got a name for Wednesday, but we're here. It's Wednesday, and welcome. As promised, we're here. We're gonna deliver. Just bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I know everybody just got off of work, or you just came from the Dole line, wherever it is you just came from. Thank you for joining us tonight here on Ironwork 92,000's channel. Everybody sit back, relax. But before you do, make sure you get up, you go piss a little bit, you go grab your coffee, go grab your drink, go grab your smoke. It's gonna be you in for a long one tonight. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. That's just gonna hurt me. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I'm happy to have everybody here. Like I said, again, it's always a pleasure, and thank you. At such short notice, I really appreciate you guys doing what it is you do to come join us here tonight. We're here. So before I even continue, let me go down this list because I have my due diligence. Okay, I have to. For all you guys, I said what's up to, what's good. So I'm gonna greet you personally. Hello, good to see you, man. And for all you guys that don't know, make sure you tune in to Dr. Bass Ackwards' stuff because he plays the guitar all the time. He sings. He's also left-handed, so you already know he's talented. All right, Dr. Bass Ackwards, welcome, welcome. Vern Smith, welcome, sir. Ida Hill, how you doing, sis? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Black Light, you're on the wrong side, brother, but it's still good to see you. Our brother Black Light, make sure you tune into our brother Black Light. He's got some amazing stuff. He also, shout out to Black Light, man. I've never seen a music video, but shout out to you, sir. I appreciate you, and we're glad to have you in the Foundry. And guys, hey, listen, it's not an Ironworks production unless the internet, if it don't go bad, if the internet don't go bad, y'all know it ain't me. It's a doppelganger. Either way, you know it's raining outside, so y'all gonna have to bear with me. Either way, live music. Greg, how you doing, sir? It is good to see you. It's been a while, but you show up when you're supposed to show up, kind of like Cao Cao. It's an old Chinese saying. Cao Cao, if you ever played Dynasty Warriors, Cao Cao is an old Chinese, very well known. He was kind of Peter the Great of China. You understand? And anytime you mention his name, like he is, so it's like the devil in Chinese is like mention Cao Cao's name, he shows up. Good to see you. That's Greg, live music. Good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Don't worry, y'all. I'm almost down the list. Tell it all now. Welcome. Almost there, y'all. Almost there. Cyberdyne Big Toe, how you doing, fam? Welcome, welcome. Anybody new in the house, just go ahead and like say something. You could just hit the keyboard a few times and just hit enter. Mr. Roy, welcome, welcome. Okay, okay. We're almost at the bottom of the list, y'all. I promise. I promise, I promise, I promise. For all of you guys who hadn't said nothing, please say something. Lord Sablefang, Elf Troll. It's not looking good for you, family. I'm just saying, because if you start acting up, you're gone. I'm just saying. I want to welcome you, though. I want to welcome you first. Ian, how you doing, family? Welcome, Ian. Welcome to the Foundry. If you're new, sit back, relax, kick your feet up. Make sure you play nice, because if you don't, these people will eat you alive. I promise you. So it's all good. It's all family. It's all love in here. Valley Parks, how you doing? Welcome, Valley Parks. Good to see you. It's been a while. All right. Okay. We are Wolfchild. We're not Wolfchild, but I'm saying hi to Wolfchild. How you doing, family? It's good to see you. Biden's prostate, big C word. Nice to see you, family. That's wild. That's wild, but still. Hey, look at who it is. Dithler's in the house. Welcome, Flat Earth Dave. It's not stupid. No, you're not stupid. It's stupid. That Dave. Y'all know who it is. It's the real deal. It's Dave Weiss in the house. Good to see you. Welcome to the Foundry, sir. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. And guys, I'm almost at the bottom of the list. I promise. I'm not lying. Sis, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. All right. Linnea. Hey, sis. How you doing? It's been a while. It's been a while. Welcome, welcome, Linnea. All right. Eldon Bean, Zoom, Mr. Bean. Probably freezing up right now, which I'm not. Chicago Cubby Bear, it's been a while. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, y'all. Okay. We are at the bottom. Oh, Sandro. Hey, come vai, fratello? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. Sandro, our brother from Sardinia. Welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see y'all. Oh, almost. I'm almost at the bottom, y'all. I'm almost at the bottom. I just want to make sure I do my due diligence. No Juan, welcome, sir. Welcome. I just want to make sure I say what's up to everybody. And for everybody in the Foundry, again, Stacy Jones, welcome. Maria Walker, my sister, good to see you. Salad, welcome, 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 welcome. Schneider from One Day at a Time, good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, man, I know it takes a while for these intros, man. But my thing is, I appreciate everything the Foundry does for us. You guys are a font of knowledge. And so I don't take you guys or your viewership for granted. And so everybody needs to be mentioned. Everybody deserves their greeting and their respect. So I do my best to do that. You know what I'm saying? So Irrelevant Files, good to see you, bro. Welcome, welcome. In the next chapter, all right. And we're almost there, baby. I promise we're almost there. We are. Now people are starting to stream in. I know people are coming in from work. Okay. Okay. All right. Hey, as promised, we are at the bottom of this list. Okay. All right. So last night we kind of spoke about the headstones and everything, the things that I saw on the or at rather the cemetery over in Brooklyn, Cypress Hills, right? The Jewish section. It was pretty wild. It was pretty crazy. I think today, or rather tonight, we have a guest. We have a few guests, right? And it's going to get a little bit grimy, gritty, dirty. So, guys, buckle in, okay? And for the questions that you have, if you're not gun shy, if you're not camera shy, I'm going to, from time to time, leave a link open for when questions may be ready for you to be asking them. It'll drop in there. I would recommend you come in, okay, and ask the question. Because if you just ask the question at random, I might not see it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a little bit hairy tonight, so just bear with me. Now, we have a guest, right? We're in the truth community. The flat earth community is the truth community, despite what everybody says. And we want to make sure that we give our guests that's up to discuss any of these difficult questions that maybe I might not be smart enough to ask. You guys are there to ask. The panel is there to ask as well. Ask him these pertinent questions just to kind of make things known, I guess you could say. I guess that's the word, right? We've come a long way. It's been, 6 months since TFE. These guys are about to put a hit piece out on the community at large, on the experiment, I call it that they just experiment, or they just experience, excuse me. And I think this is one of these things so we can propel the community forward, so we can put people's minds at ease in case there's a question that you're not sure of or that you think you're sure of. We have the people here ready to answer them, right? Or the person here ready to answer them. Now, I don't know if you guys know. I know it's kind of corny when I do it, but fuck it, man. Whatever, man. I like doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Nano CBD. I see you, my brother. I see you. Welcome, welcome. Now, we have a guest. Can anybody guess who it is? Anybody guess who it is? Y'all know who it is. He hails from Connecticut. He's got an app. You know what I'm saying? He's introduced many of us into the flat earth community. It ain't me. It ain't Mark Sargent, right? If you don't know, get to know everybody. David Weiss. David, welcome, bro. Welcome.
There you go. Beautiful. Hey,
good to see
Vlad,
you, man.
What's happening? This is going to be an interesting show. I didn't know it was going to be really long, but it is what it is. If it goes long, it goes long. I'm down. I'm down for whatever it is.
Hey, man, that's how we do in the Foundry, brother.
I have a question. Like, we're kind of like, I'll call us friends. We don't know each other. We've only talked a couple times, but I think you're. I get a good vibe from you. What does DITRH stand for?
Deep inside the rabbit hole. Correct.
Okay, very good, very good. So it's pronounced Ditra.
Ditra. I'm sure I said something else.
It's all right.
I'm sure I did. Either
too
way,
many people say dearth, and everyone spells it wrong. So they spell it DIRTH. Ditra. All right.
Yeah, I used to say dearth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just
on the palate.
I was curious to see if you knew. I didn't know.
Yeah.
You're well researched, man.
Yeah. David's intestinal.
That must have been a funny joke because you froze. I didn't hear the second half of it.
Yeah, right. It's good to have you on the show, man. It's good to have you. Welcome. We've made quite a bit of progress over the last few months, few years, whatever you want to call it. And quite a bit has gone down these last few months, right? You already know that. We've got a couple of panel members. Just these guys are chomping at the bit right now, and I haven't forgotten you guys, so just stand fast. I got y'all. But we've had a lot go on the last couple of months, and we've got a lot of questions, right? And we've got a lot of I don't know if distaste is the word, but there are a lot of people that feel a certain way about a certain grouping of people, right? It almost seems as if there is a group of flat earthers that are in their high castle, right? Their castle up on top of the hill. And hey, listen, if you feel I'm being a little bit too hard on you, I'm sorry. it's gonna come, man.
You're welcome to ask me anything you want. That was the premise of this. Like, hey, you guys got questions? I can't figure out where they're coming from, but I'm willing to answer them. So let's do it.
It's gonna be nasty. I'm telling you right now, it ain't gonna be pretty.
Wow.
You're gonna
now you're making me
turn
nervous.
red. All right.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
These people in the foundry, I don't know if you're losing me or not, but because my internet is crazy, but they can get wild in here. So just please.
That's fine. Well, one question at a time, and I'll do my best to answer it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So before we continue, let's start introducing our guests. Y'all know him. Y'all seen him from day one when he came here. Our brother, y'all know where he's from, right? Again, from VA. One of the newest members to the panel, our brother Blacklight. Blacklight, you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Blacklight, welcome, bro. Yes, sir. We see you. We see you. And then to follow, last but not least, everybody knows him as Grandpa. I'm not even going to give you no more hints. I think I gave it away right there. Saab, welcome, homie. Good to see you, brother.
What's up, guys? Good to see everybody.
All right, man. It's good to see you guys. Welcome to the panel. I think we've got so far a pretty solid panel to be asking some of the questions that I feel need to be asked to Dave Weiss tonight, who's going to be our guest. Dave, again, thank you for joining us, but also the panel. Thank you for joining us. Blacklight and Saab, thank you for joining us, man. I know it was a last second thing, but there's no better time than now to ask some difficult questions. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Saab? Long time no talk.
Right on. I haven't seen you in a bit, man.
Yeah, it's all good.
A couple of the chats around that I've seen, but
yeah, I'm around. I'm listening.
If I'm watching on the TV, I don't get involved in the chat as much because then I have to get out my phone and it's too much to do. So it's usually on the computer. That's when I do it because then I can tag people.
Yep. All right. And guys, don't forget also Sav. Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Make sure to sub to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.
We're almost up to 3,000, man. We're almost up to 3,000.
Hey, shit. I almost got I think I'm over 1,000 by a couple now. You know, something. It's something, man. Shit, we starting somewhere, but it's all good. I like my circles.
Dave's sitting there thinking big freaking deal, man.
No, actually, Sav, I'm not thinking that at all. I just enjoy a good conversation. Man. You look at some of the podcasts I do; they have less than 1,000. That I don't look at it that way. I look at it for good conversations because it's not the number. If you have one sub and you make a good video, other people are going to see it. People are going to share it. So that's what this is about: just having a conversation and a black light. I don't know you. I assume you're a full-on flat earther, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's all different types of flat earthers. There's extended planes, domes, all sorts of stuff. But we're all flat earthers. We all know the Earth is not a globe, so we're not enemies, right? If someone thinks Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing, and other people think that NASA sent people into orbit, but they didn't really go to the moon, and other people think something else, we're all moon landing deniers. We just are trying to figure out how they faked it. So again, same team.
Yeah. Dave, don't try to sell us on a flat earth. We already there, baby.
No, I'm not trying to sell you. I just want to say that I go on TikTok a lot on Angels Live and Nathan Thompson. And there's one guy, Globe Crusher. You know who he is? I don't know if you guys know him, but he's so strong, opinionated. He's super smart. But anybody that believes in outer lands or even speculates about it, he absolutely loses his mind. We're on the same team. I love speculating about outer lands. He doesn't, but we're on the same team. That's what my point is. So we got to stop all this fucking division. And TFE, by the way, TFE is the fake experiment or the failed experiment. It's nothing more than that. So whether we believe that they faked the sun, whether we believe that Austin and Jaron were in on it from the beginning, they were in a studio, we're on the same team. One of us is right, one of us is wrong, or maybe both of us are wrong. But we're on the same team. We're flat earthers knowing that there's some bullshit going on. So again, we need to figure it out.
I like the reference, call it Duffy's failure. It kind of gives it that area.
I like that too. That's good.
That's not mine originally. Somebody came on my
Yeah.
show and said that Duffy's failure. I
Yeah.
said, "Oh my god, I love it. That's great."
I like not talking about it.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I really don't like talking about the final experiment at all because of so many inconsistencies that I see. And it just doesn't, it so much that didn't sit right with me that I feel I'm just not comfortable with it. But let's welcome our brother Harmon. Harmon, welcome. Good to see you. Harmon's in the house.
We don't see him.
I see
Good to
him.
hear you, Harmon.
Well, I think if you saw me, it would degrade the channel.
Okay, so good to hear you, Harmon. What's going
And
on?
Good to see you, and thanks for everything you've done.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah. And you know what? Before we even kick it off, that's another thing. Dave, I'll tell you what, no matter how shitty these questions may be tonight, I'm going to be honest. I think that Dave has brought a lot of people to the flat earth, right? I'm not an ass kisser, right? But the thing is, I give credit where credit is due.
Yeah,
I probably fucking timed out. I don't know. I give credit where credit's due. If you're doing the work, I'm going to call it out. If you're not doing the work and you're doing some bullshit, I'm going to call that out too. So for all the crazy stuff that people may think that Dave might have done, he's done, I feel, in my opinion, he's done a lot more good for the community than anything else. He's introduced like God knows how many people, right? Whether you want to agree with it or not, he's introduced a lot of people into the flat earth, both young and old, right? We kind of sit from time to time in our comfort zone. He seems to find these niches that he fits in, and then he gets people to listen. That's all you need at the end of the day. And for that, Dave, man, thank you for everything that you've done, for even bringing me deeper into the flat earth.
Amen.
So, yeah, I appreciate that. And to Sal's comment about the number of subs you have, I'd rather do an interview with people that think the flat earth is stupid that have 50 subs than do 100,000 flat earth channel. Because I'm talking to flat earthers. Once you're a flat earther, love you. See ya. You're on your own. You got it. I want to talk to people that aren't flat earthers. I'd rather talk to one globe earther, the one just sleeping person than 100 flat earthers.
Dave, it's like this too. I said there's three types of people. There are those that know that the earth is not a globe. There are those that still think that the earth is a globe. And then there are those that hate the people who don't think the earth is a globe. Okay, that's the three types of people that you got. So when I'm talking to somebody and they're not being adversarial, if they don't come into the conversation adversarially and they want to, they're genuinely wanting to have a conversation about it. Like my daughter came on one night and her friend, and they were just genuinely asking questions and considering the answers. And that works a lot better when you got these people that come in and say, "Oh, the earth's a globe, you're a retarded flirt, blah, blah, blah." Well, you've already got your mind made up. Kick rocks.
Yeah. So, and Seabass 516 just said it's not about being in an echo chamber. Actually, we need the echo chamber. We need all of it. We need, there's certain shows that it's just a bunch of flat earthers hanging out, having a good time, making jokes. There's shows like this where we're talking about all the stuff that you talk about. We need to reach new people. We need to educate our own people. We need to work things out. We need all of it. It's like we don't need carrot soup. We need carrot, potato, celery, some meat,
we need
everything.
Gumbo.
It's all got to be in there. It's all got to be in there. So again, it's everything together as a community. The one thing the Globers have on us, the only thing they have on us, is they work together way better than we do.
That's true. The Globe's been around.
No, I'm talking about the anti-flat Earth Globers.
Yeah,
they work together. They never disparage each other or anything. They literally work like a cohesive team, which is super suspect.
Well, this one aspect alone should be at least a slight red flag to people regarding the level Earth, the flat Earth, however you want to put it. I prefer level because flat's a condition, level is an orientation. But oh shit, I forgot where I was going with it.
That L
It'll
got
come
you,
back.
man.
It'll come back. It'll come back.
Yeah, it'll come back. Wow. Yeah.
All good. Now, Dave, good. I want you nice and comfortable because these questions are gonna knock you upside your head. Man.
I don't think so. You know, I think you're making a whole big deal of it, and it's going to be
man.
like it's going to be nothing. I can't think of a single question you could ask me that's going to knock me upside the head.
I remembered real quick before.
Go ahead, Sal.
Okay, I remembered. Okay, so the one thing that should be such a red flag, you've got people out there that think that you're in a hollow earth. Do you have a bunch of hollow earth haters out there making channels and doing videos every other night and shit about, oh, hollow earth is stupid? No. Do you have anybody that's going on about any of the other types of theories? Concave earth? No, you don't have a bunch of those people out there going, oh, concave earth is a bunch of retards and shit like that. No, they don't. The fact that methinks the lady does protest too much, that flat earth has drawn such attention that it has these channels out there. They have to put little Wikipedia fact check stickers on your shit. That should tell people something right there. And it goes right along with what I said. The lady does protest too much. If it's stupid and there's nothing to it, and it's just some wackadoodle theory that a few people have, then why so much effort into fighting it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, did any of you guys catch my stream that I recorded this morning at 11 o'clock and I just premiered it at 5 o'clock with me and Austin talking to all the rabbis? Any of you guys catch it?
No,
not yet. No.
Check it out after this. It's on my Flat Earth Dave Interviews channel. Flat Earth Dave Facebook. It's linked right there. It's a pretty good interview if you ask me, and it might make you start thinking about some things a little differently.
Okay. Well, since you mentioned rabbi, I guess I'll fucking ask one of the. I'll start poking at you, man.
Let me start with the hard ones, just so I can see how hard these are gonna get.
Like real talk, man. Dave,
go ahead.
You're obviously not obviously, but you're Jewish, right?
How dare you? How dare you?
It is what it is.
What is
right?
it? What does Jewish mean? What does it mean? It means that my blood is Jewish, or that I'm a practicing Jew. What do you mean by Jewish?
Well, Jewish, that you were born into that religion, correct?
Well, religion. So is my blood Jewish, or am I born into
Dave,
no? I'm asking you what you. No.
Early.
Listen, no. I'm asking you. This is a real question. When you say I was born into a religion is something that you practice.
Right. So, Dave, that's a good question. That's a good question back at me. So here's what we've been taught. Right. Yeah. So there are people that are Jewish, right? And you're going to see it. You look in the foundry, you're going to see them, right?
I have to interrupt Vlad. Yeah. When you say are Jewish, is that because they're when I say their blood, they're Jewish by genetics, or they're Jewish by what they do and what they say and what they think?
See, you're asking the wrong person. You're asking the wrong person.
Well, what do you mean when you ask it? You're asking the question.
Now, you're right, and I just gave you my answer. Jewish by religion, correct? Because
religion is something you practice. So no, I'm not Jewish.
Okay, so you're not Jewish. So what about your parents? Were they?
I think both of my parents were Jewish. I know my mother was. She was born Jewish, and she was a practicing Jew growing up. My father, not so much. So I'll just give you everything. So then I got nothing else to even say. Is as a young kid, a young teenager, we did go to, is it Sunday school, or we went to the temple, I don't know, once a month for a service maybe it's a Saturday. I don't even know. And I would sit there, and if I didn't have something to twiddle with, or I heard nothing they said, I understood nothing they said, I sat there and behaved myself, and then we went out and had food. And that's it. And when I was 13, Jewish kids get bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah when they're 13. I didn't do it because I didn't practice. My father got remarried to a very Jewish woman when I was 16, and she flipped out that I wasn't bar mitzvahed. And my father takes me on the side. He goes, Dave, I want you to get bar mitzvahed. And I'm like, I don't want to. And he said, will you do it just for me? He goes, listen, you just have to go to, I'll get your private class with the cantor or the rabbi, whatever, for 4 weekends in a row, like one class, 4 weekends in a row. You'll have a party and you'll get a lot of presents. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. Okay. And I did it. And I sang the songs and I did the thing. I have no idea what I was saying. Right. I think I've learned a little more since then. That's the extent of my Judaism. Now,
can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Right,
feel free. Yeah.
It's like I was born Mormon. I ain't gone Mormon, and I say it's no good since 45 years. But I'm still a Mormon to all my friends. My friends that are born Catholic, they're always going to be Catholic. They don't go to church, never gone to church, but they're Catholic. And it's no different. That's just religion you were born into for some reason. And you don't have to believe it, practice it. They're going to call you that, even though you're not.
No, you didn't ask me if I believe it or anything yet. But my point is, I don't judge people by what religion they are. I judge people by what kind of people they are.
Right, I agree. I'm just saying it's the same.
So
everybody gets tagged with that. It just seems like people who are born near the Jewish line get tagged a lot harder. But I know Catholics and Muslims, they get tagged the same thing. I lived in a Muslim country 5 years. Half of them didn't practice.
Yeah.
You know,
and I'm more of a Christian than most of the Christians I know who are a bunch of assholes. Right?
Yeah.
There's so many that are just bad people. I look at people for what kind of people are they? You know, who would, if you're in trouble, who would you call? What kind of person? You know, what kind of person is that? That's what I look at. I don't look at color. I don't look at race. I don't look at religion. I don't look at anything. I look at what kind of vibe. And Vlad, we don't know each other. I just heard you talk. I've seen you. I hear what you're saying. I got a good vibe from you. And I reached out to you. I said, hey, have me on. Ask me anything the fuck you want.
Yeah, I got you. Now I'm going to finish with that point.
Good.
And thank you for that. I appreciate it. Now you have a lot of people in here. A lot of them don't trust you. I'm just being real. Just letting you know I ain't trying to talk shit, right?
Yeah.
Don't trust you. If you look right here in there, they're bringing up points because they're saying the Talmud and everything. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I'm going to assume you are.
You assume wrong. You assume wrong. I don't even know what the Talmud is. I couldn't quote one word from it. I'm not even sure if it's a book, to tell you the truth. Right? I've never looked into it, and I don't care.
Okay. You don't know what it is?
I don't even know what. I think it's like a Bible. It's like the Jewish Bible, right?
Okay. Well, what it is, it was rabbinical teachings that were passed down orally over centuries, the longest game of telephone ever, and then finally written down into volumes of books. And part of it, which says that if
there's some crazy stuff in there.
What we say
part of the Talmud is to say that the Talmud doesn't exist.
That's exactly
what you know of it. So,
so I'm guilty for saying that. So I'm denying.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is part of the Talmud in their text.
All I know about the Talmud is some hearsay. And I think there's some people that are freaking out about the Talmud because there's some crazy shit that it says in there. I don't even remember what that crazy shit was because I haven't looked into it, right? I'm more focused on just being a good, authentic person.
Okay. All right. Good, authentic person. I did.
All non-Christians are going to burn in hell anyway.
I don't know if I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I'm saying that's what the teaching says in their book.
So we don't want to, I hear y'all, man. We don't want to make this strictly about that. But I'm just giving you the 411, right? And
Go ahead.
A lot of the folks, especially in the foundry, like I see it, right? There is a lack of trust. Why is there a lack of trust? I'd say one of the big things that we witnessed was from the final experiment, right? People are, it's a mix right now. If you look in the foundry between what happened in the final experiment, what we saw, and what happened afterwards, right? And just seeing the sides that you took. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say, hey, I've seen all the footage of you talking about the final experiments in other people's chat. I haven't seen it. But what I know and what we've experienced is that, we lost Sav. What I know and what we experienced is that we feel that you flip-flopped. And I know we people like, with the bigger channels like Banjo's like, if a Flat Earth Dave flip-flop, all the time. He's flip-flopping.
Flat Earth Banjo says that I'm still good friends with Jaron, and Austin and I are told to stay in the movement. So when the video comes out, the hip piece comes out, we can both flip at the same time. Okay. Some people are retarded, but it doesn't make us enemies. Right. And here's the thing. When you say I flip-flopped, I'm the first one to call out TFE from the beginning. When people are like, oh, what is this? I'm like, it's bullshit. Nobody should go. Right. And then people are like, well, if we don't go, someone's going to go. And right. I called it out as bullshit. I called Duffy out as bullshit. I've made videos on it showing it's bullshit. But let me ask you a question, Tad. Let's say TFE didn't happen, and we're getting ready for someone's making a lot of noise in the background. So we're getting ready for, let's say, a big show, or we're doing something a lot of people are going to see. And Vlad comes out and goes, hey, guys, I discovered that the Earth is rising upwards at 9.8 meters per second. And the proof I have for this is some bullshit proof that's wrong, right? I'm going to call you out on that and say, don't make that argument. It's stupid, right? So I made 6 videos on TFE, not supporting TFE, just trying to make people not look stupid. And let me just quote my words here. I have no idea on what's going on with this documentary or whatever, this mockumentary.
Right.
I am guessing, I'm willing to bet money on it, that they're going to use our claims of Amazon Studio being in Hollywood, them being in on it as showing how stupid flat earthers are. They're going to use that in the video, and eventually it's going to come out that that is stupid. Now, again, for those of you that think that it's an Amazon Studio, myself, I think they faked the sun, or other people that think there is a real sun in there, we're on the same fucking team.
Right.
Okay? We're on the same team.
Yeah. So the Palkus, welcome Palkus. I haven't seen you in a while. This is my okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop my last question. I would like for you to answer it as best as you can, and then I want the rest of the panel to start asking these questions. Right? Whoever's that in the background.
If you want, and about my flip flopping, that what you guys call it flip flopping. If somebody wants to refer to that, refer to what specific thing I flip flopped on. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Palkus says Dave literally insulted people for saying it was fake, and he was defending and making podcasts with Jaron and company. Now, that's a point, because I remember that.
Wait a minute. Wait.
This part, well, not that part exactly, but I could tell you what I remember, Dave. I do remember when you came onto Vika's channel. And we were all in disagreement. We all knew something was wrong with the final experiment.
Including me.
One of those things, hold on. One of those things was when Mount Rossman came up. And I think that's what it is, Mount Rossman. And we were comparing the Mount Rossman of 2016 to the Mount Rossman of 2024. They look exactly the same.
They look close to the same, yes.
Dave, they were well, okay.
But here's the thing, Vlad. All right, I'll let you finish. Go ahead. Sorry,
I'm gonna drive that point home. That's okay. That's all right.
Good.
So it looks exactly the same. That's just an example. But for the amount of flack, maybe you felt you were in the right for calling people idiots, and you were giving us all kinds of smoke for not agreeing with the experiment. And so everybody looked at you mad sideways. And so you got to understand, right? And so at that point, like right then, when you did that, everybody at that point forward, like it changed. The music changed. You know,
I get it. So time will tell. Time will tell. Here, you got to look at it from my point of view. My point of view is
I know. Yeah, let me finish.
I thought you were done.
What I'm saying is that a lot of people totally lost confidence in you.
I get it.
Even me. I got rid of the app. I was like, yo, getting rid of that shit.
I get it.
Trust them. I said what I said. And then I felt at the same time, yo, if you about your business, if you really feel a certain way and you feel that something was different, but you think that you went a little bit too far with insulting the community, because I think that's a big deal in itself. Some people might not think it's a big deal. I do. I said, yo, you're going to have to do something to change that and fix it and amends. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
well, so sure.
I'm going to finish I'm going to all of that with this point. You out.
Froze.
Is can you hear me?
You was
and
froze.
now.
Oh, okay. So I'm saying all that to finish it off with this. We're part of the truth community. We are all part of the truth community. You have some people that have bigger viewers than others, so your words mean something, right? Your words mean a lot. They hold a lot of weight, right? So when you insult the community, it sticks a little bit harder. You know what I'm saying? So part of being of the truth is the ego aspect of it. If you're contrite with your words because maybe they were out of haste, then say such things, and I feel there is a mea culpa that's due, right? But if not, I don't know. Yo, who's talking? Like, please chill. Let me finish. All right. So go ahead and your rebuttal, please. I'm all ears.
So from my point of view, I was the one that was supposed to go on that trip. Therefore, I knew that I wasn't in on it. None of you know that, but I knew it. So therefore, with all of the chest cam footage and everything, it's clear that they were somewhere in Antarctica because they believed they were in Antarctica at least. Maybe they were somewhere else, but wherever they were, they believed it. How do I know that? Because it was supposed to be me. You have to understand it from my point of view. If it was supposed to be you and you didn't go, you would know that they're not in on it. Now, that could just be me lying because I'm in on it. I'm best friends with Jaron. That's what people are going to say. You said that I did a show with Jaron. I haven't talked to Jaron since 2 months before TFE. I couldn't get him on the phone. He would just text me 50 multi-paragraph text messages in a row. I'm like, stop texting me like a 14-year-old girl. And he texted me from Antarctica, and then afterwards, he just started doing hit pieces on me. I haven't spoken with him. I haven't tried to speak with him. I don't listen to him. That's it. I don't know what happened to him. People say he got paid off. I'm the only one that said I don't think he got paid off. Right? Whatever happened to him, it's not organic. That's all I can say. It's like the lights in the sky. They're lights in the sky. Whatever happened to him doesn't seem organic to me. I don't know what the fuck happened to him, but it ain't fucking organic. As far as the videos I made, people are like, the drone, it was beeping. It showed that there's a screen back there. And who's the guy that's on Vika's show, the Jewish guy?
Vika? Oh,
no,
Sam.
Sam. Yeah. So, by the way, it's Sam. Not that I give a shit. I'm the one that brought him into the community. I found one of his videos. I interviewed him. We had a great. I helped him make some videos. Big deal. So he was good. Then he flipped on me. Right? He made a comment the other day that the drone proves it. Do you have that same exact drone? I do. When you have it 5-6 feet off the ground, the fucking sensors go crazy all the time. It's hard to get them to stop beeping. So that whole drone gate thing was stupid. Then Edward Hendry, I think you guys like Edward Hendry, right? You like Edward?
I don't know who he is, to be
honest.
Edward
Hendry. He wrote the book, the Greatest Lie on Earth, the big thick one.
Yes.
And he was analyzing footprint gate, and he zoomed in better than you guys did, and he found footprints where there was supposedly no footprints. So that kind of got washed out. The Mount Rossman thing, I found. Listen, we can argue about it. Mountains in Vermont look the same every year, and the snow is changing. In Antarctica, it's supposedly glacial ice and snow that blows around. How different would it look? But the reason I'm so strong on it is because why, if they're in there, why would they need to fake a mountain, right? And I know, I know because it was supposed to be me. Again, maybe it's such a wild psyop that it was supposed to be me, but somehow AI knew that I'd reject the thing, and then they brought the shills in from the beginning. I mean, you can make up shit all the way forever, but I'm not a flip-flopper. And again, I've done over 1,400 interviews. I've brought people everywhere, but just because, I got on Alex Jones, I got on Stu Peters, I got on Roseanne Barr, that makes me a shill? That's crazy. That's insanity. Right? People don't trust me. Guess what? You cannot agree with me. I'm down with that. Let's have a conversation. People teach me stuff every day. Mark Sargent taught me stuff. Eric DeBay teaches me stuff. Eric DeBay hates me. Okay. Eddie's got great stuff. I still promote Eddie's shit. Okay. But he talks shit about me all the time. The problem is I can't promote their channels because there's so much shit on their channels now. It sucks. So there you go.
Okay. Welcome, Greg, live music. And also RG, didn't miss out on you. Welcome. So the thing is I brought the Foundry in here. Okay. I hear what you're saying. We're going to have, it's going to be crazier from here because my thing is that I only asked based off of what I know. Last point I forgot to make. Maybe I did make it. I haven't done any shows with Jaron. Who said I did a show with Jaron? No, so one of our folks, Palkis, said that you made a show with Jaron after saying what you said. And,
no, I have not done any shows with Jaron.
Okay.
I haven't spoken with him. I've blocked him on all platforms. I want nothing to do with him. Now, Jaron did say, if I come back and say the moon landing was real and McToon's a great guy, no, I've been compromised. He's doing kind of those things right now, I think. I don't watch his shit anymore. I don't like talking about him because he just talks about me. So that's it.
That's fair. Foundry panel, you guys have been in the community a lot longer than I have. So part of the reason I brought these guys in here is because they're going to ask questions that I wouldn't even know to ask. Now,
Feel
for all
free.
you guys in the Foundry talking shit about me being a pussy, listen, I'm being real. I can only ask what I know, or I can only ask what I feel concerns me at this time. I can't ask everything because I don't know everything. There are people in here that know a lot more than I do. So, Foundry, questions,
All right,
guys.
and do me
panel,
a
go ahead
favor.
and ask.
Let's keep our questions kind of concise. Let's not drag them out. Ask the question, get to the point, and let's answer it.
All right, Dave. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead, y'all. Yeah, guys.
Well, I'm not afraid to hide show my face, but so you're not looking up my nose at my fan. I'm doing some other stuff. I'm gonna cut my cam there. But Dave, we actually have a mutual friend, Sophia, and we were on. She interviewed both of us back in 2006, early on, along with another Dave. So that was
On what topic? On what was
flat
it?
Earth. We were talking flat Earth.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
We were close to convinced, but she had us on for that show.
Yeah.
Anyway, and since then, yeah, I've had my doubts. And when it comes to the Jared stuff, was so disgusted with all of it. I haven't kept up with where everything's going or what I know, if you've been on a show or not. So I have no reason to doubt that. But I remember hearing before the thing that you called multiple times anybody that suspected him of being a shill as being fucking retarded and a fucking retard. And that if they thought that of him, then they should think that of you, and you definitely not. And we had already at that point a long history with Jaron to know that he was showing definitive signs of being a shill, if there is such thing as being definitive. You were defending him to the end, to such an extent that you were calling people like me and so many others, again, multiple times, exact words, fucking retarded, fucking retard.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right.
You did up and you did that. You have a history of defending these people and teaming up with them, and to tell us tonight that it's so stupid to think because you're on and buddies with Roseanne Barr and have done this on this show and that's so stupid. No, we are also conspiracy theorists. Many of us who've been at it as long as you or longer. You got into this from questioning so many things, and that you should know better that they don't just put people onto these big shows and tie them in with these celebrities. And that just doesn't happen.
All right. So let me respond to that. So you made a good point. Yeah, I was defending Jaron and I was completely wrong. But I don't know when he flipped. I think my personal opinion was a month or two, maybe a little longer. Something happened and he started to flip, and then I could speculate all day and night, but I have no proof of it. So that's my opinion. And I was shocked when he flipped. Shocked. And so yeah, I was wrong. But I used to say the Earth was a globe also. So I can be wrong about things. So if I called people retards for that, hey, my bad. That's a screw up. And the second part of your question was, what was the second part? What were you saying?
I was just also talking about when you're tied in with all these mainstream people.
Oh yeah.
Mainstream shows, and you tell us that it's absurd.
You said you said they don't insert you in shows like that. The way I'll just give you, I can tell you every show I've gotten on how I got on it, and it's not they, it's me. It's me inserting myself. Eddie Bravo was on Roseanne. Eddie's I don't know. I think you guys like Eddie. He's a good guy for Flat Earth. He's one of the OGs, and he flat smacked her. She had that aha moment, and after the show, what's that?
I don't like him.
Oh, you don't? Okay, well,
like his good buddy there in Austin, the biggest podcast.
Yeah, but that's Joe Rogan you're talking about,
yeah,
right?
Good buddy.
Well, no, he has issues with Joe, all right? But
sure
I agree. Most people like the work Eddie's done. Eddie said to Roseanne, "You got to have Dave Weiss on," and then they reached out to me. That's it, right? The way I got on Alex Jones is at one of the conferences. His producer Daria was there. I became friendly with her, and she said, "Hey, Alex wants to, this and that," and she squeezed me on the show. Alex didn't even want to talk about Flat Earth when we got on, but Eddie and I forced him to. So, when you say that, and I understand. Listen, the really big platforms. Roseanne's not that big of a platform. She has a couple 100,000 subs. She doesn't have millions, right? I haven't gotten there yet, but it is organic, but you guys wouldn't know that. Only I could know that, I guess.
Can I go on?
Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead, Greg. I think you had
something different I want to ask you about. When you came out with your token, and you have a long history of knowing all the dates and a lot of at least alleged meetings behind certain dates and whatnot, it was interesting to me that you picked September 11th to launch your token,
yes,
and then to have 2 recurring events come up on December 25th. And then what was that one?
33 million.
The 33 million. Why in the hell would you, unless you're mocking us? I mean, if you're just trying to be ironic, like with Mark, I don't believe Mark is just being ironic by wearing a flatter, a Mason thing and stuff. I think this is signs of something worse. I would never do that.
All right.
Well, most of the people here.
I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question. And there's two different things that happen. And it's called
Excuse me, one more thing. And even the thumbnail for your image when you talked about it was planes flying into the towers.
Yeah, because it was on 9/11. But there was no. By the way, there was no planes on 9/11. So that
I know that. Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point. So we were looking at dates, and it was coming up right around September. That's when we were going to launch. And I said, why don't we do it on September 11th? So everyone will know the date. And we thought that was a good idea. And then we said, okay, we were going to give out, I think it was just 1,000 tokens. And and then we realized that was like less than a penny. Like no one's going to do it. And then we said, okay, let's, what should we make it worth? Let's make it worth $10. So we put into we went online, went into the crypto calculator and said, how much is $10 worth of Dome token? And it said 32,987,000. And I said, why don't we just make it 33 million? Because everyone will start talking about it. So it's viral marketing. It worked. And we did it on September 11th, which is allegedly Jesus's birthday. So I don't know why, just because they mix, they torture a date or whatever. It's just viral marketing. That's it. That's the only reason we did it. And we're giving out free tokens, and look at all the shit I get for it.
I think for good reason.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, listen, you look at Owen Benjamin. He's a comedian. He tries to turn everything into a joke, and some of that shit backfires on him bad, and the community turns on him. But he's just trying to entertain, get traction, make people laugh. I like making people laugh. My wife calls me Second Answer Dave because anytime I'm asked a question, the first answer is literally a joke, and the second answer is usually the truthful answer. So that's the 100% sole reason we chose 9/11 and 33 million. 33 million because it was $10. That's it. And
then
that
December 25th.
It's because it was it's like a Christmas gift. That's it. End of the year, Christmas gift. At the end of the year, all of the unclaimed tokens get distributed to all the people that have referrals. And on Christmas, you get a Christmas gift. That's it. It's the only reason.
I have another token-related question, and please,
Greg, let me put something in there right quick, Greg, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. I've been going on.
So, as a businessman looking at it, that's a great selling thing. 9/11. They're not going to forget. He wants to get his product out there. The 33 million was close. That's another thing. It's going to catch all the truthers' attention and not forget. I just going on the business side of looking at it and not guilt. Okay, that's it. I'm just giving that as a possibility.
And that's 100% the reason, and we knew it was going to stir up some people freaking out, but we figured that it's only numbers. Like 33 isn't a bad number. They've made it. They've stolen it from us. We can use 33. We can use all the numbers.
I mean, I wonder if there's some way that obviously you'll never know the answer. How many you kept away from it because of that? People that are like, but you say that it worked.
We onboarded.
I know that you wouldn't have had more had you not.
No. We know that we got more because of it. We onboarded a lot of people into the token world. And here's the thing. I've never told anyone to buy any. I just get free tokens, especially if you're what we call a no coiner, somebody that never uses crypto. This teaches you how to use crypto, which is a skill that you might want. And if you lose it all, you've lost nothing. So I think I'm doing a great service for teaching people how to use crypto. Maybe they'll use it and go, you know what? I never want to use this again. Or they'll use it and go, hey, this is pretty cool. And a lot of people cashed in their 33 million and got over $100 for it.
So another
Then,
token
also-
related thing that I can't ask
ahead, Greg.
specifically about because all I did is watch one video on it. But do you have anything to say? There was a guy that I would assume you'd be aware of it that put out a video talking about, and he's not a flat earther, but he, you know, I don't know all the terms that he was using. I don't know how it all works, but he was pretty much saying that it was fraudulent. Things weren't set up in the proper way.
On what?
As you would with the crypto, with the token. Is there anything
With my token? With
Yes.
the token that we did?
And I'm not making that claim. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that I happen to have watched a video that doesn't prove
Yeah.
anything in itself.
So no, I think you might be talking about I'm spacing on the guy's name. He's like, it's a rug pull because the creators of the crypto, which was Matt Long, my co-host on the Flat Earth podcast, and he holds the majority of the tokens, but we have a ton of tokens, and if we sold them all, it would crash. They would crash it. So that's called a rug pull, where you get everyone to buy into this thing, and then you crash it and steal all their money. And he said it's a rug pull, it's a rug pull, it's a rug pull. But that's what they say about every token. It's not a rug pull until somebody pulls the rug. I don't plan on ever selling any of my dome until you know what? I'll sell it when everyone that owns dome is a millionaire. I don't know if that'll ever happen. Okay, but they just claim things and they accuse people that have never done anything to indicate that they would ever do something as shitty as that.
Before we hold on, Greg,
Yeah.
hold on. Before you continue, Sam, what's good, Sam? I apologize. Welcome, Sam.
Hello.
Flat Earth
No, it's okay.
Returns
I'm just
Shut-
listening for now.
All right, Chi-Town Cubby Bear, good to see you, man. Good to see
Hey,
you.
man. Thanks for having me.
Man, it's always good to see you. I love seeing your face, man. I haven't seen you here in a while, but so welcome, man. Welcome. But
One
go
last
ahead,
real quick
take
thing
it
here is I just pulled up through an old comment that the guy's channel is Steve's Creepy Van.
Never
And I'll
heard
just
of him.
read real briefly what he wrote in the description. It says, this video is a direct follow-up to my previous video about Dave Weiss and his dome token. I cover my evidence of wash trading involving in the dome token, misallocation of investor funds and contract breaches, analysis of inflated user metrics, and details of my official SEC filing against Dome Shot's operation.
What is it?
You don't know about that?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean that's what it is.
Well. Here's the thing: investors funds. There's zero investors. There are people when they say investors, anyone that bought Dome token, I guess you can consider them an investor. That means I'm an investor because I put a couple $1,000s into it, and that's it. I haven't even. That's it. And I was very careful. Listen. Crypto is a massive volatile market. Cryptos go up and they drop 99%, and they go up and they drop and then they never come back and they go up. You don't know what it's going to do. So I said, if you never ever put money into crypto that you can't afford to lose. But what I tell people is, don't buy any dome, just trade it, and we'll have a marketplace like that with the value of people waking people up to the truth. Right. Whenever you wake someone up with by gifting them the app or them buying the app using your code, you literally generate more dome into the free market. Nothing wrong with that. It's awesome. It's fun, and it's going to have value. It already has value. So, the guy could write whatever he wants, but we haven't seen any filings because there's nothing to file.
So are you involved with Jaren's crypto?
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Okay. Just curious.
What's Jaren's crypto? He has his own crypto now?
No, I don't do it. I was curious if you were
Well,
involved with it.
I think they're talking about the stuff that him and all those other people were involved in that got him in that big ass fucking ball of yarn of problems that they're dealing with. You know what I'm saying?
You mean the
Axiom,
yeah,
whatever. It's called.
Yeah, I don't know. I forget what his involvement was, if there was any at all. So I don't know. But Paul, Robbie, and Patricia did have a show pushing Axion. They did abruptly years ago shut the show down. Robbie did say, "Hey, Dave, any links you have to our show, take them down." And I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "It's just not a good idea." I'm like, "Okay." Never really thought about it again. Then those three come back out of Flat Earth retirement and say, "Oh, I'm back and I'm leaving Flat Earth," and they couldn't explain why. And a super suspect. So, Marty and I made that video. They gave Patricia filed a takedown notice. I haven't taken mine down yet. And I can't think of another reason why that happened. But again, I don't know I don't know what's going on with them. It's bizarre. I don't even think about it.
Dave, I got a quick question for you. I want to know how your app is doing since the FE. What has it stayed the same, gone up? Did you lose some? What's going on? What's the
Yeah. So the anti-flat Earth trolls have been going crazy at it. McToon and his gang spent a lot of time and effort to hack it in October, and they did, and they hacked it, and unfortunately, they got your password, which that's something you want to keep private. But the app tells you please use a unique password. You should always use a unique password. So again, that's that. But the other information that they got from it was the information that you put in to share with all the other users, the non-verified information, the fake name, whatever you want. Only thing you put in the app is the information that you want to share with other users. So what did they get? They got a whole ball of nothing other than your password. But since then, I've done massive upgrades to it, so that's secure, and we cleaned out the database, got rid of a lot of dead users, and it's going up every day, and it's getting more and more per day.
Do you still notice it when you do a interview with non-flat Earth channels? Do you notice each time after you do that you get 50? 60?
I notice when it goes up. When I do a show like that, a good show. People are jumping on, and it's good. I even tell people, listen, get the app. You want to support me? That's awesome. But it really supports yourself, and it gives you access to all sorts of stuff. Now, with the flashcards, people are absolutely loving it. Where you can just go from card to card to card, and there's over 200, and it's super fun.
Now, Dave, have you, on the flip side, have you seen drop because of anything, i.e., like the final experiment, like you calling us retards and stuff like that? Have you seen?
Yeah. There was a significant drop, and the rate per day went down, but it's rising back up again. Listen, people get in fights and then they work it out. All right, me flip-flopping. No, I still think you guys that say that Jaron and Austin were shills from the beginning, I don't believe that. Now, listen, I could be totally wrong about Jaron. Watch my stream I just did with Austin. Austin's back. He's the same Austin that he was before. You guys are going to see it soon. But watch the stream I did. Watch the stream I did with him, and you tell me where he's anti-flat Earth. Show me.
I don't know about anti-flat Earth. I think what it is, Dave, at least in my opinion, and if I'm wrong, you guys can say what y'all want, but I feel that he lost all credibility with, after they saw Vapegate and everything, a lot of people, like, his credibility sunk through the floor. I'm gonna say that much. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Sam.
Okay, just I won't talk too much because I'm in the hospital today. I just went through a small heart surgery, so I'm a little tired. But I just wanted to first of all congratulate.
Damn.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I'm going to go out tomorrow. But the thing is that first of all, congratulations that you brought Dave here, and that's great because and also from him it's a good move to come and try to explain himself, and it's very honorable. Because whatever I think of him now, I might always be wrong. You always have to think that even though you're sure of something 100%, you can always be wrong. You never know. So that's my position. Now, just a couple of things. About the first question you asked about being Jewish. Being Jewish, that means to belong to a people, to a race of people, a dynasty of people that come from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Whatever you do, that you believe in the Torah, that you practice or not, the only thing is that if you're like a criminal, pedophile, or whatever, you do idolatry, so you don't belong to Israel anymore. You're a Jew, but a renegade Jew, an expelled Jews. Okay?
BS.
So there are many Jews
if you're a flat earther,
100% yes.
Go ahead.
Guys,
go ahead.
Let him finish, please.
I was just kind of interjecting, but go ahead.
No, just to tell you, for example, I don't know if Dave's wife is Jewish or not, if his kids are Jewish or not, but most of the time when the Jews are in exile, they can marry non-Jews, and that creates a problem. It's called like assimilated Jews, so it creates a problem of identity.
For example, BS.
Look at Harmon. He's got to finish, and then
No, he does. I've heard it 1,000 times.
It's okay. It's all right. So you have people that are intermarried with non-Jewish people, And according to our laws, you are only Jewish if your mother is Jewish. Just forget about it, how it works. You might not agree, but it doesn't care. It doesn't matter. So I believe that's the
Marry
point.
a
I believe that
non-Jew. If you marry a non-Jew, are you still Jewish?
yes, you can. You still are a Jew. You cannot change that. But what you can change is if you belong to Israel or not. You belong to the community or not. And there are some things that if you do them, you are expelled from the community. Now you are in the community. You belong to Israel. You're a Jew.
So let
That
me ask you a
doesn't
question.
change.
If my mother's Jewish, but I'm married to a non-Jew, do I belong to Israel?
Yes, you can. Yes, yeah, but not
I
your
thought you
wife and
just
not
said
your
the
children.
opposite. I thought you
You're
said the
you're
opposite.
allowed to have
No,
a
no, no,
shit.
no,
You're allowed
no,
to
no.
have a shit today.
You're allowed to
That
have a
means
what?
that if you do idolatry or if you commit abominations that are against the very foundation of Israel, of course rejected. You don't even belong to Israel at that point. But that's just one thing. The thing I wanted to ask Dave is just this, just to make it clear in my mind. Remember when the first footage of TFE came out, and that TFE name came out on that on that jacket there. So you went and you made a video. You rushed to make a video, and you said, "Don't do that because don't be ridiculous. Just take it down and take it down." Okay, because they didn't use for you. They didn't use green screens. Now I wanted to ask you that question: do you believe now that they use green screen or not?
No, I
At that
don't,
point,
because if you understood what's going on, the fact that they had this here, right,
yes,
that showed what was behind him, that actually
yes,
proved they're not using a green screen. And I
yes,
understand. Hold on, you asked a question. I'm going to answer it, Sam. Right? If I took my computer out to Antarctica right now or outside, and I forget to turn off the green screen thing, and anyone that has green is going to see this wood behind me, even though everything else doesn't show wood. If it was a green screen, that TFE would have been everywhere behind him. Now, that's not me supporting Duffy. That's me stopping people from making stupid arguments.
So now this is where I have a problem. Wait a second. This is where.
That's all
Let
it
me just
was.
finish that point.
Let me add something real quick. I
Go
think that
ahead.
we use the term green screen as a generic term, not necessarily using a green screen, but as a referral to any kind of video manipulation that takes place, whether it be a blue screen or whether it be some kind of an overlay or something like that. So the term green screen doesn't necessarily, I think, people mean an actual green screen, although that technology is there.
Chroma
Kind of like
key.
a Xerox,
Right. So
right?
so what I
We
listen, what
don't-
you're
we
saying
call-
is I get
we
it. What you're
call
saying,
a Xerox,
I just want to finish.
Xerox
Just want to
out of
finish my point.
years, right?
I just want to finish my point. It's important because now you're saying what you're doing, Dave. You're explaining that mistake, and I agree with you, and you're right that it was a mistake. But the problem that I have is that since you're somebody that already showed us that you have common sense and great logic, now my question is this: did they bring green screen technology not to use it?
no, they didn't bring green screen technology.
Okay.
If I folded up my computer and went to
And
Antarctica and opened it up and started live streaming, I'd have that green screen problem. The reason and to Sal's point, they could use pink, they could use blue. The reason they use green is because not many people use green, wear green clothing. That's why. So hold on. Listen. They might have done other stuff, but that issue right there was because now someone in the chat just said that they did it on purpose, right? It was a trap. Hey, that could be true. Speculation. We have no proof of that. To me, it seems a little far-fetched, but whether they did it on purpose or not, it worked in their favor because it has us all fighting, even though we're on the same fucking team.
So
They fucking lied. Okay, they lied.
Absolutely, Bob. We're on the same page. I agree with you.
So
120 years of people in Antarctica all this time, and a couple swinging dicks from fucking YouTube. They solved it finally. Yeah, that's it.
No,
Bullshit.
I'm with you, Sav. I'm with you. It's all bullshit. It's a big deception.
Okay, just let me just finish my point. So what you're saying is that, okay, that was a mistake. I have no problem with this. The problem that I have is that in all logic, you should understand that, first of all, it is very suspicious to bring green screen technology in a place where they are supposed to observe a natural phenomenon. What do they need that green screen technology? And second, that they brought this over there because they brought it not to use it. You see the logic?
No.
You're not understanding, Sam. It's chroma key option like you would have. I don't do live streaming on by myself, but I know there are options where you can have that simply turn on your computer. You don't have to bring any technology. It's just within the software to hit it. Just like if you're doing Zoom, you can change the background and blur it out, stuff like that. It doesn't have anything to do with bring any technology there.
Right.
Okay, so it's in their phone. Okay.
Right. Let's say you go to Temple or whatever, and your phone rings, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, Sam, what's wrong with you? Why did you bring a ringing phone? It should have been on silent. You should have said, I forgot to put it on silent." That's the same thing.
But don't you think that these people
bring it? No, listen, I would forget to turn it off. Honestly, even after this whole thing, to remember to go deep into your settings and turn off chroma key is like why would you even think of that? I don't even think of it. And chances are there'd be nothing green on anybody, and I wouldn't even notice that it was on. He happened to have that green spot there. But if you understood what it means that there was no green screen. Because if there was a green screen, everything would show TFE on it.
Okay, so the technology was there. They didn't bring it on purpose. It was just there, and it just like made a mistake, and they did. Okay.
Setting in Zoom.
Is your comprehension that low, Sam? It just an option. That's all. You can have it on your phone. It's an option. Turn it on or off. They left it on because they use it all the time, and they forgot to turn it off. End of story.
Okay.
Well, look, when you make a production, okay, and make no mistake, this was a production, okay. It's not filmed in sequence. So I believe that there was actual chest cam footage from Antarctica at the ALE because I was watching Jaron's thing, and I was out looking on the ALE website, and they had this video with an aerial view going over the camp. And I could pinpoint where Jaron had been walking, where he turned and went toward the tents, everything. So that was legitimate. They was there. But was it all filmed at the same time? No, I don't believe so. And it's like in the movie Tremors, they filmed the town scene right up behind my house in California. And it was only a set. There weren't real buildings. It was just the fronts. And there's a scene where Kevin Bacon and his partner run into the store. And you see them from the outside of the store. The next scene is from the inside of the store, which didn't exist at that set. And they coming in the door, right? So those two scenes were filmed at two different locations at two different times, and then spliced together, put together into this thing. So what my point is that there were a series of different things done that were later put together into this production. And I believe that to be some studio work, because we still don't have accountability for that freaking extra day. There's that extra day of them having to leave early. And I'm sticking on that point too, because those flights are carefully coordinated to correspond with the tours that they give. What that would have meant was that they got screwed out of a day, and the people that were coming got an extra day for free. That don't make any sense.
What do you guys think about the fact that it was cloudy for almost 3 months? They hadn't seen the sun once until the day they get there, and then it's 9/11 blue.
The weather cam from Union Glacier, the live weather cam did not match the weather we were seeing from their supposed live, which wasn't live. It was pre-recorded. And the reason why Duffy did not call Steve in England or Steve in the UK, and he knew he was supposed to. He even gave a shout out to Steve in the UK. And Steve was like, what the hell? Why didn't you bother to call me? Duffy comes up with the lie. First off, he said, oh, everybody's phone was being used. Then Toon piped in and said, oh, and didn't you find that you were blocked? Now, how would you know if you're blocked from somebody's phone? And then Duffy just ran with that after already giving an excuse that everybody's phone was used. And then he just says, oh, yeah, and then my phone was blocked. Well, how would you know you're blocked? If you call a blocked number, it doesn't go, hey, you're blocked. It doesn't tell you that. It just rings and then goes to the voicemail. That's it.
So
I have to go. I just have to go.
Sam,
so that wasn't live. That was not live.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on a sec. Harmon, go ahead.
So
hold on, Harmon.
Hold on. Sam, see you later. See ya.
Bye.
Sam, you getting out of here? Peace, man.
Yeah. You have to go rest. I'm sorry.
So long.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Good luck. Bye.
Solve. I was going to ask you several times. I never got around to. My whole thing was the thing about the day going early and stuff. That's part of the contract. There's no guarantee what days you come back.
Right.
Come back. There's a window of 3 days each way you go.
Mhm.
But anyway, on the part about, I was ready for the 24-hour live stream of the sun, and that's all I was worried about. That I talked to Jaron like 2 days and the day before he went. Right.
Yes, sir.
He hates Weiss. He literally just thinks he's the most disgusting person in the world. But anyway, I was gonna say there was no 24-hour video Solve. And so Solve that once they didn't do any 24-hour video, I didn't care about anything else. I didn't care if they're there or not there, because that guy from Murmansk, Russia, every year comes on and he films it 24-hour sun in north.
In the north.
And there was no 24-hour live sun, which was the number one thing they were supposed to do there, and they didn't do it.
Well,
So
here's what Harmon, here's
think
what was
Solve?
so interesting. Here's what was so interesting about that, because Candace Owens' producer on the Candace Owens channel on Rumble had a live stream of the sun, tracking the sun, right?
I remember
and
that.
I watched it. I had it open for a long time. And then I was like, okay, cool. I'm getting tired. I'm going to go to bed. Tomorrow, I'll get up and I'll watch it with fast speed so I can really see the sun track. You can really tell the different movements and stuff. Okay, right. I get up and I hit play. Nothing happens.
3 hours only.
Well, I refresh the computer. It comes back up and says 404 error. Page not found.
So there's no 24-hour continuous footage time lapse from Antarctica?
No, not one. Okay, guys, go ahead.
They were supposed to give it live feed. Like he said, they were supposed to do it on Rumble, and Solve was doing it. And Solve was telling Jaron, he must have texted him, I don't know, I know at least 5-6 times saying, hey, do this. I want this elevation or something. He was telling him something very simple to do. And he was talking about the 24-hour live feed. Well, they said, well, they got canceled or something like that. That's the only thing we wanted was a 24-hour live feed.
Well, the dumb thing about that is like right now, okay, it was taken down. So if the Starlink thing blacked out, that's what they said, that Starlink reset or something like that, it wouldn't remove the video from Rumble. You would still have everything you'd recorded up to that, and that's still useful information. But they took it down.
Yeah, I got a 404
I remember you were
error.
on top of that. You were very much on top of that. I remember I was following you because you were doing more questioning than anybody else down there, and they wouldn't even act like you didn't exist.
Yep. Yeah. And Lowry was also getting with Saab and them, and I dropped in and I kind of saw all that and the exchange, and it was all live. And they only had one job, and it wasn't done. And that's the thing, Dave. Like I guess we kind of took for granted that we would expect EU, of all people, to know that this happened. Whether you did or you didn't, that ain't your fault, right?
What happens? That there's no 24-hour sun footage?
Yeah, that
I literally stopped watching their shit when Jaron started making videos about me, and then and I realized, I've said it, the explanation, whether they faked it or there's a real flatter sun, whatever, those are all plausible explanations. The heliocentric sun is not plausible. Helium and hydrogen in a vacuum holding on to Pluto, ignoring our moon with gravity. That's not plausible. So when I really realized that and how deceptive Duffy was and this whole thing, I just stopped watching the whole thing. I just couldn't care less. The videos I made that were what I, and still to this day, feel are not good arguments. Right? Now, I've made not good arguments before. I've made not good arguments. I have, and so
if not you, no.
Yeah, yes, of course. Come on, and so that's it. I thought there was footage going all the way around that those guys got.
No, they tried to say it's not live though. They said they filmed it and they said they got it.
Right.
But we wanted the live feed. That's all you need. You don't need something that's taped and can be manipulated. I don't care. We want a live feed. Did you not know they did not have a live feed?
I stopped watching it, Harmon. I just stopped watching. And I knew they didn't have a live feed. I thought there was continuous footage of it going all the way around.
They claim that.
So again, just remember what you're going to say. There's two people in chat. One person that keeps saying that I'm lying, I'm a deceiver. Give me some specifics. And another person saying that I'm squirming. I'm more relaxed than Vlad right now. I'm chilling. I'm actually enjoying this conversation. So anyone who says I'm squirming,
I know one lie.
Good.
I think you lied about windsurfing across the Atlantic Ocean.
What if I could show you the video?
I know I'm messing with you.
Actually, there's a book that's coming out. There's a book that's coming out. It's really good.
I'll tell you something that's fishy first. Now, we could go back to the final experiment if we want, but what I found strange was when you did your video with Roseanne Barr. And guys, look, if we want to go back to the final experiment, we can. But about Roseanne Barr, you did an interview with her and her son, right? A lot of people watched it. Cool, fine. It was a good interview. But then you said something about, hey, Roseanne, if you really want to know some real cool physics, I know some good stuff. And then you said something along the lines of Jewish physics. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Or something along those lines. And I was like, what the fuck
hold
is
on. I got to interrupt. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's not anything I would ever say. And I don't even know what Jewish physics is or what you're referring to.
And I was like,
so I never said it. Show it to me.
Yeah. See, and yeah, man, I was leery on saying that. I was like, yo, what's that?
Show it to me. I don't think I ever used the word physics with her.
You said something along those lines. Lord have mercy.
I think your memory is failing you. I don't think you're lying. I think your memory is failing you because I would never say something that I have no idea what it means.
I'll get back to it. I'm not just going to sit here and throw.
Did anyone else hear me say I have Jewish physics for you, Roseanne? Anybody?
That sounds right now saying it sounds crazy. I understand. Listen, hold on.
Okay.
So now I know it sounds crazy, and I was listening. And I was like, "What did he just say?" And so, of course, I got to go back and I got to listen to the thing. Fine, we'll go back to that. But also another thing is, you also mentioned about the shot a bunch of times, right? There was a time I remember where you specifically said you didn't, or you got the shot because it was the thing to do. And then you stop.
I never, ever said I got the shot or that anyone should get the shot.
Hold on. Let me tell you what I thought I heard. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. And I have no problem.
You're starting to scare me a little bit right now.
Hold on, Dave. I'm just telling you what I heard. That's
you didn't hear it.
Dave, let me finish. You gotta let me finish, bro. Come on.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
All right. So you said, along those lines of, I got it, but I got it only because, and I was like, whatever. And I've heard that from a lot of people.
Vlad.
I'm just hold on. Let me finish.
No, I can't let you finish. You got to let me interrupt right here. I never said that. I was anti-V before it was cool to be anti-V.
That's why
I was anti-V before you were a truther. I never said that. You never heard me say it. You're mixing up your thoughts, and you either heard it from somewhere else or you had a dream, and you think it was real. It wasn't me.
Okay, Dave, let me finish. I'm going to finish. I told you it was going to be tough, but I'm being honest with what I thought I heard. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I have no problem admitting I'm wrong. Okay, let me finish. So you said that, what I thought you said, right? You said that you got the shot. And the thing is,
stop saying that. Stop saying that.
What I'm hearing is this, right? A lot of people had said something similar. So let's say maybe I'm wrong. I'll say that. I'm probably wrong. I could be wrong, sure, right? And then I heard you say what many truthers say. I never got the shot. I didn't think it was a good idea. And so I was like, wait a minute. And so the reason I'm bringing this up to you, Dave, is because I thought I heard you say something different. That's the only reason I'm mentioning this to you right now. If I didn't hear you, if I didn't think I heard you say something, Dave, I wouldn't even mention it right now. But I
believe that you think that you heard me say that, but I would never even fathom saying something like that in any context. I was anti-V for decades.
Okay.
Decades.
Okay.
I'm more anti-V than anybody. I say that V's are responsible for all of the dis-easiness of people.
Okay.
I got you right there, babe.
And so I'm going to say, I'll be the first to say, I apologize for that. If I would have said something otherwise, this is what I thought I heard. I'm not going to put any butts or no coconuts in there. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's it. Okay. So I formally apologize to you, Dave, if I might have said out of turn or spoken out of turn in this regard. about
If
you
you-
and the shot. That's it.
If you go back to his Peggy Hall interview, he made it adamant about that.
Okay,
I can probably
all right,
show you stuff from 20 years ago
Sure.
that I'm adamant about it.
guys. Okay, Dave, you got a W right there. Easy. That's an easy W for you right there. I'm
Okay,
just saying what I thought I heard. And
got a
if I'm
question,
wrong,
Dave.
I'm wrong, man. I ain't got no problem with
You're
it.
wrong.
I think we got sidetracked getting into TFE when we have him here.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
But I
Next,
do
next
like
question.
how Vlad brought that back in to ask him.
Yeah, next question.
In along lines with that, you said that you hadn't been watching this stuff, and I have no reason to doubt it. I'm just curious, when did that roundtable on Sean Griffin's channel that you hosted take place in relation to you calling it quits and not watching things, and therefore wouldn't know?
Around there. Yeah, around there I kind of stopped watching it. You know, like people would expect me to get the footage and everything. And I never got any of the footage. I never asked for it. And I just didn't have time to look into it. I figured I was going to let the hive mind really dig into it. And you guys have done that. And there's so much controversy over it. But the thing is, whoever's right, it doesn't change the physical shape of the Earth. There's too much evidence. The heliocentric model comes with too much nonsense. So that is about the time that I stopped looking at it. You know, I was still watching Jaren's videos, but, you know, I can only hear my name said so many times. And then I kind of get tired of it. So I blocked him on everywhere just because he was so toxic. And, you know, I'm sure he's going to take this clip and make 10 streams about it, you know, and the video I did with Austin today, I'm sure they're going to go all over the place, but feel free. Everyone can do whatever they want. I can't stop you. So I do what I do. It would be great if we could all work together and understand each other and maybe trust some people that have a little wisdom, maybe trust your elders somewhat, people that have a lot of experience in this, maybe have discussions. Maybe we could try to teach each other some things. I mean, even Sam came on here and he's like, it was hard to get through to him, but I think he gets the green screen thing now, and maybe he'll change his position. But again, changing our position is what we do. We're flat earthers. We were globe earthers, right?
So, Dave, here's
go
something else that I'm sure you've heard. And one of
Don't be so sure. I haven't heard everything.
Well, no, one of the many reasons I think people question your legitimacy is because you are given these platforms that the average person is not. And when you were on Jesse Lee Peterson, he asked you, what was it, like 10, 13 times or something? If the Earth is
20
flat?
times. 20
times. Okay,
yeah.
even more.
Yeah. You want to hear why?
Yeah, I do. But I just want to preface it by also saying I have a strong feeling that most of us would have approached it differently. There's a way without, you know, I realize that he's got a different audience. But there's a way to have responded to him instead of coming across as if you were ignoring it, because I thought that was a really bad look, in my opinion.
Yeah. So again, Monday morning quarterbacking, everything is easy
20
to do.
20 times. Come on.
Let me tell you, I got a tip that he was going to ask me that. And if I said yes, and he's going to go, what, mountains and valleys don't exist? So I wanted him to just define what flat meant. And he wouldn't do it. Every time I said, you know, if you took a microscope and put it on the floor, is it flat? Right? You'd see hills and valleys with a strong microscope. And he just kept repeating the question. If I said yes, the Earth is flat, and he's going to say, "What do you don't believe in mountains and valleys?" Then he's going to cut the commercial or cut me off, and that would be the end of it. So I wasn't going to give him that.
You thought he would really end the show there?
Well, he would cut me off because that's what he does.
We've all been asked that. I mean, I was up on Pikes Peak with my Flat Earth shirt on, and somebody's like, "It's kind of an ironic place to be wearing it." I don't know why you, who has done so many hundreds upon hundreds of shows, would be fearing the order of his questioning, and therefore you would put it up and not answer after 20 times.
I just tried to qualify.
Have you followed him, Greg? Did you follow Jesse at all before?
I'd seen a number of things that would come across. I never subscribed to him, but I've seen a lot of
for like 3 years.
I've seen a lot of his shows.
And he's brutal. He tries to trap people. He gets them off. He cuts them off, kicks them off his show in the middle of a sentence. Anything he doesn't like.
And I was told that was going to happen, and that's why I just said qualifying. Okay. Listen, if he said no, it wouldn't be flat, you know, and I'd be like, yes, the floor is flat with hills and valleys, right? But he wouldn't even go there because he wanted to get me in his get me. He's slightly, you know, autistic or whatever it is, whatever his issue is, and I wasn't going to give him that opportunity. So again, I don't know if I wouldn't do it the same way if I was on there again.
Well, I hear you.
We all gone on there.
I what?
Dave,
I was
ahead.
surprised you even went on there.
You know what? When I don't even remember how I got on there, but I don't even remember. To be honest.
Well, wouldn't that be you? Because you said you're the one that always.
I don't remember. I don't remember the
yourself
exact circumstance. Like if I reached out to him, sometimes they reach out to me. I don't remember the exact circumstance, but yeah, it was. I got myself booked on there somehow, and I know what it was. There was a couple of his fans kept mentioning it, and then they teed me up in an email. Then I reached out to him, and they said he'd have me on. And I think his producer's like an anti-flat earther. I forget, but that's it. That's all it was.
So Dave, real quick, you mentioned that you still, did a stream with Witsit and you still talk to him, I assume.
Not a lot. I mean, I just literally talked to him today, and we talked yesterday or the day before to set it up. But he came on and did a stream with me. It was a crazy situation with this group of rabbis, there's anti-flat Earth rabbis. It's crazy, and he came on and he was the same old Witsit that we knew long before TFE. That's all.
So I know you can't speak for him, but has he mentioned to you anything about like his involvement in the TFE, like the whole we know about the Vapegate stuff? Has he like apologized, like, sorry guys, I really didn't mean to do that or anything? Has he mentioned anything at all to you? Like,
so without getting into the whole Vapegate thing, I don't agree with the conclusion. The Vapegate was basically to say that they weren't in Antarctica. I believe they were in Antarctica. I don't like talking about Vapegate. I'll let Austin tell you. Austin, you're going to be hearing a lot more from him. And maybe he'll address it. I think he should. He probably will. And there's a good damn reason what happened. It wasn't to fake his breath. He knew he was in Antarctica. But the thing is, I guess there's people here that think that they weren't in Antarctica still. Is that correct? Are there people here that think that they were not in Antarctica?
I think we have a mix.
Okay, all right. So my argument's no good then. So it's all of it is bullshit. We're all on the same fucking team, guys. Get over it. There is a damn good reason that he didn't want to say he was vaping. A fucking damn good reason, and it had nothing to do with faking breath coming out of his mouth.
Okay, well then skip all that. So you've also said that you were supposed to be one of the people that was supposed to go.
Yeah, I was the first selected person that was supposed to go, and they tried everything.
How did you get approached about that? What connections did you have with like Will Duffy prior to that you got?
Yeah. So you're probably going at Banjo. Banjo, by the way, Banjo is in his ear is Russian Vids, a guy that no one's ever seen.
Yeah.
You don't know his name. He's he accuses everyone of everything, and he
they call him RV.
RV. And they show a picture of me and Duffy in Tennessee, and it was the Greg Locke debate with Pastor Greg Locke.
Dean Odell or something like that.
Dean Odell.
What'd I say?
You said Greg Locke and Dean Odell.
Dean Odell, yeah, Dean Odell and Greg Locke, yeah. So we went down to this big debate, and I did the Jack Vale podcast while I was down there. It was a great synchronicity, and then they had the debate. The debate was crazy. As you guys know the whole story about the debate, and at the debate. A lot of people like, hey, Dave, and I'm meeting some people. And then after we're I think on the way, as we were getting thrown out, this one guy is like, hey, Dave. And I shook his hand and I said, hi, hey, what's your name? And he goes, Dave, it's me. And he wiggles his glasses or takes them off. It's fucking McToon. Right. And I'm like, oh. And I couldn't believe I did it because I'm a comedian. I said, let me take a selfie with you. And as I went to take a selfie, he went to put his arm around me. And I was like, don't fucking touch me. Right. And I took a selfie for the crowd. I took it for the team. Right. But then afterwards, we all met back at the hotel. They're in a big lobby. There's a restaurant or food service there where I think we ordered pizzas. I forget. And this one guy comes up to me. He goes, hey, Dave, can I take a selfie with you? I'm like, sure. And I shook his hand. I go, what's your name? He's like, Will. I was like, do I know you? And he's like, no, but you will soon. And he does this picture like this, pointing at me, and I'm like, okay, and I got a creepy feeling from him. And that's
Will Duffy.
Yeah, that was Will Duffy. And so that was it. Never saw him again. McToon and Duffy were at that thing long before they ever met each other. Weird, okay? Somebody,
I
you
think
know,
they knew each other before. that.
I'm making
real
a point,
quick,
Sav. I'm making about. Let me just finish my point here. So so how was I selected? Duffy did. He sent out emails to all the flat earthers that and said, "Hey, there's big experiments coming up. We're going to announce it in a month, and it's going to prove flat Earth." And I got this email, got a bad feeling from that email. This is when it was all anonymous, and I replied back, "Just tell me what it is. I don't play games, and I'll give you my thing." And he goes, "You're going to have to wait." And I was like, "Don't ever email me again. Take me off your list. I want nothing to do with this." That was after the second email. Okay. And so then he's teasing it. He lies to Sean Griffin, says that doesn't know who's doing the final experiment. Then it finds out it is him, and then we find out all of his financial difficulties. He tries to pay for Joe Hill's hotel, and he's flipping through credit cards that are bouncing. Okay. Not who he says he is. So then they say we've taken a poll, and 78% of the people want Flat Earth Dave to go to Antarctica. Whether that's true or not, I think it's a little high, or whatever the number was. And I said, nope, not interested. Oh, you're turning down a free $40,000 trip to Antarctica? I'm like, no, I don't deal with demons. You're a fucking demon. I go, I don't know what you're gonna do. I go, you're not gonna let us see the sunset if it sets. I don't want anything to do with your false binary bullshit non-experiment. And that's what I said. So then what they did is they contacted every influencer they know that has any connection to me. I'm speaking at Acapulco in February, and they're calling all the people that control that and saying, "Hey, Dave Weiss is speaking at your conference, and we offered him a free trip to Antarctica, and he turned it down. You got to convince him to go." So they all start calling me like, "Dave, why are these people telling me to make you go to Antarctica?" And I'm like, I don't want anything to do with this. This is a big deception. I don't want anything to do with it. I told Jaron and Austin nobody should go, right? But you can look at it two different ways. But that's my involvement with Duffy. Have I ever spoken to him? Except for that hello, I don't think I've ever spoken with him.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Black Light, go.
I just want to say this. Earlier, Dave, you said something about people not taking too long with drawn out questions, and you took
that was a long one. You're right. That was super long.
Answering that
My
question.
bad. But I wanted to be.
You talking over me, dog? Chill out.
You're right. You're right.
This is the same problem I had with Mark Sargent, and it's the same problem I have with a lot of you. Doing too much talking, you jumping in, you cutting off Vlad on his show. Calm down. You said you're more comfortable than Vlad. You shouldn't be jumping to cut people off. Let people speak.
You're right.
That's what I wanted to say.
You're right, man. I get excited sometimes.
Well, I appreciate the defense, guys. Please.
Man, look. I'm gonna keep it. I want to step here for a minute and just say what I want to say it real quick. But Dave, appreciate you coming up, man. You got to have some balls to sit in this room, man. And I think the team word is thrown around a whole bunch. And excuse the background noise, guys. I'm in the ER right now, but I wouldn't miss this for the world, man. So, there's a lot of people in the background that really don't have those kind of platforms. I mean, I've been a flat earther for at least 8 years, man. The first 2017, FEIC with Robbie and them, and Rob Skiba. Those are my two heroes, man. And it hurt when Robbie backed out. But what I want to say is, team is a word, bro, that shouldn't be used and thrown around so easily when you got such a big following, bro. You don't have time for everybody. I don't know. And I'm saying this out of love, bro. I know you don't, because when I was talking to Austin a while back and supporting him, donating a lot of money to him and his family, and try to get in touch with him all the time, bro. And he would use this word, about team. Just, hey man, team, just throw that email, man. Send them lyrics over here, bro. I'll get right back to you, man. Well, and those are all fucking lies. But anyway, when the TFE came around and we all were figuring shit out, and I was one of the people blowing the whistle. Hey, don't go, bro, because you're rushing it. Wait, crowdfund, do something other than just go. But anyway, bro, a team is something. It's like a family, bro. So I think that word shouldn't be thrown around so easily without having a secretary or something, some kind of team that you got to really get back to people and everything, and hear everybody out, because There's a lot of things, bro, a lot of new information that people figure out and try to give to the community, but isn't heard. It's not heard. It's advancing flat earth. That there's some really good stuff, man, that people don't get to hear, right? That if looked at closely and really paid attention to, man, I think could really further this movement as a team and a family. But I'm gonna mute up, bro. I appreciate you being here, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this whole. He started the show by saying, trying to convince us all by stating repeatedly that we're all in this together because we're all flat earthers. And I don't agree with that. I mean, obviously, we all question people, or at least most of us do. And I think we have what we see as legit reasons. We can't prove a lot of it. And then try to reinforce it later, as you said. Some people are retarded, but that doesn't make us enemies. So again, tonight, you suggested that some people are retarded if they, saw some things differently. But yeah, I'm not a fan of this saying that we're all on the same team because we agree the earth is flat. Because I know that Jaron agreed the earth was flat up until, and I'm sure he still knows it's flat. I don't think for a second he's a glober. And he was already my enemy before he flipped.
That's right, Greg. And Jedi Tech in the chat, I agree with you 100% on that the Witsit thing.
All right. Real quick.
Hey,
I've got a couple
I'm gonna end it with this, Vlad. I'm gonna end it with this. Look. Hey, I want to be a team. I want to be a family, right? I want to be in a good community. And there's a lot of people that really want that because I hear it all the time. The real ones do want to further this movement, bro. But we got to give each other that kind of attention. If that's a real desire of yours or whoever you roll with, bro, because there could be a real strong team. People got big platforms. We could really move this along and really help each other out to further this movement, man. And just don't bullshit with us, please. Hey, man. I'm not saying you are, but bro, I really want to be a community, bro. I really do. I got a lot of good, valuable information.
I hope you get out of the hospital soon. I'm sorry to hear you're in there.
Oh, you're good, man. Appreciate it.
Oh man, yeah. We would like to see you get better. Real quick, Dave. A couple of questions from a couple of people. Vern asked where you got your hat. Vern Smith wants to know where you got your hat. One, and what kind of hat is it? That's the first
what? Someone asked me about that, and I looked it up. I forgot. I think I put it in my contacts. Actually, let me look.
Kango.
Right.
No, I'm just kidding.
I
I thought it was a Kango, but it got the kangaroo. So okay, that's one. Two. So Walking Man brought up a point, right? I don't know whether this is true or not, but he said that your app leaks. So your app has like holes, or it makes it easy to people getting exposed for. I'm not too familiar with the computer jargon. I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit.
I'll give you the answer. Right. Your LinkedIn leaks, and so does your Facebook, because I can go there and get 1,000 times more information about you than my app has. My app was hackable, and now it's not hacked. So if you look, Bank of America, Microsoft, Yahoo, Wells Fargo, and every other large company has been hacked, where all of the KYC information comes out. The only information you put in the app that you don't intend to share with everyone else is your password. And we ask you to use a unique password. So that happened. It was McToon and his gang that did that, which is illegal. So I can't say much more about that right now. But that's been fixed. So there you go. And by the way, you don't have to put anything in the app. You can put a fake name. You could say, don't put me on the friend finder. Just give me access to, the basic stuff and make a nickname, whatever you want. So there's no leakage.
Okay, Dave, I don't remember the initial argument. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The Walking Man wants to follow that up with the back end services. I don't know if you can read that on the screen, but he says the back end services for the app still leaks data. You can test it, and I can help you get that set up. He is not being truthful. This is almost like and hold on, let me finish up. This is just this. I'm hearing a lot of this whole. He's not telling the truth. He's not this and that. Go ahead, defend that, Dave.
Yeah, the defense is that the whatever data they got from the original hack, they still have it. So yeah, but any information that you put in there now, they can't get it. They can't get your password. They can't do anything. But you have to remember, the app, the only information you put in there is the information that you want to share with the other users.
It's not like they're using the app as a backdoor to get into your bank app or some shit.
Yeah.
So to answer Big Pine Sailing's question, my bad, Saab. I'll give it to you in a second. I apologize. But to answer Big Pine Sailing, it's not that we think Dave is a savior or a leader or anything else like that. But here's the facts, man. When you have a big platform and a big channel like that, and people are making accusations, and the person that's got this channel is drawing a lot of people in, like he's done many of us that's in the foundry right now, I think it warrants some questioning from those that are in the community already. You understand? So Jesus Christ. So basically, I want to finish that point off with, we have to give every platform a chance, because not everybody comes on to make their show. Not everybody comes in and, you know, introduces people into the flat earth. So if we feel that he's in error for something, we have to give him a chance to defend himself. I think that's only right. I think anybody would ask for that. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm going to leave it at that. Saab, go ahead. My bad, man.
him. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Saab,
I did. I had something ready. And to give the benefit of the doubt, Murphy's second law is that if you try to please everyone, somebody's surely not going to like it. So I'll give it with that. You know?
That sounds like a Ricky Nelson philosophy.
The
Garden Party.
Absolutely true. But I'm under no illusion that this whole effort to keep people immersed in this illusion of living on a globe, and it does take you away from God. I think that's one of the biggest reasons that they want the true earth, the biblical earth, suppressed. I know that's one of the big ones, but there's been a lot of time, effort, and money put into this plan by entities that I would say are sinister. And these sinister entities, I think, don't know any bounds. Now, just to, like Toon just called Kevin Johns, this guy on Facebook, called his work to try to get him fired just the other day or yesterday, right?
Called my daughter.
McToon is in here. McToon is in here, I think, trying to sow discord. So you got to go, homie.
So
I kick him out. Go ahead.
These and that's a low-level sinister entity right there that would do that, try to screw with somebody's livelihood because of you.
How about the fact that he's harassing my daughter? He's calling her.
Yeah. He found my wife's email. Okay, I'll get to this in just a minute. But the thing is that there are higher up sinister entities that are involved in this manipulation of the human mind. And I know that they stop at no lengths to protect their interest, because this is a threat to the power structure as status quo. It really is, because once you realize the actual truth, the rest of it's like the foundational tile in a Jenga tower, and you pull it out and all the Jenga tower of lies start crumbling because you start seeing through more and more shit, right? So what I'm wondering is, my view is that I think because Austin seemed really strange, I'm very perceptive in this kind of thing, and he seemed very strange, and I just can't help but think that there was some kind of threat that was made in order to get these people to do this. I really do. And especially the way Austin was kind of behaving the few times that he came on camera, and the fact that he's done all these videos, you know, the videos that he's done, the lives and everything, they have not been about flat earth or anything. It's been about Zionism or whatever the case, you know, but all important topics. But it's kind of out of character for Whitsitt. And the look on his face was almost like I noticed there were Sampeku eyes. And that shows signs to me of trauma, that there was something traumatic. And I believe that these guys, maybe not all of them, but some of them were perhaps threatened or strongly coerced in some way to go along with this bullshit.
So let me jump in there, Sal. Whitsitt has experienced some extreme trauma, but it has nothing to do with TFE. Let me ask you another question, Sal. You're a flat earther, yes, and have you ever been wrong about anything?
Of course.
Me too.
Of course. My whole life. We
Okay.
all have. That's why we
So
grow
that's
it.
cool, and you learn from it, right? Exactly. So we're brothers. Just remember that. But you're absolutely right. When you looked into Witz's eyes, he had some major trauma, but it had nothing to do with TFA.
Okay.
He had it before. It's all to do with his wife. I don't care what
Yeah.
it says. If you followed it at all, you know what happened. You know what went on, and I know what happened.
You don't know
in
the
Vegas.
half of it, Harmon.
I know
Yeah.
what happened on Vegas, but
Yeah.
I saw what happened in Vegas, and no one brings that up. So there's lots of stuff that guy does, and he said he hid his he forgot he had vapes inside his bag. He was supposed to be ready, get ready. He had 6 months to freaking get ready for this trip. He sits there and says, "Oh, I forgot they were in there." Bullshit. He does that stuff when he goes off by himself. I've seen it in Vegas and I've seen it there. It's just the same pattern. We all have done it. We're guys. We don't tell our wives shit a lot of times. We just don't, no matter how holy you try to be. That's all I'm saying. He got stuck in a place where I've been too. So I'm not defending. I'm just saying we all do it. It's hard to admit up to it for other people.
Yeah.
That's all.
The key
All
is
right,
get the wife to vape with you. That's what I do. You know, shit.
Yeah,
Just
man.
works out better.
Christy Leeds is asking, how do I know? I talked to Austin for well over an hour on the topic, and when he's ready to tell everybody, you know, the half the information's out there, he'll tell everybody. But I'm just telling you, you don't have to believe me. He experienced some really hard trauma.
The Witsit thing, there's a lot going on there that I'm not too privy of. Maybe a lot of you guys are. It looks personal to me. I'd much rather not even talk about Witsit because that to me that's where I'm like, you know, it's messy. I'd much rather jump on Dave's case and everybody else that we have.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Who else? We got another question coming up.
Yeah, can we go back to the app real quick? I remember in the early days, I don't remember his name or what he alleged exactly, but he said he had created it and that you stole it. I'm assuming you know who I'm talking about because I know he.
You're talking about. Yeah. So that's not true at all.
Okay. I just want to. I know you know that. I just want to make.
I'm trying to keep my answer super short because I was long smacked earlier, and he was right, absolutely right. I'm not going to disagree with it. I think he was talking about the friend finder, and Dave, I forget his name, Dave, and the guy was creating an app called the People Finder.
Zoom Truth.
Yeah, Zoom Truth. Yeah. And I actually supported him and did all sorts of stuff, and I was gonna actually connect his People Finder in my app so people can find his app. That was my idea because I had no plans on putting anything in my app, but he kept saying he's never going to charge for it, and he didn't have the money to do it. And then I don't know, years went by, I forget, and he just never did anything with it. And then I realized I can do a thing called the Friend Finder, and I did it, and that's it. You know, he's mad at me for that. Karen B's mad at me because I put a dating site on there, and she was trying to do flat Earth dating. It has nothing to do with that. You know, it's like, you know,
And
the people
Stinky
that
Cash got mad because he said you stole that other part. So yeah, Stinky Cash and Zoom Truth coming at you.
Yeah, well, Stinky Cash is the one. He actually called me up and goes, Dave, you got to put the Zodiac on there. And I'm like, how? And he told me how. And I was like, that's a great idea. And I did it.
Right.
Now, Stinky Cash, I mean, I don't want to tell the story, but I tried to support that guy and he turned me down. So.
And Zoom Truth, I remember Zoom Truth, when he came out with his little friend finder first, and you were saying, okay, we can do this. And you tried getting with him to do it. But he was against being charging for anything. He says, well, you got to have it to charge. You know, we can't run it for free.
Yeah.
You know? And well, he didn't like that. So he broke off from you. And he used to live over in Jersey area. Then he moved down to Florida now.
And I actually promoted the crap out of it. And I got him from like 60 users to 6,000 users in a couple of weeks. So
remember.
Yeah.
Dave, what can you
cut out? You cut out.
He'll be back in a second.
There you you're back, Vlad.
He ain't back yet.
Nope. He's looking stoic, isn't he? So all you need is a pigeon to land on him.
So do you still stand by all the data that's on the app now, like your sun calculations or whatever? I mean,
yeah, you're going to talk about the Haversine formula. The Haversine formula basically uses the sky dome, and it's just calculations off of the celestial dome for a flat Earth. So if you don't, who did it? The guys on Globebusters did a great short explanation, better than I can. If you have the app, just search Haversine in the video search, and there's a 2-minute video by Shane. Explaining it. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I have a
Dave.
question about it's kind of in relation to that. You want to jump back in, Vlad, or you
No.
want me to
Go
ask the
ahead, man.
question?
You got it.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, talking about the dome or firmament, however you want to say it. So I did a lot of thinking, a lot of calculations, basically with a guy. It's not my math; it's his math. But everything in nature, is phi related. Yeah, I hope y'all know what phi is, right? 1.618 sound in your body. It's in nature.
Fee, right.
So the firmament is connected to Earth, so there's no difference there. You want to think of the Capricorn line and the equator, and then Cancer. Well, it's a 3-2 ratio, a phi ratio, and the spiral starts in the middle where Polaris is, and as you spin downward, that's when you're going to get your seasons. And then it comes back up. It's basically a sine wave. If you see it in their video that they did, and also there was a few more guys stationed down there that shows the sun travels. It goes up and down, and it also comes closer and further away. And in the winter down there, it makes sense. And I don't want any enemies by saying that, but also in the northern summer, you can match everything up with a 3-2 ratio of 1.618, and it works perfect with the seasons. So that's kind of what I was going with earlier, Dave, that, it's hard for me to say these things to people and then it fall on deaf ears, and I don't get as excited about it anymore. And it kind of drifts in the back of my mind like, oh, but if you just look at everything else in nature, it only makes sense that the dome also does that.
Yeah, I don't even. I don't like speculating. I think there's a dome, but I'm open to there could be something else up there. But Law of the Luminaries, you can find her on Rumble. She it shows that spiraling Christmas tree pattern. She did some great work. I encourage people to check her stuff out. Law of the Luminaries.
Awesome, yeah, and like Saab was saying earlier, a lot of people in this movement are, very spiritual, and they get that. They want to connect that to the creator and the creation, but anyway, I'll leave it there. I don't want to ramble on, but maybe some point we can chat about that a little more in depth, and I can show you illustrations and also the old German military map. It looks like the moon map in a way. Well, that's anyway, enough's enough. I just want to say that. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know did I freeze up? Okay.
No, you're there.
No, you're good.
All right. So Dave, real quick, and then I guess we could get back into grilling you all for the rest of the night. What do you think about these newer channels, or what do you see about these newer channels? Because
what
I
newer
know
channels?
I know you've been doing a lot of interviews, running back and forth, jumping from, person to person, and it looks almost as if it's, I wouldn't say rinse and repeat, but it seems like you're doing a lot of the same channels. Not bad interviews, I'm not saying that, but it looks like the same stuff.
What? I've barely done any of the same channels. What are you talking about?
So I saw this Australian guy that was out with you the other day. I don't know if he's Australian or if he's British. I forget his name. Jeez.
It's Angels of Light.
No. It's another one. I'm just going to keep it moving. So my thing is, do you think you have the pulse on the rest of the flat Earth community as to what they're seeing, what's going on? I mean, of course, we agree the Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? But do you know what else is going on? Because this is something that we came across with Mark Sargent. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you were familiar with that episode. Mark was there, and there was a lot that he didn't know, he wasn't familiar with. So it almost seems like he's in his own little bubble, which shout out to Mark Sargent for his stuff going on, right? But it seems like he was in his own little bubble with what was going on with the rest of the flat Earth community. He didn't know a lot of things. And no smoke on him. It's just, you know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. So go ahead, answer that.
So Vlad, that's the third thing he said that I have no idea what you're talking about. That I'm doing the same shows. I actually did one show again, part 2, and it was definitely needed to be. It was a good one. Beyond the something, whatever. It's one of my most recent videos. But
he's a good one. That was a good interview, by the way.
Yeah, that was the second one. They're both good. He does a good job. He does good editing, and I love that because I don't have to do the editing. So I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
I want a part 2 with the Irish redheaded guys.
You mean the guy with the long beard that says the cocaine and hookers?
No, the one that was the guys who are so rude and so stupid. It's like a couple 3 years ago.
Oh God.
Yeah, I
they
don't-
were just awful to you. You said that was one of the worst people you've ever interviewed.
Yeah.
They're from Ireland.
So
It's hard to do them a second time.
So it was probably because I saw that guy, that interview that you just did recently, that I said you interviewed good with him. It's probably why I said it looked like rinse and repeat. But to follow up on that, you had an interview with Dr. Shiva a few months ago.
Yeah, sure.
And he was supposed to do something else with you. This is something that the guys mentioned in here, that there was supposed to be a follow-up based off of that. Like what happened? What's going on with that?
Yeah, so getting people to do things is difficult. For example, you have 180 people watching this stream right now, and only 24 have clicked the like button. And they're sitting there watching a stream that they like with their hand on the mouse, and you can't even get them to click the mouse button, let alone getting let alone getting people all across the world to get off their asses and actually do something. So we actually, I reached out to his camp several times and never heard back, saying, hey, we're up for your suggestion, but we want to run a couple ideas by you. Can we have a Zoom call? And they would never do it. So then some other flat earthers, a guy, David Stanley, who's always out there doing his best. And he organized a Telegram group for people that wanted to be involved in this. And we got a small number of people. And we had a meeting just like in the last week. Last week we had a meeting to present our ideas, and 3 or 4 different ideas were presented, including mine. And we decided that mine wasn't good, and the Force the Line guys wasn't good logistically for many reasons. But Man of Stone came up with a pretty interesting one with airports and the way they send beams out, one level and one at 6 degrees, and airplanes find that 3-degree difference between the beams, and that's their angle of descent to come in. And he found a way to calculate their position just using a Cessna, which is easy. There's lots of Cessnas, and you can do it at any airport. And it's pretty good. So we put that into a proposal and sent that back to his camp, and now we're waiting. Personally, I think Dr. Shiva is full of it, and he's not going to do anything, but we'll see.
He did interrupt you a lot on his show.
A lot.
I don't know.
More than I'm interrupting you, dude.
Yeah, more than you interrupted me. I'm glad you noticed that shit. But
it was like
I noticed it.
It was
Right,
an obfuscation tactic, man. That's what he was doing.
I felt bad, but I was like, hey, that you know what it's like. You know what you're gonna get. So go ahead.
Well, I didn't know. Did you watch Mind Shock's breakdown of that? He did a 6 or 7 part series on that. It was very funny. Mind Shock, awesome.
So okay. So we have Stinky Cash in the house. Stinky Cash has a couple of things to say. This is going to be interesting. Stinky Cash.
So I want to say one thing to Stinky before you said Stinky. I remember you being against the app, the Friend Finder. You didn't like that. You wanted the other part, and you said, and I remember you saying several times, and you guys have gone back and forth that you did not give. You gave him, but he never gave any compensation for it or tried to work with you. But I do remember 100% you were against the Friend Finder. Okay, go ahead, Stinky.
What's up, guys?
What's happening, Stinky?
You okay being on the panel with the Jew, Stinky?
Yeah, you can all just lighten the mood a little bit.
Go ahead, it's Stinky, man. Welcome, man. Welcome to the.
What's going on? My friend up in BC, Canada, Angela, told me to come on here just to defend myself, I guess, because I had nothing to do with the Friend Finder. That came much after. And it was not my idea, and I was definitely against it from the very beginning, and I still am. It seems a little bit sinister and unnecessary.
Interesting. Why do you say that?
Because you're using GPS location on people and tracking them on their phones. I mean, it just seems like it could be used for nefarious purposes. Like, why do we need to locate flat earthers around the world? To me, that always seemed really weird. And it got away from the app has continued to stray away from its core purpose of just being a clock app. Now it's like it's an all-in-one everything app, and the clock is just like a small function. It's just a small part of the app now.
So it
no
sounds
one
like
in here said that you in this panel today said that you had anything to do with the friend finder. All you
Well
had
then,
to do was,
well then, I
no
must
one
have
said
been.
it.
I was sent here under false pretenses by Angela Baby Carson.
Yeah,
I'm sure
see,
you all.
yeah, because as the Zoom Truth did the friend finder, we knew that, and he talked about that. He told us in the panel just now before you got up here that all what you did was with the zodiac sign stuff.
Yeah,
never said
and
anything
guys,
with-
I wasn't watching the live panel up until about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so yeah,
I
you
was
never
just going
said
off.
that. Never said that about you. You never claimed, never nothing that you had anything to do with friend finder.
Actually,
Yeah.
so Stinky Cash, I saw you in the chat. That's how I saw you. Like I didn't.
Yeah, that was
say,
yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
was
follow up
after.
with
Yeah,
what
I
Harmon
joined
said
the
as well.
I joined the chat after. But yeah, I
You were
haven't been.
invited?
Yeah.
Okay. Understand. Yeah, so we weren't talking bad about you. I didn't hear your name come up in here, but I did see your name come up in the chat.
Oh
So,
wow.
Yeah. But if
Well,
there's something
I'm happy
that
to hang out with you guys. No, I don't have anything to say, or but I'd love to chime in, and just be a part of the panel.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Do you have any questions for Dave? Because Dave has been he's been getting questions thrown his way today. You know
Like
what I'm
like
saying?
what?
Anything that you have, anything. Like what kind of hat does he have? That's like a famous one. He wants to know what kind of hat he got on his dome. You know what I'm saying?
Dave, do you have my cell phone blocked?
Yeah.
You can unblock me, I think.
Well, you were doing crazy Jew hating stuff and making crazy calls. I just don't have time for that nonsense. So
I don't think I was, but
dude, you still have videos up calling me like crazy anti-Semitic stuff. Not that I care. It was just a little weird for me.
That's interesting.
Well, I don't think that's the reason why you blocked me. But
yeah, that was the reason I blocked you.
Hey, Dave, I have something for you about. Now, you said, did you not ever hear back in 2017 when Antonio and all those other people were saying that the sun rises south of east and sets south of west in Australia? Did you just fall on deaf ears, or did you had people there? How did you not know that was a deal?
I still think it does. And because when you look west goes off to the right. And when something goes through your visual field, it starts on one side and it converges to the center. So when you're watching something go, if the sun's coming from on your right side, north of you, if I'm in the south, it's going to converge left due to perspective. And globers call that a cardinal direction. It's not. It's just perspective, and west curves off to the right. So yeah, it's going south of west.
Okay. So yeah, okay, I see that. Well, because like I said, I'm still now. You said something about the final experiment that you believe they were there, but the one thing you did give an argument that would suggest maybe something was fishy was that you said it was 3 days of perfect clear weather, and it never was before. So in yourself, you're doubting it, and just in that statement, no.
Well, when those guys said they were going, and I'm like, Jaron, that's when I was talking to Jaron when he was first selected to go, and he's like, well, I'm not going unless I can bring Austin. They're like, okay, you can bring Austin. There's another $40,000, right? And then and I said, what if it's always cloudy there? Every video I found is cloudy. I go, if there's just a bright light behind the clouds, they could fake that, right? They could fake that, with a helicopter, maybe, who knows? And he brought that up to Duffy, and Duffy goes, if it's hazy, we'll call it a win for flat Earth.
Right. I remember that. But
and then
still,
how the hell when I say clear, I say 9/11 blue. Those of you that know about 9/11, it was the clearest day ever, and that's what they experienced down there. And they I think it was even one of those guys said when the people that were working there that were leaving on that flight when they came in, they said, "You're lucky we haven't seen the sun in 2 or 3 months." I forget. But then it's 9/11 blue while they're there. Are you kidding me?
Right.
How did he know? All right, and did you guys see the video I made about Duffy and all of his financial things on the FINRA? Yeah. How come people don't watch that and go, yeah, this is bullshit. This guy's bullshit.
Well, we already
Good.
There's so many reasons why we think Duffy's full of it, right? But we're not we're not going to focus on him because we know what he's all about. But the thing is it's you, right? We're looking at you. Because
all right, what's the question
I'll be
again?
honest with you.
I got a question when you're done.
Honestly, I know these guys have a bunch of questions. So, guys in the Foundry, listen, this is your chance, right? Dave is here. So, for all the stuff that we've been saying about Dave, right? I think it's fair that we bring him out here so he could defend himself. I don't
wanted
think
to
it's
finish up the sun thing. Vlad.
right. So
I
hold
need
hold
to
on,
finish.
hold on. Right. So
Don't yell at me.
like Dave, like the reason you already know why you're here. I'm not even going to repeat myself, right? And I think you should get a fair shake. Other people feel otherwise. So guys, this is your chance. But guys in the panel, you got somebody had a question for him. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I was going to finish the sun thing. Okay, Greg. Greg.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so on the sun thing now, I remember Jaron doing like a 5-hour video trying to explain what you just said. You remember on one of his videos, he sat there and sat for 5 hours trying to pull up his globe map or the map and tried to show how the sun would not go south of east and south of west. And he did it for like freaking 5 hours. Is that what you're basically saying?
No, well, there's a couple ways to explain it. If you look at Alonzo's True Earth or whatever his app is, and we see in our personal atmospheric dome, you see the apparent sun, and it follows the arc around, and it does cut left. But that's just due to the way we see our personal dome of vision. I'm just saying a simple thing is if you have a sun on your right side, which is your north, and it's just going forward, it's going to go to the center, which is south. It's going to just go to the center due to perspective. That perspective change is not a cardinal direction. It's just perspective. And west is not that way, or that way, or that way, or that way. West is a circle to the right. Right?
So you're saying now you go back to the flat Earth experiment. So then the final experiment. So you said you said they thought they had a video, even though it wasn't live, of a 24-hour sun down there.
I assumed they did. I kind of just got tired of all. Oh, so they do. Okay.
That's what I said. They claim they do. I've seen it, but it's weird because
it's
it wasn't
weird
live. Now, with you just saying this, then you're in one way or another, you're going to say that there's no 24-hour sun.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you just.
I'm not talking about Antarctica. I'm just talking about in the south, like in Chile or in in Australia. When you're south of when you're south of Capricorn, you can see the sun going southwest, but that's not a cardinal direction. It's perspective, and what you got to remember: the farther out you look, the farther to the right west is. If you're looking west, which is really south.
Does that conclude that there's no 24-hour sun?
I don't know. There could be, or there might not be. I don't think there is. I don't think there is. But again,
let him finish.
I don't.
Yeah. So I don't think there is. I personally think they faked it, and not only did they fake the sun, they faked the whole sky. Right. And that would now look at all the guys that are saying that they're in a studio, the seam in the sky. Well, both of our explanations could have seams in the sky. We should try to figure out what it is. But honestly, I said it before, the heliocentric sun is impossible. So why are we talking about its motion in the sky?
So Dave, let me chime in here for a second. You admit Jaron and Austin, those are your guys. I mean,
There used to be
you helped make those guys.
No, Jaron helped make me, to be honest.
Jaron helped make you? No.
Sure. Yeah.
That's revisionist history.
He made my logo for me. He taught me a lot of things.
You were in the flat Earth community making content before Jaron was.
Was I?
Yes, this is a
fact.
Well,
but he was on Globusters and stuff, and I listened to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sticky Cash. Sticky Cash.
Sorry, Sticky Cash. Good.
You have to
Finish your point.
understand
Go ahead.
that I was there. I lived it. So Dave can try to lie to anybody he wants, but he can't lie to me. I was there. I lived through this shit.
Okay.
So I mean.
So what are you saying? What's your question?
I'm saying what happened there? Those are your guys, and now they're shills who turned on flat Earth to discredit it.
Well, Jaron 100% flipped. What happened? I don't know. Maybe he was replaced. Maybe he's demonically possessed. Maybe it's not him. Maybe he's threatened. Maybe who knows? I don't know. Maybe clones are real. I don't know. Again, but he's flipped. I want nothing to do with him. I pray for him. I don't know if it's even him we're looking at. You know, I watched the video of him and McKeegan. It didn't even look like a real person. It looked like AI video. Like his face was fucked up, his eyes were hidden. But I'm just saying, I don't know what happened to him. Now, Austin, on the other hand, I encourage people to watch the video I did with Austin today. And I have a feeling in the next 24 to 48 hours, Austin's going to put out another video that you all might be interested in.
How can you say that you weren't in it before Jaron? That's common knowledge.
Was I in it
Also,
before Jaron?
How did you meet Jaron? Okay,
I actually don't remember.
Dave, you
Antonio and
invited me
Jaron
onto
were
the
talking,
John LeBon
and
roundtable.
Antonio had Jaron introduce you to him, and Jaron introduced you to Antonio had Jaron meet you, and that's how you and Jaron met.
Was
Back
that
then,
so?
that was
Jaron, so I was a flat earther before Jaron. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay,
Well,
I
know
don't
if you're a
listen.
flat
I don't.
earther for
I
Jaron,
don't
but
keep
we're
track of
definitely
this
doing
shit.
content. Well, it was you and Antonio and that group over there used to talk on Skype all the time.
It
all
was
the time,
so. It was
hours.
John LeBon. I think Mark Sargent. I think Patricia Steer. I think Antonio.
No.
I think Nathan Oakley. And Martin
Jaron was not
Leakey.
in it.
I don't
So-
remember.
So Dave, you come from like 9/11 truth and other conspiracies.
Sure.
So you had like I don't know whether it was like a radio show or a YouTube
It was a
channel.
podcast.
A podcast. Okay. And that was like before podcasts. were
Deep
like-
inside the rabbit hole. No, it wasn't. It was part of a big podcast studio. Podcasts were a thing, but it was early on. Yes.
But early on, I didn't. Yeah, like early on, you were
Yeah.
like a podcast before everybody had a podcast.
When I was invited to do a podcast, my first question is, "What's a podcast?"
What's a podcast? So you already had a following in, let's call it the conspiracy genre,
Sure.
and you broke into Flat Earth with that existing audience, while Jaron only had about 100 subscribers. I mean, that's just history. Nobody knew who Jaron
But
was.
somehow he got 100 and
Somehow he grew. Yeah, well, I had more subscribers than Jaron at one time.
Yeah.
But Jaron blew up. I mean, and a lot of it is credit him. He put out a lot of good content, and he was persistent. He was consistent. So you got to give him some credit. But
Nah, bro, Jaron's a fucking liar.
Dave says right here. Sarah G says Dave Days Small Storm woke him up, and
She
Small
meant
Storm was
says.
already a Jaronism fan. So she's saying Jaronism was there before Dave.
Wait,
Dave
wait.
was
I
on
don't
to
even.
Small Storm.
I don't even know if she knows who Jaron is, or maybe she does. I don't know if she's a fan. I've never heard her say
But
anything
she
like
said
that.
She had heard him though. She had heard
Yeah,
of him.
but she was a friend of mine, and we had an interesting start of our relationship. She didn't want anything to do with me because I was Jewish, because I had a Jewish name. But we ended up doing. What's that? What,
No, I'm saying the
Dave?
name Dave.
I got it. That was good. That was good.
It is. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I am named after the Star of David, but I just heard yesterday that one of the rabbis said that there is no Star of David.
A rabbi said that? Or
I
did
think so.
Or did Stinky Cash say that?
No, I didn't. I apologize. I,
haven't
didn't
heard-
want to get Dave. I didn't want to get you off your point. You were saying
No, that
something
was
and I
funny. It was
interrupted.
funny.
Go
I was
ahead.
just saying, Sophia Smallstorm. I don't. You know what? She might have even done a show with Jaron. So I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
She was backing your story up. Sarah G was. She was saying.
Yeah. Okay.
She's saying,
Yes,
that
she was.
Jaron was there before you, but you guys hadn't met. And kind of Sophie Smallstorm got in there, but I know Antonio told me straight up that he introduced you to Jaron.
It's possible. I don't know
That's
why.
all I know.
I
It
mean,
doesn't
it's
matter.
possible.
I'm just saying that's how
Yeah.
you met.
Hey, Dave,
Yeah.
you said earlier that Eric Dubé hates you. Why is that?
Because I don't know. Because I'm Jewish. Maybe. I don't know. Go look on his blog. He's got like 10 pages on me. And in that 10 pages, he's got Stinky Cash videos calling me Jewish comments.
Damn.
And I when I was
Cash.
on the IMF, whatever that is called, he has.
The
all I did was go
IFRS.
on his thing and Dave's hate page. I said, look, Dave's a good guy, and Jaron and
You got banned.
Eric is, and I got banned instantly. Just for
Harmon
saying
stay
Dave's a
getting
good guy.
banned from people's shit, man. Harmon
Yeah.
stay getting kicked off. banned, you
Harmon's a
name it.
real one, though. I've
Yeah.
been on streams with Harmon before. He's a real one.
Yeah, Sophia Smallstorm's the one that made me look. I told the story a million times that people send me videos. I wouldn't watch a video. I banned them from my social media. And literally, I was talking to Sophia. Called me. I was leaving my house to go to New York to record the podcast. Talked to her all the way into the city, into the studio. We're setting up the studio. I'm still talking to her. And while I'm talking to her, she's talking and talking and talking. I'm on Facebook banning people for suggesting I look at flat Earth. And she goes, Dave, I think the Earth is flat.
Hey,
and
now,
She
like,
credits me for getting her to be a flat earther. So
no,
go.
I don't know
who's
if
that?
you guys.
Who's that?
Sophia.
Who's that?
So I know Sophia's told you that before, that you give her
Who
credit.
am
She's
I
like,
talking
no,
to?
it was Greg that did it.
Who's talking to? Who's saying
Greg
that?
Johnson. Greg here.
Greg-
Live
Greg.
music.
All
We
right,
were
and
on
she-
that podcast with her.
Yeah.
together.
So
She interviewed us.
I don't know who turned her into a flat earther.
No, that's what I'm saying. She credits me. I'm just
All right.
patting
All
myself
right.
on the back.
So
No, it doesn't take away
you
or-
turned me into a flat earther by knowing Sophia. Thank you.
You got
So
it.
we have somebody else in your corner. We have Geocentric. Everybody knows him. Geocentric Truth. He's like, hey, Vlad, brother. Hey, no hate, bro. But I think this live could be turned around with another video and be more productive with Dave around being the most active flat earther in the community, bro. We should be positive with him. So that's Geo. If and nobody knows Geo, that's Geo, and that's how he rolls, man. So shout out to Geo. Y'all know I mock motherfuckers. So Geo, you just become another victim, my friend.
Yes,
You know what I'm
sir.
saying? But yeah,
Hey,
man,
you-
like even though we're asking Dave these questions, we're still mixing the whole community aspect of everything and asking legit, flat earth stuff that, we're gonna still talk flat earth. I think that's all part of it. Dave knows, he's fair game tonight. And we were all upfront and we were honest about it. We didn't pull no punches. At least I didn't feel we didn't. You know what I'm saying? So
Are we
Dave,
over? Is it over?
no, it ain't over, bruh. Yo, this is halftime. What you
I thought-
talking about
okay.
on my
All right.
channel?
All right.
Shit. 2.5
I'm gonna-
hours. I'm like, shit, man. Hey, y'all go pee.
I'm gonna have
Like,
to
get
start.
her out this motherfucker.
I'm gonna have to start lowering my voice because people are going to sleep. So,
Hey,
Greg,
Dave.
Greg and
Yo.
Sarah G, thank you so much for connecting with that, with Small Storm and all that. That makes so much sense. I like that, Greg, that you get credit for that. That's kind of a cool inside story right there, Greg.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Also got
So-
Fetzer to look into some people into no planes, including Sophia, that spread. And I think, didn't that spread to you, Dave, that weren't you the one that taught the Fetzer about it and he still wouldn't buy it? He was pushing his hologram.
yeah.
Yeah.
I did try to get Fetzer into flat Earth, and that didn't go well.
Yeah, I
No,
remember those days.
That was funny as hell, man. He
So
was
Dave-
losing his shit, man. That
So
was
Dave-
funny as hell.
I appreciate that, Harmon. Thanks.
Oh,
So,
Grandpa Saab is back.
Dave,
He's back.
Dave,
Been here the whole time.
Wait
a minute.
what's your relationship with Mark Sargent, right? I just met Mark a couple of months back over at Washington Side, right? Seems like a solid dude. Other people think otherwise, but I think a lot of that is because Mark is just not he doesn't have his hand to the pulse. What's your relationship with him? Just to clear things up. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just friends, and Mark has never said a bad word about anybody, and he's gotten more hate than I've gotten, than anyone's ever gotten. He's been called a shill and everything in the book, but he put out his book, Flat Earth Clues, is good. His clues are what got me into Flat Earth. So thanks for Mark Sargent. And his Mark's a little different, and I say this to his face. I said, Mark isn't a high level. Don't get this wrong, Mark, if you're listening, he's like the freshman recruiter. He just gives the basics, and he just gets people in the door, and then he lets it go. And he's never said a bad word about anybody. And he's the guy that says all publicity is good publicity, and I hate it, but it's probably true. Good publicity is better than bad publicity, but sometimes bad publicity goes around the world a lot faster. So my relationship with Mark is he's a stand-up guy, and I call him a true friend.
Pretty big for a freshman. I just had a quick question. What about this whole cease and desist thing? Is that all just manufactured drama, or is there anything to it?
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. That would be Patricia Steer put it up, and I had my my lawyer respond back and said, "Hey, we agree. You can't slander people. Please show us timestamps in any videos where we slandered you. That isn't just our opinions." And we made it clear, and they never got back to us. So I never took down my video. It's still up.
Yeah. So Mark, I've never seen him say anything bad about anybody ever. Like
Fact.
I haven't, and I know a lot of people give Mark Sargent shit. I also know a lot of people obviously give you shit, David. Me, I'm definitely one of them. I ain't gonna lie. Also, I know a lot of people give what's his name shit. Guys, the Earth is flat. Not Brenda, but what's his name? The lead one. He lives in Thailand. He's really skinny.
Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubay. That's it. Yep. A lot of people give him shit. So, guys, what I'm noticing is, like, I don't know how to put it, but a lot of people give a lot of y'all shit. I'm not saying with you. There's no reason behind it. Blacklight, go ahead. You got something. Go ahead.
This is what I'm wondering. It's like the people that supposedly brought a lot of people into this: Eric Dubay, Matt Boylan, Mark Sargent, David Weiss, Paul Michael Bales. It's like don't none of them get along, except for Dave Weiss now saying you and Mark Sargent get along. But like, how is it that you and Dave, you started this off talking about divisive, but you and Eric Dubay don't get along. Mark and Eric don't get along. Nobody gets along with Matt Boylan. So you talking about divisive? Let's just think of this as like a tree. Like shit rolls downhill. If y'all divisive, how is the communication supposed to, how are we supposed to communicate the right information?
Yeah, I'm not divisive. I've reached out to Eric Dubay numerous times. Like, hey man, we should talk. We should put our heads together. Mark actually emailed him recently. I forget what was going on about something like, hey, how long are we going to do this? Well, why don't we put our heads together and work together? And when the first conference happened, we invited Eric Dubay to be the head speaker. And instead of saying yes or declining, he told everyone in the community that we're all shills and that we shouldn't go. There was going to be thousands of people at that conference, but he knocked it down to about 500 by doing that. So Eric Dubay has caused massive damage, more than the trolls have. And he calls everyone shills, but what's he doing? He's dividing the community. But here's the thing. I share Eric Dubay's videos all the time. I feature him on the app. I promoted his book. On my app, in the book section, I got Eric Dubay's books. I'm the one that suggested he write a book. I said, take your clues and make them into a book. And let me tell you something. He did it, and he did a really shitty job at it. He didn't even design it. He slapped it together. I bought a case of the books. I told him, I said, do it. I'll buy a case. I'll give them to everybody. I still have some right here. I could probably pull one out of my bookshelf. But he did a really crappy job at it. But he did them.
So what book is that?
Well, that his first book. If you give me a second, I'll get it. But this book, Flat Earth FAQs, it's actually really good book. It's a coffee table book, and it's basically just all these memes and explaining them. It's kind of like my flashcards, but just more in depth. And it's actually a great book. Eric Dubay is a fucking asshole, but he wrote a great book. I gift this book to people.
Claims about this dude.
Well, no, in my opinion,
but you talking shit about this man right now.
Hold on. I'll state a fact. He's an asshole to me. Go to his website, and then you will agree. But I promote his books. Okay, I promote his books. I'm not. Listen. I don't.
Reason here, asshole to you. You haven't said.
I don't know.
Asked Mark Sargent this question, Mark Sargent, he took 3 minutes to answer it, but he eventually gave me the answer.
What was Mark's answer? I don't know.
Said,
I don't know why he's an asshole to me. Jealousy? I don't know.
Mark was using some proof that Eric didn't agree with.
Oh, the dome. Yeah, the dome. But Eric's not a domer.
Me some answer. Are you saying that basically Eric hates you? Saying Eric is an you saying he's anti-Semitic. You say he hates you because you're a Jew, and I don't believe that.
That's one thing. Well, go on his website.
It's mostly because he doesn't trust David. The Jewish part is just a small part of it.
Yeah. Well, on his website he shows a picture of.
So what is the reason he don't trust you, Dave? That's what I'm
because
asking.
I'm Jewish.
Because if you tried to pick out the shill in the community and based on all the little facts and things we know about everybody, and we said who's the mole, I mean, all fingers point to David Weiss. That's just and it's unfortunate for him, but that's just the truth. If anybody in the community is the paid government agent, it's David Weiss.
How so?
Because you're Jewish.
I have an entire video explaining
this is the.
You've seen it.
This is his book.
Which book is this one?
200 proofs, and I'm the one that told him to do this. It's okay, it's hardcover. but it was just like crappily. I just don't like the design. But that's me. I was in the printing industry for a long time.
Okay, Blacklight. I
it's not horrible.
stole your thunder, Blacklight. I wasn't trying to do that. I know you were trying to finish up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nah, I was just saying because what Stinky was just saying, he just made like a strong claim. I don't know as much about Dave as he might know, so I think this is a perfect time for him to kind of explain why he said what he said about Dave.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, I'm not saying David is, right? But if you're going to assume that if the flat earth is real, right, then there's no way that the CIA or whatever other alphabet agencies didn't put some sort of agent to infiltrate the movement. Do we all agree with that?
Oh, for sure.
It seems to be their pattern.
Okay.
I think Sovereign could be it. I'm just
Okay, so if
I'm not far from Langley.
well,
I got easy access to Langley.
it could be Sav. It could be Sav, but it could be me. It could be any of us. But then let's break down some things. David is the one that from the very beginning has been there and latching himself on to any prominent flat earther he possibly can. He just said it before. I reached out to Eric Dubé. I reached out to Mark Sargent. He reached out to Matt Power. David Weiss has reached out. He reached out to me. He basically tries to recruit you onto his team. That's what he did with Jaron. That's what he did with Austin. And then once you're in, he's got his hooks into you. Okay. So I've compared David to Neo's assistant in the Matrix 4. He's a program created by the Matrix to just keep order in things, to keep people in control. Dude,
I know what you're saying. I've never seen the Matrix 4, but I see what you're saying.
All fingers point to David. He comes from money. He's Jewish.
I come from money.
Bro, you're
Where?
a multi-millionaire, and then you created the app. Then you created the app where you probably made millions of dollars off that app.
My
You
Lord.
embedded don't laugh. Laughing is not helping your case right now, David. That's a shilly Jew tactic. Bro,
Here it comes.
Then you embedded the app with this GPS friend finder. So now you probably have you know where every flat earther is or all around the world. Bro, all signs point to you, dude. And if you're not the shill, then you need to think about what you've done and why you've made yourself look like such a shill, dude. It's not a good look.
Yeah, so working with other people, trying to organize and get a leg up on the globalists is a bad thing. So everybody should just work independently, and everyone should not ever make friendships and alliances with other people. But we should never do that. So that's probably why you don't come from money and never will have money, because you don't know how to work with others.
Control opposition. You infiltrate from within, dude.
So
you have to be friendly.
If your
job was to infiltrate the flat earth, then you're doing exactly what you would do if that was your job.
Who's controlling me?
I am.
You tell me, bro. Any kind of the government, CIA, whatever alphabet agency, maybe Israel, maybe the Mossad. Who the fuck knows, dude? The people who want to control the truth.
Greg,
you're like
that's
a gatekeeper, bro.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead, let Dave. Dave
I'll just keep it short. I'm completely on my own. I don't even have many flat earthers that work with me. I do everything on my own. No one has ever told me what to do. Period.
Right. And okay. So that must be the truth. That's because
what you're saying must be the truth.
If you were an agent, you wouldn't just say that. Dude,
of course, there's no winning with you, Stinky Cash.
Well, what was the point of saying that? If you were an undercover agent, what else would you say except what you just said?
Okay.
That's like saying forced answer. You can't say that. I mean, it sounds like you definitely, I know from listening to things, what you've said about Dave on your channel and stuff, that you do not like him. I don't care what you try to say.
It's not about whether I like him. It's not about that. We've talked. No, it's not about like. I actually watch his content. As a dude, I do kind of like him. I think he's a pretty cool dude. But do I trust him? I don't trust him. I've always kind of liked Dave, but I've never trusted him. And that's the real issue. It's not because he's a Jew. He's
not a Jew.
Go watch the videos on Eric's channel from Stinky. It's amazing. Can we go on to the next question? This is boring.
I want to say something just related to that. One thing that I think doesn't look good, no matter what the truth is behind it, is I think it was maybe on the same stream with Jaron, and if it wasn't, then it doesn't really matter for this. It was around the same timing. that Dave, you had said, not only had you said we'd all, we're fucking retarded and fucking retards if we think that Jaren's a shill and therefore would have to think you are. You had also made a statement before that you didn't know of anybody that you would suspect at all of being COINTELPRO within the movement. And this was somewhat recently. And I think you said the only exception, I don't know if you said it would be Eric Dubay, but just somebody you said you had some questions about. And I guess that's because of he comes after you. But for anybody that's been in the truth movement for 2 decades or more, to say that they don't even suspect, basically, like, I don't remember your exact words, but that's very much how it came across, and I wasn't reading into it, that you don't suspect any COINTELPRO in the movement, and that would be absurd, because we know it's like their biggest lie, basically. If not the biggest, it's way up the list. It would be totally against protocol and against every other conspiracy that you've ever researched for them to not have their people in place from the start, if not at least take it over right after.
That's not what I'm saying. So there are people like the anti flat earthers. We can clearly see who's agents over there. But all the flat earthers calling everyone else a shill. Oh, you've got 100,000 subscribers. You got on this show. You're a shill. These are just empty claims. I work hard, and I bring in a lot of people to flat Earth, and nobody tells me what to do. But I'm saying that because I'm a shill. There's no winning like that. So I literally just do my own thing. I do the best that I can. Anyone that people give me advice sometimes. Sometimes it's great advice. A lot of people chip in and say, people send me images and videos, and I learn from other people. So it's all good. It's just, it sucks that we can't work together. But I said, if anyone is a shill, when I said, what is a Jew? What is a shill? A shill is somebody that divides the community and gets us all screaming shill at each other. Well, that's Eric Dubay. That's
not what a shill is. No, that is a complete.
I know what a shill is. He's put in there. I get the definition. But if you
don't
talk about
control an opposition by dividing them.
I'm talking.
Can you
mute him?
Yeah,
Can you mute him? Just mute him. Mute him. I'm talking.
Guys. Let's respect each other.
So Eric has just caused tons of division, but we still like him and want him to, if anyone could, well, I don't know anymore, but it's getting it's been pretty recent, is if anyone could unite the community, it would be Eric Dubay. If he comes and says, hey, let's all get together, a lot of people might listen, right? I'll listen, right?
So why? Hold on, why? That piques my interest, because why not me?
People don't know you.
But the person you do know, you're bad mouthing him. Why not somebody?
He never bad mouthed him.
So you have to beat somebody.
Fuck.
What about somebody in the community that's got plenty of experience, bro, knows the ropes, has some new type of info that can move things along, instead of everyone saying no, you don't. If you can't touch it, you can't prove it. It ain't real. That's
because Eric Dubay has a huge following of loyal listeners, loyal fans.
Yeah, I agree with David on this.
And he's put out
respectfully, bro.
Countless
Eric Dubay has
videos.
been here from the beginning, and I've never even heard of you.
Right. And listen, I'm not saying I literally would like to be the face. I'm asking metaphorically, like,
that's why
only him.
That's
why, bro.
Because he's got the biggest following and loyal people that just follow anything he says. So whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. Whoever can get the people together is what matters.
Even if you pull people together, and this is just my thoughts, guys, I'm just speaking from the heart. Even if you do get him to, hey, come to a podium and speak, bro, you could pull us all together. That's not going to solve shit. Everyone still disagrees. I see it all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
Even when you try to bring evidence, when you try to bring experiments, papers, all that shit don't mean shit, because you can't change someone's mind. Remember that. I just wanted to say that, man. No offense.
Yeah. Eric Dubay was supposed to go on with Owen Benjamin when Owen Benjamin didn't want to be a flat earther, and he was just blowing apart the moon landing. And Eric just literally became Savanya, he called him, and he just became so difficult to deal with. Eric had me on. I'm not Eric. Owen had me on, and I turned him into a flat earther. And his awakening was on live streams. It's great. Most of you have seen the compilation I made for Owen Benjamin's Awakening, which YouTube keeps trying to delete. They keep deleting it, but I keep uploading it. And so does that make me shill? Because I'm on with a guy that used to be on a sitcom and used to be like a top comedian. No,
So
I'm just out there
David,
doing the best I can.
Did you
Yeah,
reach
Stinky
out
Cash,
to
go ahead.
Owen? Did you reach out to Owen after he started dabbling with flat Earth, or were you the reason he dabbled in the flat Earth?
So that's a great question. And as it is Eric was slamming the moon landing. Not Eric. Owen was just crushing the moon landing. And Mark Sargent sent me a message on Skype, said, "Hey, check this guy out. He's live streaming right now, crushing the moon landing." And everybody was in there going, "Flat Earth, Earth is flat, Earth is flat." And he's like, "The Earth isn't flat. The Earth isn't flat." And they're just coming there, "You got to get Eric Dubay on." And I got on there. I'm like, "Yeah, you need to talk to Eric Dubay, right?" And so, you know, and a lot of people were saying you got to have Dave Weiss on. I'm like, I'm kind of afraid to go on with this guy. I'd rather Eric Dubay, because at that time I thought Eric could do a better job than me, and maybe he could have, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe his personality just wouldn't jive with Owens. And so when that thing blew up, everyone's like, get Weiss on, and then he got me on, and we had a great conversation. But he already looked hard enough, and he became a flat earther before he had me on. But it was fun.
Dave, Owen, I watched that live stream when he was supposed to be there. Owen was terrible on that. Owen sat there and gave this time, and he wouldn't be there. What do you mean be on your time? Eric was in the chat saying, "Just give me a link. I'll come up anytime you want." What?
Yeah, it was. I'm with you. It was, you know, again, it was Owen trying to be funny. I blame a little bit of that blow up on Owen's, just Owen's rhetoric. And the way it worked out great. Owen's fully flat. He's woken up a lot of people. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Harmon. I agree with you.
Of him that he didn't want him up. I go, "Why don't you want it?" He's right there in the chat. Give him the link. And he goes, "No, I ain't gonna bow down to him." So either his ego got in the way.
It was ego for sure. It was totally ego.
He flipped on the Mandela effect. I know that pissed off Brian.
A lot of people with their egos. That's another thing, though, Dave. Real quick, if you don't mind. If someone's ego or wanting that attention, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just your opinion. Like, if you didn't have the app, you weren't making money, would you still be here, man? And would you still spend as much time doing this, man? Because some people have a business mindset and they're in it for that. You can tell.
Yeah.
And some people are. And they
that's
still
the problem.
But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. That's the problem, because the app I'm able to support myself with the app. People think I'm doing it for the money. I had money, not millions of dollars like Stinky Cash.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, well, you can keep saying that. Just show me some evidence of it. All right, show me evidence.
Your properties, your solar business. You've talked
My
about
property.
it.
Okay, wait. So Stinky, you're making empty claims. My properties. I have 0 properties. My solar business. I don't have the solar business anymore
because you sold it.
No, I didn't sell it. My partners booted me.
So how much you making off the app?
It's none of your damn business. I work
It's kind
hard
of my
for my money.
business.
No, it's not. It's not your business at all. And do you work? Do you work?
Me, I work at a gas station.
Well, do you do it for free?
Me?
Yeah, anybody.
No, ask Stinky Cash. Do you work? I want to know the answer to that.
I don't think he does.
He got that stinky cash.
Well, he's not answering. He can question you, but
it doesn't matter. Listen, if he doesn't have a job, that's fine. Whatever his life situation is, but his attitude. Well, Harmon, you've worked before and you've got your life situated.
I'm teasing you.
It's your attitude. You know, this world is run by it's more spiritual than people realize. Your thoughts create your reality. And the way you think, there's people that will live paycheck to paycheck their whole life. There's people that'll be on welfare their whole life. There's people that make millions of dollars and then they're millions of dollars in debt and then they make millions of dollars again. Could you imagine if somebody that was paycheck to paycheck went millions of dollars in debt? They'd probably kill themselves. But that's just the way you think and what you attract. Our thoughts are magnetic, and this world is literally trying to deliver everything that you're thinking. So, look at Stinky Cash. He named his dog Stinky Cash because he has a bad, feeling for that. I wish Stinky was right about me. I wish I had millions of dollars in properties.
How do you want everyone in the community to perceive you? Take time to think about this. Yeah, it's a very important question to me.
Okay, let's hear it. Well, that's your question?
Yeah, how would you want the community to really see you? Like, genuinely from the heart, bro. Like, what? Because I know it's got to be a shitty day hearing all this and people, how people see you. Like,
this isn't a shitty day. This is a little disappointing, but
Why are you disappointed?
Well, I'm just disappointed that people have so many false ideas about me, but that's not my problem. It's their problem. So, I like, there's a lot of people, and I get emails every single day thanking me for waking them up, thanking me for helping them find other people. There's so many people that have gotten married and have kids because of the friend finder, which Stinky Cash hates, right? So why do we need that? Why do we need that? Do you think the government's using my app to find your location? They know your location. They're tracking you everywhere you go, right? My app is helping flat earthers find other flat earthers, right? They're helping people find friends. People say, flat earth is so lonely. There's nobody I can talk to. Oh my God, there's someone in my own town, right? Every blue dot on there, male or female, you have more in common with them than any other random meeting matchmaker service will ever give you. So it's bringing people together. So I think the friend finder is the most important part of the app.
I gotta say, I'm just not thinking about this. That app, being able to find people on that app, that is completely different from any other location thing because it's specific for flat earthers. That's what's different about it.
Yeah. Well, right now I changed the app, so there is no exact location. It'll always put you within 10 miles of where you are. It'll randomly put you. There is no way to. You used to have a choice between approximate location or exact location or location off. You can turn location off. And by the way, when you turn location off, you turn the friend finder off. Your location is just off. You have a fake name. A nickname, and it only shows your approximate location. So, your phone shows your exact location.
If I'm just
everywhere you
devil's
go.
advocate here, I don't know how many people heard about that Pokemon Go shit, and I don't even know how real it was, but they say they was using that app for people to map out certain things.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, so same thing, like with your app, that could be.
I hear what you're saying, but my app actually obscures your location. It actually makes it more confusing. But if you don't think they know where you go, when you drive down the road, even without your phone, every streetlight camera is identifying your face and they're mapping you. They're tracking your Easy Pass in your car. They're tracking everything. And you know how Apple those little circle AirPods. Yeah. So the way AirPods work is the AirTags. Yeah, thank you. Every time any cell phone that has Bluetooth, it'll find the AirTag and it'll update its exact position of that AirTag. So your phone is updating every AirTag that's near you all of the time. So if you don't think your phone is tracking you and everything, you're just not thinking. Okay.
We all think that, Dave. You're going off on a rant that's completely irrelevant, dude. We all know that. We all agree.
No. He just asked me. He just said that it was tracking people, and I was explaining that.
I said the same thing. I said
you were creating a database. You were creating a list.
Exactly. I am. Where's that list? Do I have that list?
I don't know, Dave.
One at a time, guys.
You do.
Yeah, I don't have the list.
Every app
you're so much smarter than you pretend to be, bro.
Oh my gosh. Hey, public service announcement real quick. They reminded me when this Sunday in Vegas, there's a group of flat earthers coming through Vegas to party, and we're having a flat earth meetup in Vegas this week because they got a hold of us through the app. And so this Sunday, if you're near Vegas, we're having a flat earth meetup.
Yeah, that's nice. Good. That sounds like fun. Is Nathan going to be there? Is he back in Vegas?
I didn't know. She didn't say. The lady who runs it, she didn't tell me if he's back.
All right.
There's all this talk about the surveillance and all that shit, but you think about this, people don't realize it. How many times just today do you think you were videotaped, man?
1,000.
Yeah,
I think I'm being videotaped right now
all day long.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. You got all the Tesla cars, people with dash cams. You got street cams. They're all over. Even in this little town that I live in, they got cameras all up down through Main Street. I mean, there's in people's door cameras, everything. You're under surveillance all the time. And if you don't think they've got access to that shit, you forgot about Bill Clinton signing that shit to make him have to put back
I don't want to. I don't want to talk about the friend finder anymore. But just as you said, Harmon's having a meetup. People are going to meet each other. People are finding significant others. People have found friends that have stopped them from committing suicide. So I think the friend finder is the most important part of the app.
That's very important. And since we're on that topic real quick, y'all, if you feel like you're at the end of your rope and there's no talking to anybody, dial 988. That is the suicide hotline. I don't have the answer. Dave doesn't have the answer. Other Dave doesn't have the answer. Black Light. Nobody in this panel may not have all the answers, but together we can help. We can see each other through. You understand? So just because we don't have the answers doesn't mean that there isn't an answer. You don't have to end it. If you feel that way, 988. Somebody is on that other end of the line to talk to you. Go ahead, y'all. Just wanted to put that out there.
All right, next question. Anything?
Yes, Dave. So usually, all right, about your interviews, right? And then we're gonna hit you again some more, I'm sure. But usually, like we see you doing 2 interviews, 3 interviews. What's the most amount of interviews you've had in a day? Because I've seen you to where it's like
5 or 6.
5 or 6. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
And usually, how long do those last?
I try to keep them an hour, you know, and when I have them booked back to back, I do always put a big buffer in between. I try to put, like, if you book one from 9 to 10, I'll book from 10 to 12. I'll block out 10 to 12 so I can have some rest time before the next interview.
Yeah.
And I do some less in the summer. I do more in the winter. When the weather's shitty, what do you do? Go outside and freeze your ass off, or talk to other people about flat Earth?
Yeah.
And then when the weather's nice, you go to the yacht club.
In the Flat Earth Yacht Club, where we have hookers and cocaine.
So Dave, since
leave my Vikings alone.
I'm on the way.
Since TFE, have you seen an uptick in the number of interviews you do? Has it gone down? And
it's going up.
It's going up. Okay, and also related to that, are you questioned about that all the time now from these mainstream, or like
most of them
could
that
you
are
put a percentage to it if you when you are?
I thought it was going to be all the TFE questions. I'd say 1 out of 10 interviews ask about TFE, and it's a pretty short conversation.
Okay,
because they
People
realize
don't know about it. They don't know about it.
They don't invest in it.
I spoke at Antarctica, I had a workshop, and I don't know, it was about 30 people in the workshop, and I started off with TFE, and 25 of those people had never even heard of it. The other people, I heard something about it, you know, and I just got the elephant out of the room, and then we talked about flat Earth, not TFA.
Just because it could change the dynamics. I don't keep up with it. Do you all know when that alleged and that mockumentary is supposed to come out?
No idea.
Okay.
I got a question. How about
I have a prediction.
How about Kenny Loudon? I think's his name. My Lunch Break, also known on YouTube. Anyway, I think his work's pretty important about the old world and everything. What are your thoughts on that?
I love it. On the old world section on the app, I got him highly featured. I was one of his first Patreons. I still am, and I think his work is amazing. And I like the fact that he's just looking at the facts. He's not saying he knows why, who, exactly when. He's just looking at these narratives, and he's waking up lots of people. I wish he would do some interviews. I got some big interviews that people that want to interview him, but he's just busy with his channel, and he's doing a great job. He's growing so fast, but all of his stuff is done so well and so regular. And that's how you become big. But I'm sure when he gets big enough, a lot of conspiracy theorists out there will be like, he's controlled opposition. Look how big his channel is.
Talking about? Who are you talking
My
about?
Lunch Break.
Lunch Break.
Oh yeah, I got him already. I actually donate. I'm on his when he gives his Patreons. I like seeing my name come up.
Yeah, you know what? I never even saw my name come up, but I'm like one of his first Patreons. But he does. He talks about the app in every show too because he loves it, and he But I've helped him grow, and he helps me grow. Now that's according to Sneaky Cash. That's 2 of us getting together because we're working for the government. When in fact we're just helping each other spread the message that we want other people to do. We're trying to wake people up. So 2 people working together is better than people working on their own.
It's just straw man after bullshit after spiel non sequitur. Dave, you were just the king of bullshit, my friend. You were just the king of bullshit.
Well, why do you say that? Stinky
Bro,
Cash, go ahead.
elaborate,
please.
Well, before, was my mic not working, or were we all just talking over me and ignoring me? I guess I'm just going to assume.
Listen, nobody. After I muted you, not even for a minute, I cut that shit off immediately. So Dave,
I know, but then after that, I was trying to talk when Dave was accusing me of not working. You didn't hear me try to defend
no,
myself?
actually, Stinky Cash, I put your volume up so you could be a little bit louder so we can hear you better.
I guess,
Nobody
yeah, I
muted
don't work. That makes perfect sense. Dave is the one who doesn't work. I mean,
I don't work.
I work every day. That's why I'm not on YouTube doing 3, 5, 6 interviews a day like David Weiss is, because I actually have to work a non-flat Earth, a non-YouTube related job.
Right. So, because Dave asked you, no, well, that's the thing. What he's saying is because Dave, I was asking him earlier, do you work? And Stinky Cash wasn't saying anything. Everybody
I was saying something. I guess my microphone wasn't working.
Dave, Stinky Cash. Something might have been wrong with your mic at that time, but we didn't hear a reply is what I'm saying. You understand?
Yeah, I just sat there and took it without replying. I was talking and Dave was talking over me, so I'm just going to assume you didn't hear anything I was saying.
No, we didn't hear. No, but did anybody hear Stinky Cash reply?
No.
I believe that because nobody flinched. I was
because I thought I thought that doesn't sound like him. He's going to answer, but
That's
obviously
that's why I left and reopened.
Before Stinky Cash came on, I had a number of things I've questioned Dave about. So this isn't necessarily support him, but to suggest that it's not work to go on YouTube interviews is absurd because it's taking time on it, takes research. There's a lot involved. That is his job to do that. So, I mean, this whole argument about it not being worthwhile if it's on YouTube, like I follow some of the auditors and I know some of them right now, like one of them that Sean Griffin is going through some legal stuff. And of course, the prosecutors are coming after him, or the defense in this case. And they're like, well, the judges, aren't you making money off of doing this? And he's sitting there thinking, well, your lawyer is, the cop is, the judge is. I mean, come on, you got to drop that age-old, oh, you found it on the internet type of an argument.
All right, Dave, these guys wanted to know Sean Hibbler and why he's been silent since the final experiment. So people
definitely don't trust that guy.
Sean Hibbler hadn't been saying nothing since then, and he'd been, seems like he was an outspoken guy.
Did you watch The Next Level and Level with Me?
No, since the final experiment.
I'm asking you, did you watch those 3 movies he made?
Yeah.
You think they woke up lots of people?
Yeah.
I'd say so. I would imagine.
Did you watch Occupied that he made for Stu Peters?
I have not seen Occupied. No.
It's free on. You can get it on stoplookthink.com. It's right at the top, giant banner, and it's an amazing, probably one of the most important documentaries of our time.
Is he Eddie Bravo's producer?
Eddie Bravo's producer. He was. I don't know if he's still doing Eddie's stuff. That was a paying gig for him, so he can keep doing what he loves to do. And is Eddie still doing his podcast?
I think so.
Look into it.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a good podcast. And so,
except he focuses on sex like the whole damn time. So,
like
Eddie Bravo
women?
immediately turns any woman off of it and anything
like
else.
Women?
So I'm sorry.
He talks about women all day.
Well, yeah. I mean, just when I've seen him, and I haven't seen Eddie Bravo in a while, he turned the whole discussion into sexual stuff, and I'm like, that doesn't help.
I'm being accused of obfuscating the question because I haven't finished the answer.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I think the question was, why isn't Sean Hibbler talking about flat Earth? It's because he's making a movie about chemtrails right now that's going to blow the lid off of it. He's almost done, and when it comes out, it's going to be bigger than Frankenstein's. It's going to be bigger than all the work Dane Winkington's ever done. It's got Kristen Megan in it. It's got all sorts of stuff. It's going to be huge. And I think that's super important right now. So that's what he's doing.
Vlad, can you put the link of Dave's interview with Austin in the chat, please?
Dave, was that one on YouTube and Rumble, or just exclusively on?
It's just
YouTube?
on YouTube. If you go to it's on my. I have an interviews link. If you go to Flat Earth Dave Facebook page, it's right below yours. Okay, it's if you go to YouTube and just search Flat Earth Dave interviews, it's on my channel.
I got it. Is it the one with the rabbis?
Yeah, it's with the rabbi. You like the thumbnail?
Yeah. I got it. I got it. And what I'm gonna do, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna drop it in the Foundry. Boom.
Guys, Subscribe to my YouTube channel so you can give me more shit. Just subscribe. You can find all my links at flatearthdave.com. All my YouTubes are there. Just subscribe. Stinky Cash is subscribed.
So we've got Godheart Guardian, one of our famous subscribers in here. Shout out to Godheart Guardian. He says, yo, you have to watch Occupy on Rumble. So Godheart Guardian is very particular on who he fucks with.
He's saying you should watch it.
Yeah. He's like, you have to watch it. He's like really promoting this show.
Listen, it's heavy duty, and the guys that I did the podcast with today will not like it. They hate Stu Peters, and if they're listening to this right now, they're probably hating me. But I don't care what other people think of me, honestly. I mean, I do care. It's nice when people like you, but I'm going to speak the truth. And they think Stu Peters hates Jews. He hates evil people, and there are all types of people out there, right? As I said, there's a lot of evil people out there. Some of them are Jews, some of them are Christians, some of them are Catholic, some of them are atheists, and some of them, are just mean, nasty people.
Yeah. Dave, you seem a little bit dejected, man.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just chilling. I'm trying to keep my voice down because they got people trying to go to sleep that have to get up early.
I feel you, man. We be getting wild in the foundry, man.
It's good, man. Honestly, I'm enjoying this. I really am.
We go crazy in this, and it's a free for all sometimes, man.
It's okay. It's okay. And I do talk long sometimes when I tell people to talk short. So thanks for flat smacking me or
oh no, that was Black Life, but you
Black Life. Yeah. That's good. That's good. I agree with it. He was totally right. Totally right.
I know. But you know what? But this is the thing. When we come in here, it's gonna get rough, man. It's gonna get crazy. But I let it.
It's not rough. It's good. Right? Yeah, it's all good.
It's good discourse because we all love each other in here, and we just wanna sharpen each other. You know what
I'll tell you my biggest problem. There's so many people that really love me and there's stuff, and then there's other people that totally hate me. But when I look at their names online, I'm like, does that person love me or hate me? It's like I'm looking in the line, Jed Tech 71. I think he hates me, but he keeps saying good things about me, so I don't know.
It's a mix, Dave, because a lot of people, they're like, you're a good guy. You seem like a good guy. You're engaging, right? And you can disarm people just by how you communicate with people. But then what that does is it throws a lot of red flags up, and then automatically nobody fucking wants to fuck with you because it's a tactic. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie. The first time you met me, you said, Vlad, come on, you gotta trust somebody sometimes. And I was like, I don't know.
I said that? I did? Exactly. All right, maybe I did. Sounds like me.
It was on a Ghost of Judah Tribes thing. I was like, that ain't him, man. He's fucking around. I don't trust that shit. You know what I'm saying?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. But the thing is I've got plenty of reason to not trust.
Are those guys still around? Ghost of Judah?
The Ghost is. Yes,
they were doing good stuff, right?
Somebody, Domino's is here. Go get your pizza. Here. Yeah. So Ghost is still around, and we still.
He froze up.
Yeah, I'm here. Let me shut up and let me let you cook, Dave. Go ahead.
I'm good. I'm waiting for the next question. Was there a question in there?
So after Sean Hibbler, you've seen what's his name?
Did I answer the question about Sean? I think I did.
Well, it sounded like you did, guys. Was he good enough? Because the only thing that I got
working on a movie, so.
Right, it's a great movie on chemtrails. So
he's really not commented anything. I don't think just about TFE. He hasn't commented on anything. I don't think I've seen anything put out from him.
Well, because he's making a movie. When he makes a movie, dude, he's like he's a professional. He's into it and he's getting it done. And and he also has a life. He has a daughter that he has to travels back and forth between his ex and him and. All sorts of stuff.
I try to give the benefit of the doubt for a lot of things.
Sean's rock solid in my book, but listen, I'm not right about everybody. So
it's like I've said before. Now I'm not saying anything, but I've never seen McToon and Brenda at the same time.
I heard that theory.
Right? You make your own conclusions from that.
Yeah,
that's kind of along the same lines. He's been awfully quiet about the TFE. Well, he's been quiet about everything, You know what
that reminds me? I don't know if y'all have ever seen All My Children. There was two characters. There was Stuart and there was Adam, right? They were twins. I didn't even know it was played by the same person. They they were identical twins.
Hey, a quick comment in the chat. Maria Walker put in the link for Frankenskies. I assume that's the link because she wrote Frankenskies. But if you haven't seen it, frankenskies.com will take you there. Also, it's free. It's a great by Matt Landman. It's a great documentary on chemtrails, but it's a full length movie. So when you're looking for something to watch, Shill kick back. It's a great video.
Okay, I got frankenskies.com right here. Guys, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drop it in the Foundry. Boom. There it is. frankenskies.com. And it's got like a gas mask in there.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty telling what you said about McToon and what's her name? Brenda.
His name.
Right. Yeah.
His name.
I wanted to ask Brenda, you mentioned that Brenda might come on, that if Michelle Obama was available to date, would he or she be interested?
That's very confusing because wait, my mind can't even work that out. So
would Brenda be interested in Michelle Obama?
So are they a lesbian couple? I'm confused.
Yes. Thank you.
No, they're a gay couple.
I'm a comedian.
Okay,
but see, that's where that whole thing came in. I said a long time ago, the B's and the T's are not going to get along. Okay, they first came out with the LGBT. I said, "What is that?" And they told me, and then later I heard Owen Benjamin talk about that too. And I said, "See, I told you, they're going to start fighting. The T's and the B's are not going to get along."
It's just the way of nature. Blacklight, go ahead.
You're muted.
Blacklight, you muted.
Oh. Shit, Cyberdyne Big Toe asked a question in the chat. They said, how much do Dave charge for interviews? Does he charge?
Zero.
Okay. Well,
people have offered to pay me, and I've never charged.
Real quick, Heron Song says, can you please ask Mr. Weiss, what has changed for you since you last implied I was an idiot for thinking the final experiment results were fake? Since you implied that.
All right. So I apologize for calling people idiots because we're all idiots at some time. So sometimes I get fired up. But and I don't realize that some people don't have the perspective that I have because I was supposed to go. A lot of people don't even realize that. So the implications of me going and not going and then them getting other people at the last minute there's a lot of information in there that can be taken out of it. So I thought the webcam, the chest cam footage was enough to prove that they were there. But if you're thinking that, hey, there's no way there's a circling sun, I'm in that camp. And they faked it. If the only way you can imagine them faking it is being in a studio, then you're going to come up with all kind of crazy ideas and you're going to limit your thought. But you guys have heard me talk of the Microsoft whistleblower, and he's told me some things that I can't say because it would lead back to him. Now, again, that's what a Shill would say. He would be like, he's got secret information. But the technology exists to put a plasma ball into the sky. And I would think in Antarctica would be even easier because if the dome is at 18,000 feet and there's plasma below it, if they can project it into thin air, what could they do in a plasma field? Could they light up the whole sky blue with a directed energy? If you look at the Lockheed whistleblower, he said that there's directed energy technology in Antarctica that you can't even fathom. So put that all together, faking the sky. I'm not going to argue it. I'm not going to try to prove it. I'm not going to throw this guy under the bus because real or fake, it doesn't change the shape of the Earth. The heliocentric sun is stupid.
Mm-hmm. Well, regardless of how they did it, we know that they
faked it.
They fucking lied. That's it. Dude.
That's it, Dave. We're on the same boat, and according to Stinky Cash, we're not. We should be fighting each other.
Dave, I just said I agreed with you. We're all on. I just literally said that.
My bad.
So why are you being a dick, dude?
All right, Stinky Cash. He said.
Relax, dude.
I have always said that David Weiss is a net positive for the flat Earth community. The fact that I don't trust him is something separate from all that. Dave doesn't really spew disinformation.
So let me
That's
tell
not
you something
his
about
role.
Stinky.
That's not Dave's role.
I'm going to tell you something about Stinky. He's actually an actor, and he is a multi-millionaire. He has houses in Bel Air, in California, in Florida, and in several other countries, and he owns 2 yachts.
What
And
good
he's
is this?
lying to you.
Well, sarcasm is a Jewish.
No. What
creation.
I'm saying is, now, what do you think of my ability
Damn.
to discern?
Y'all motherfuckers
Right?
is crazy, dog.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
I think that when you're backed against the wall, you resort to sarcasm, and it's really
No,
weak.
I'm
It's
just-
really
I'm-
weak, Dave.
I'm
Just shut
making
the
an
fuck
example. I'm making an
It's a
example.
really
Your
stupid.
claims about me are equal to my claims about you.
No, they're actually not equal. It's a complete.
Show me.
I think we all got here because we're skeptical, and I think it's okay to have a certain level of skepticism.
Dave, everybody is skeptical of David Weiss. Nobody here is skeptical of Stinky Cash, dude. I've never been accused of being a
False.
shill by anybody, not
That's
even
what-
Eric Dubay.
I think
That's
you're a
not where I
shell.
was going with that, but go ahead.
All right, Stinky Cash he's got a lot of energy today, man. And
Yeah, he's
Stinky
always
Cash,
like that.
I hear you. And I try to let as much come across to each panel member. This is Dave. It gets crazy in here, bro.
Yeah, no worries. It's
Stinky
all right.
Cash, you didn't get muted, okay? So don't think you got muted or nothing like that.
No way, dude.
All
Hey,
right.
Dave, did you know that Mark Sargent came on here for 2 different times? And boy, they hammered him.
Yeah.
How did he do? Did he get mad? Did he insult
Oh.
anybody?
Never.
Never. Mark is
Never.
that's why I say Mark is rock solid.
He
Now,
said
listen,
2 hours
I don't.
on
By the
here.
way, I don't agree with everything Mark says. I don't. Okay, but that's okay. I think he's a rock solid individual.
Hey, both of y'all getting lucky because the real questions is coming from the chat. It's people that's not on the panel. Everybody can't get their questions off, but y'all both able to avoid a lot of questions that they ask it in the chat, though.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
There are a lot
I
of
haven't
questions.
seen. Yeah, hit me up.
So, Foundry, listen up, please. Easy. But go ahead, ask your questions. If there's something that we didn't ask, is there something that we might have missed? Right? You guys are important. Ask away. Nothing crazy, like, other than what kind of hat, where do you get that hat? I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I think he's already answered that question.
I didn't give you the answer. I don't remember where I got it.
You don't remember, but I mean, I think it's
That's what a show would say.
I got it at the haberdashery, man. Come on. That's where you
That's
get
an
your
amazing
hat.
movie, by the way. The Hateful Eight. If you hadn't seen it, highly recommended. I don't know about Frankenmonster. Definitely Frankenmonster, whatever that movie is. I'm definitely going to check that out. Frankenskies. I'm going to do it again. Boom, right there. Frankenskies. It's in the Foundry, guys.
Frankenskies.com. Yes.
Yep. So
I can't believe you guys haven't seen it. That's such a great. That's a
You mentioned
very
that.
important film. Yeah.
You mentioned Occupy. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Occupied, both of which I haven't even heard of. Okay.
Wow, Occupy is going to blow your mind. And be careful. It's a rough one to watch. It's about the people say it's anti-Semitic. It's informational. Okay.
Oh. So Heron's song is saying that we're asking questions and basically you're dodging it. She's like, ask questions so Weiss can avoid answering you.
Let me hear the questions. I'm not avoiding any questions. There's zero questions I'm avoiding.
Right. So exactly. So here's one. Are we supposed to believe that you knew nothing of Jaron cheating? Oh, Jesus Christ. Cheating on his wife and sending PP pics to every female with a pulse.
So
he
I
was
have,
sending-
yeah. So no one's ever asked me that question, but I'll answer it. I don't know anything about him cheating on his wife, but I do know that he was sending, when I say pornographic videos, because somebody sent them to me, and I wish I never saw it because I can't unsee it. It is beyond what most of us can handle. What I saw, and he was sending it to other women. So you can extrapolate. We can make up. We can think of all different scenarios that would come out of this. What if he accidentally sent it to a younger woman? And then, and then he was approached. We can make up stories about that. I'm not saying that happened. Maybe nothing happened with it, but those were going around, and it's disgusting.
Whew, guys, these are your questions. I think it's just fair that we ask them. So shoot, go ahead, shoot away.
But Heron was asking what changed for you, Dave, since the TFE.
So what changed for you? So Heron, listen, I know you're trying to get a question out there, and Dave, yes, please be ready to answer that question. Heron, listen, I see you're jumpy. Make sure you put it in an orderly fashion. Your question, please go ahead, Dave.
What's changed for me? Well, I used to be friends with Jaron. Now I don't talk to him. It's disgusting. I personally don't think that's. I don't know how you're going to take this, and I'm careful how I say it because they're going to run with it. Jaron will probably make 20 videos on it. I don't think we're seeing Jaron talking anymore, whatever that means. Whether he's lost because he's jabbed, because whether he's spiritually possessed, whether he's been changed. I don't know. I just don't think that's the Jaron that we knew before. But I have no proof. I have no proof of it. So that's pretty sad. And I'm pretty upset on how people are treating Austin when he's done nothing other than people assume that he was a liar and didn't go to Antarctica. Watch the video that I did with them. Stand Up Austin, really good, well spoken, and watch what he comes out with in the next couple of days, and maybe you'll
What's he trying
change
to
your
raise
mind.
money for, Austin?
Well, because he's broke. He's totally broke.
Ask away, I'll be right back. Y'all ask away. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
He's totally broke. He needs money.
Don't we all? Chat, all these, a lot of negative. We got like 140 people more than we normally get. So most of them are from the McToon clowns because they're really got the flavor of him, and it might even be one of his
those people
of his what you call it.
Are they the worst?
That's all.
Wait, hold on, I'm reading the chat a little bit. Mojo, real quick, just send an email with a to support@theflatearthpodcast.com with a screenshot, and they'll take care of it for you. What other questions did I miss? I'm sorry.
But I mean, like, if you set up a GoFundMe, you want $10,000. I mean, wouldn't you want a kind of a reason to? Like,
yeah, well, he doesn't have any money, and the reason he hasn't been streaming so much is because he's
sorry,
because he doesn't have because now he's working, and all the super chats and stuff dried up after TFE. Everybody turned on him, so he's in a financial nightmare right now. That's it. So he needed money. By the way, he shut it down. He only got a couple $1,000s. He didn't get 10. But because he asked for 10, people are just saying, oh, he's doing that to hide all the money that they gave him. That'll be the way he launders it. It's like, oh, I got it on my GoFundMe. That's not what's going on at all. He needs money. Like most people need money.
Well, he was trying to get funds before the TFE even.
I actually sent him some money just before he went to get some last minute supplies for the trip.
Right. But I mean, before that, he was trying to fund for something about NASA. He was going to go down to the NASA headquarters or whatever and do
the audit NASA
to kind of expose NASA or whatever, and that never even transpired.
Well, he did. He actually went. Did you see it in the film where they got the astronaut? They went to NASA, and there was an astronaut doing a book signing. Him, Sean Hibbler, and Justin Harvey went in, and
there was supposed to be something after that. Yeah, I did see that.
So he's got the audit NASA. Is that still not up?
He hasn't done anything. But he was going to do this whole thing where he's going to go down to NASA and expose NASA, and he was funding for it, and it never even nothing happened. That book signing thing happened way before he was doing that.
I got it. I hear what you're saying. And the guy is trying his hardest, just like I'm trying my hardest. They're trying to shut me down, and it's a shame that flat earthers are trying to shut him down. If he's doing everything he can, if I had a ton of money, I would fund him so he could do it full time. But I don't. So
what did he tell you? Did he say he saw a 24-hour sun?
He said he saw the sun circle around. Yeah, but I think I don't think he's lying. Now,
I wouldn't
whether
say
maybe they scopolamined him on the airplane and he never got off the airplane and the whole thing was AI. I don't think so, but I didn't ask him that question.
What was the question you just asked?
Did he sign an NDA?
I think they all did. Well, you can almost get it from that. Have you seen the trailer?
Yeah.
So he's not in any of the trailers. He's not in any of his face isn't nowhere. Where that girl supposedly did, she's in the trailer, so that tells you she's part of the documentary because she's in it already in the trailer, and she couldn't be in it if she signed that she wasn't allowed to not to allow herself in. So that's all I'm going by.
Y'all talking about Elizabeth?
Yeah,
she's in the trailer. but you'll never see Witsit one bit in the trailer anywhere.
And I
So
thought
that
their
tells
whole
you
like,
that tells a lot right there.
And I thought their whole negotiation thing was that they were going to get some kind of rights at the end.
Right,
you
they
know,
did. They did.
Right.
And so the ones that are in it said, okay, we're going to let you put us in it. The ones that still don't want to in it, which I only know Witsit so far isn't in it. Everybody else is in the trailer.
Right.
Yeah. I said before I have a prediction. Jaren plays a huge part in that film. That's just my prediction. I have no idea. Huge part, and then they're gonna really try to make flat earthers' arguments look stupid.
And you said you don't think he turned for a long time, but I'm telling you, yeah, he turned. He was.
When do you think he turned? When do you think he turned?
I would say 2021, and then exactly.
Oh, really?
Yes, and when he started taking everybody, because he was stressing, and then he started turning. He started bringing all these McToon stuff and being friends with all these guys. And
yeah, you know, that's interesting. That's interesting, Harmon, because if you think about it, I think that they started planning TFE even before that. So if they're going to bring in people, maybe that's when they turned them. That's possible, but again, we're just speculating. We don't have any proof.
Well, I'm looking at, I followed him. So he also talked, now, we've been talking about the railroad tracks. No, you lay one flat and the next one's flat and the next one's flat. And we always been saying you can't do that. And he started bringing in a lot of things. Do you remember about 2 years ago, he went out to the ocean and started filming out there. He was going to film one of the islands with the sun behind it.
In California?
Yeah, he made several kinds. Well, if it doesn't do it, maybe the Earth isn't round, isn't flat. He made lots of little
interesting, Harmon. That's interesting.
Yeah, so he made a lot of.
Right. Listen, maybe I was too close at that time. Maybe Stinky Cash is right. He brought me in close to him, and I was unable to see it.
Yeah.
So another thing, what about Witsit having that interview with Candace Owens? Whatever happened with that?
That's not his fault. He's still trying. They didn't pull it, and now she's having a baby, I think, right?
I don't know that everybody kept claiming that it was going to come next month and next month and next month.
Yeah, that's right.
So
like it had already been done or whatever. I was told it was already done. Shot.
So I think it's public knowledge, but Austin is supposedly going to be debating Jaren in June.
That was supposed to happen already too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they had that happen recently, but no.
No, it's in the works, but I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I kind of hope it doesn't happen either. But if it does, I think you guys won't agree, but I think that Austin is going to completely destroy him.
Well, yeah, but Jaren was just going to get mad and start calling him all names, just like
that'll be perfect. That's a win.
Like he did to Z. Z went on his channel when Jaren made the Home Depot statement.
Yeah,
what the hell? And so Z goes on there. And he wanted
the Teddick Warrior.
Yeah, he's very articulate. I don't agree with all the stuff that he was at Rising Earth, but gosh, he's smart, articulate, and I think he's honest to himself.
Congratulations, Jaren. Your cock is fucking huge. Are you fucking happy now? Fuck you, Jaren. And I'm on to you, Weiss. That's you'll see him when you hear him. You'll know it.
Yeah, but he's very articulate on his stuff. But yeah, so that's all I'm just saying, that when he brought Zedek Warrior onto his channel and he tried to talk about the whatever that was, the Home Depot thing, what the hell was Jaren talking about? That's another at the end big tell that he was doing. Everything was getting more and more at the end. And I kept asking, why do you keep bringing Mattoon and all those guys up there? Why are you bringing people up there?
Hey, can we not talk about Jaren anymore? Is that okay?
Thank you.
No, because he pissed me off.
All right, let's not talk about things that piss us off. Let's talk about things
that make us happy.
I guess talk about me. I guess I piss you off. I'm here to answer questions about me. I mean, if you want to talk about flat Earth proof,
I got a question.
I
got a question.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know anything about this Witsit dude, but just from the questions that Chicago Cubby asked, and from what I'm seeing in the chat, this Witsit dude looked like a pretty suspect character. So why are you kind of cool with this suspect character?
Yeah. So you're looking at people that you don't know that are just making comments about him that haven't talked to him, that probably don't even know his work. So on the app, or you can go to his channel, there's he did a series called Schooling Globers, where he did these long format videos on certain topics, and he spoke them better than most people. I don't know. Would you agree with that, Harmon?
Definitely. He was fluent.
Yeah. And so if you look at the work he's done, it's outstanding.
Yeah,
He's
but you
like,
can't tell me he didn't drop the ball when he went to the TFE. I mean,
he
they had
certainly
all
did
this
drop
kind
the
of
ball. And by the way, if I went to TFA, I would have dropped the ball worse. If I was in their situation, I mean, it would have been a nightmare. But I saw through it. And I think Austin says he saw a light circle around. He doesn't know what it was. He thinks it could be real, but he knows it doesn't change the shape of the earth. Give the guy a break.
Didn't he stay inside for a while at the first night? Did he ever see?
I don't know.
He didn't stay 24 hours for sure.
I don't know the deal.
Damn. So so aside from everything that we think they've told us and the stuff that we've seen on tape, is there any sidebar conversations that they may have had that they might have told you? Not necessarily anything in confidence, but maybe something that we might not know about, or by the ways or anything else like that might be related to that TFE thing that they experienced. Like it smelled like hamburgers when they got there. Some shit like that. I don't know.
I didn't have any conversations. I don't think I spoke to Austin, and Jaron texted me a couple times, but that's it.
Right. Black Light, go ahead.
Oh yeah, but the text, yeah, go ahead.
Dave,
so I didn't want to cut you all day, but it started off saying something about like I'm hearing from people who never watched his work or whatever. But I'm looking at people in the chat, and like I said, it was questions that Chicago Cubby asked you. I don't. They all know better than me because Pebbles said in the chat said that I'm hearing from people that didn't miss a word Witsit said ever. So I don't know. I don't know Witsit, but some of these people might know him, and people. It seemed like he questioned.
Well, there's a lot of people questioning him, but I say, there's something up. You got to go look at his work and then make up your own mind rather than listen to what other people's opinions are. Go ahead.
Can I chime in real quick? I used to watch his work. I guess it was a couple of years ago now. Witsit put out a lot of quality content, a lot of good information, and he was a really good debater. Now, what happened to him? I don't know, but he did put out a lot of good stuff.
Have you seen any evidence of him flipping to the globe?
I see evidence of him being addicted to drugs.
What evidence is that?
Just to the because I've been there, so I mean,
what evidence is that? I'm curious.
It's kind of just in the eyes, man. It's kind of just in the eyes and the
And that one he did, he was
all
nodding.
I can say is
he was nodding for like 2 hours.
Yeah, man. All I can say is I've been there before, so
he was
you kind of know.
Nodding. I was in the prison system 23 years. I've seen it all the time. They nod. They start nodding. Nod means you're out of it, and
when you're on an opiate. When you're on a painkiller.
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
Well, it was when you're watching him on that one. I think it was 2-3 live streams ago since he's been back. He was totally out of, and I know he's stressed out with his personal and relationships and all that stuff.
Maybe he took some painkillers. Who knows? I don't know.
I'm just saying he was nodding. There's no doubt.
It's interesting. I thought he looked kind of weird, but I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to make any assumptions.
Wow. But that being said, man, when he was on his game early on, when I first discovered him, and I think that was even before he did any content with Dave Weiss, he put out great stuff. And that's worth watching, and I'm sure Dave linked it through the app.
It's in the homeschool section under Schooling Globers, and it's worth the watch. It's a lot of content. A lot.
It is. Oh yeah, be prepared. It's like
each team is 2 to 4 hours, right? Each one.
Speaking of guys that put out some great stuff, I want to shout out Level Earth Observer is in the house from the UK. He's got a day off today.
Leo. I share his work all the time, but he hates me.
Yeah,
it's weird. I feature his stuff like almost every other week.
We love Leo in here, man. We love him. But yeah,
I like his crane operating stuff.
Hey man, Leo's on point, man. Leo's on point with it. But we also have Roger Ledwell. Hey Vlad, how you doing, man? Roger Ledwell's in here now with the Super Mario face right there. So that's Roger, guys. It's kind of chilly over here in Colorado and stuff, so it's a little bit late. Got late. Roger, what's good, bro? I had to make fun of your ass, bro.
Of course. Why not? Everything's good, man, as far as I can tell. I hear we got a lot of questions for Mr. Weiss here.
Yes, and anything we might have missed, maybe you might have. I don't know.
I just want to know if he's still interested to go to Antarctica with me in December.
Me to go to Antarctica?
Yeah, you told me on Flash that you might be interested in going down with me, not for a scientific experiment, just for the sake of going.
It would be interesting, but if to go to Antarctica again, I'd want to go like bring a hydrogen alpha telescope. Like I even said I'm not the right person to go to Antarctica. I don't have all of that technology. You should send somebody like Crow 777 down there or something with the right equipment. I thought it was super sketchy that those guys were told they can only bring one bag up to 50 pounds. And then when they get there, they found out, oh, you can bring as many bags as you want up to 50 pounds. And so they didn't get to bring any real equipment with them other than fucking GoPros and fucking 3D, 360 cameras.
And to speak of the devil, Crow is live right now, actually. He's doing a stream. Yeah.
So real quick. Leo says to you, Dave, I don't hate you, Dave. Of course, if I
I appreciate it. Leo, I've reached out to you a bunch of times. I'd love to have a conversation with you one day offline or whatever you want. But if not, that's cool. Keep doing what you're doing. Because demonstrable reality is what I'm talking about. The fucking sun circling in the sky, the heliocentric sun, which is impossible, is not demonstrable reality.
Yeah. So respect to Leo, of course. And the hand history wants to know, can you ask Dave his thoughts on no wind during the final experiment? Like no wind. Traditionally, we find a wind down there, no wind. What do you think about
that? So it's when he did the stream with NASA with Owen, it was windy and it was super cold. And there was fog out of every breath, but he was drinking hot tea at the same time. But it was windy. So I don't know. I've not been to Antarctica. Maybe they're controlling everything down there. I don't know. And again, I'm going to be accused because every time I say I don't know, Dave doesn't know again. I'm not going to fucking lie. When I don't know, I don't know. Like, hey, I heard
you really know you were there anyway.
I heard Vlad is on drugs tonight. Vlad, you've done drugs tonight. But actually, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. But that's I'm a fucking chill because I say I don't know.
Yeah. Well. I'll confirm it. He did.
Yeah, y'all better stop with that shit out there putting out headlines about me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Dave,
man.
you just did a stream with Austin, didn't you? Like you did a thing with the rabbis
today. Yeah, today. It was. Did you watch it?
Not yet. I haven't got a chance.
All right. I'd like to leave a comment. Let me know what you think.
Okay.
So I made sure I put that in the Foundry as well, guys. The show with David and Austin, they're out there doing discussion with the rabbis. It looks like some rabbis that shit looked pretty interesting. Dave, let me ask you something. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but I know. And what are your thoughts on this? If you have thoughts on it, but there was in Brooklyn the Shabbat.
The Shabbat Lubavitch or something like that.
Lubavitch,
yeah. I know the name. What about him?
What do you think about that? The tunnels and the tunneling there in a building that's old as fuck. What do you think about that?
I know as much as you just told me, and it seems super weird, right? But I don't know. I mean, there's some creepy stuff going on there. There's some great memes that came out of that, though.
Yeah, like
I'd say the real suspect thing about that was when they.
But again, the fact that I'm saying I don't know makes me a shill again. Like what? I don't know what to say to these things when I don't know.
Some shit, Dave. Or else we gonna jump on your ass. Plain reality, what's good, family? Plain reality. I apologize for that, man. I know you came in here a little bit ago, but it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you.
Oh yeah, hey, how's things, man? I was going to say the weird thing about that Shabbat thing was that they just came in and refilled the entire thing with concrete straight away.
Like Epstein. That's what Epstein did to his basement.
Yeah,
didn't check out the scene. Didn't use it as a crime scene. Nothing of the sort. Just fill it in with concrete. Forget about it. Nothing to see.
Put a bunch of concrete in there, and then here's the thing, Dave. Like I understand you feel a certain way about people getting mad with you about stuff like that, but then if you don't have anything to do with that tunnel thing, I'm assuming you have nothing to do with it.
You don't know, man. You don't know. Maybe I'm highly involved.
Hey, you might have been the one pouring the concrete. You know what I'm saying?
It's the Jews, man. They're all together.
So when people see these like crazy stuff, it's crazy, but it happened. You know what I'm saying? And then it
I know
like
as much. You know more about it than I do. So
yeah, like when we see that, it makes us feel a certain way. And me, definitely, me being from New York City, me being very familiar with that area in Brooklyn, right? Seeing that, I'm like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
you know, I was just wondering.
That brought
So,
up a question for. Okay, go ahead.
so then, what do you know then, as far as okay, being, you know, people call you a Jew and stuff like that, but as far as what your parents were, what memories do you have as far as growing up as, you know, your parents being Jewish?
All right, my father's mother.
Like, how were they? Were they good memories? Were they bad memories? What
Yeah,
kind of memories?
all good, but nothing major. Like, you know, I know less about the Jewish religion than most of you non-Jews, and it's just because I never got into it. My father's mother came from Hungary, and I don't remember her husband. And
Maybe he came from thirsty. Boom.
It's funny. And my mother's father, I don't know where they came from, but she used to live in Brooklyn, and that's all I know.
Do you think your background there has kind of built a wall at all to where you don't want to learn more, when so many of us over the decades have researched that to a great extent? And I asked that, one thing that made that seem like that could be an option is when you said you didn't even know if the Talmud was a book. And especially when you've gone so deep into 9/11 and there's so many different things surrounding that group of individuals, that it seemed like I haven't been watching the chat. I'm doing some other stuff right now, but I did see a couple at the time, and other people were like, yeah, sure, he didn't know what that was. I mean, that seemed like a really, really, really odd answer, to act that ignorant to something that so many of us know at least, you know, at least the basics about.
I don't know the base. I really never. I just dislike.
Two questions, or one question, and that was why I was questioning.
Yeah, that I understand it, and it is weird, but you know what? It's just me, dude. I just hated the religious services as a kid. I went on a young. I've told the story where I went on a trip to Bermuda with Young Life, which is a young Christian organization, because they were going. I was like, I want to go. My mom's like, you can go. You know, it doesn't matter that you're Jewish. And we went, and they did a Bible study on the top of this cliff. We went to this hike. I'm like, oh, it's beautiful up here. And they're like, everyone sit down. We're going to do a Bible study. I'm like, a Bible study. And the first verse that he read was about stars falling to earth. And that made me just say, religion is stupid. Stars can't fall to earth. Stars would eat the earth, you know? And then I never was into religion. I never was interested in even looking into it because of that specific moment, which just confirmed to me that all religions are nonsense. And it wasn't until, 40 years later that I started looking. So that's me. And then, 9/11 was my big wake up. I was into other things before 9/11, but 9/11, I actually saw it with my own eyes, not on TV. I had a better view than people in New York did. And that's when I kind of woke up and started really diving in.
Yeah, but you just spoke for like 2 minutes and you didn't address what he was trying to get to.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
My question was, do you think it's because of your background, and then the part
No.
that would turn off our religion, that you maybe pushed aside that information that just seemed to be forced down our throats for a while, and then many of us also dug for it intentionally?
No, I think it's my ADD. I'm just not interested in learning about it. I just not interested in learning about it.
Yeah,
It's like
Stinky,
JFK. I don't look into JFK because I'm just not interested in learning about it.
Right. Stinky, like you said earlier, I learned more today about that Talmud stuff you were talking about. I didn't know what it is. I don't, because the Jewish stuff doesn't interest me on that whole part. So is it, when you said it was gone down by rabbi to rabbi story, then they finally wrote something down? Is that what you said?
I don't think I said anything about the Talmud tonight, but in my videos, yeah.
Someone said that in tonight.
Well, essentially, yeah. If
I
you
think
read the
Saul
Bible,
said it. It was an oral, or somebody did oral.
Yeah,
tradition.
yeah. It's the
and
oral
kind of
tradition,
putting it in format of the book.
Yeah, so like think about like the Pharisees in the Bible that dealt with that fought with Jesus. They had all these oral traditions and man-made rules and all that extra stuff that's not actually in the Torah. That all that oral tradition eventually got written down into what is it's a collection of books. It's not one book. It's like a library.
It's a big old library.
And it's known as the Talmud.
And is the Torah a book?
The Torah is basically just the Old Testament, the first 5 books of the Bible. So yeah, that's 5 books in one. The Talmud, when you ask like an Orthodox rabbi, they'll tell you that the Talmud is the holiest book in Judaism. That's what's most important to them, is the Jewish fables and the Jewish traditions. And
okay, I just wanted to know. I didn't know. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
a question from the Foundry real quick for Dave. TP Fact says 100K, and guys, I want you to get back on y'all's topic right there. Says please ask Dave if he pays Mark Sargent or did he pay Austin or Jaron? That's the question for you, Dave.
No, I don't pay Mark Sargent. And I did donate $500 to Austin before he went to TFE because he needed some extra equipment. I'm not sure what it was. And I said, you know what? This is important that they have what they need down there. So I gave him 500. But that if you consider that paying him, then yes. But that's it.
Austin was like, hey, man. Hey, bro. Can I get another bag with like a vape pen in it, man?
Actually, getting back to the Judas
I'm
thing,
fucking
I did
I remember reading on his.
take a hint. No.
We
Sorry,
just
I was
play
gonna
with
say,
it.
I remember reading on his VIP chat that he said that everything that was done was consensual. His wife knew about it. The women knew about it. So that's what he said on his VIP chat.
Yeah,
So
but
even his
if you
wife
saw the
actually knew
videos,
what was going on. Oh, I wouldn't even want to see the videos.
That's
But
smart
apparently his
man.
wife knew all about
Smart man.
all of it.
Yeah, smart man.
Oof, man.
So what did you see on 9/11? I guess I'm not privy to that.
So
go ahead, Dave.
I mean, I'll keep it as super short because I don't want to be yelled at again. 9/11, I was actually packing my bags, getting ready to walk out the door to go to LaGuardia Airport, and my friend who was coming from New York, meeting me from the city, called me and said, "Hey, Dave, turn on the TV. A plane hit the tower," and I'm watching the first thing, and then I'm watching it. And I'm still talking to my buddy, and then I all of a sudden the second plane, hit, and the phone went dead. And my first thought was, I think my plane's going to be delayed. Actually, my first thought was when I saw the first one, I go, I bet this delays my flight. That was my first thought. And then the second one hit, I'm like, pretty sure I'm not going to Ohio. And I got into the car and I went down to the beach, which I have a direct shot down Long Island Sound. So when you're looking at the trade towers, if you're a block or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 in the city away from the towers, you can't even see the towers because you're being blocked by other buildings. Mm-hmm. But when you're far away, the perspective, I had full shots of both buildings. And when I saw that first building turn to dust in midair, I had a perfect view of it. And I was like, that is insane. And then when I saw it on TV later, I'm like, that's not what I saw. And that's what opened me up to the whole thing.
Okay. Another question. I think these are solid. These are fair. So NDB and them are talking about the VapeGate videos. Where them VapeGate videos at? Everybody wants to know where them VapeGate. It's like Damage Control Dave.
It's not Damage Control Dave. It's if you understood what was going on, I can't speak for him, but he didn't lie about the vape because he was hiding his breath because he's not in Antarctica. He was in Antarctica. He was lying about the vape to save his fucking life from some insanity situations at home. His wife flips out over the vape. So I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But again, talk to him about it.
You always got to find a 420 wife, man. That's just all there is to that.
Well, listen. I don't want to talk about Austin anymore. Okay, right. I don't want to talk about him because just let Austin's work speak for itself, and stop speculating on why he's not talking about flat Earth. I know why he's not talking about flat Earth, but he's going to be talking about it a lot more.
Well,
You kind of take on that responsibility. I mean, if you want to be one
Yeah.
of these big time,
He
leaders or
may not
flaggers,
want to be. He may want to just be out of it because he's tired of it. Because when he came back for 2 weeks, he was on every Discord channel, every stream, trying to defend himself, and he was just getting attacked and attacked and attacked while his life was falling apart, while he was having huge financial issues, and he just fucking retreated. That's what happened.
Well, don't you think that kind
Yeah,
of comes
I
with
can.
the territory? I mean, we kind of take on.
I get it, yeah, but it explains it. It doesn't make him a shill. It makes him
I didn't
a
say
human
that,
being.
but I mean, I'll leave
Yeah,
that
and
to
that's
other people's
easily.
opinion. But
Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
going to say what
yeah,
Dave was saying then is easily confirmed because all you got to do is go into Earth Awakenings and you can see that he was there for hours a day,
yeah.
literally
Trying
hours every
to
day.
explain it away, and nobody wanted to fucking hear it. And you know what? If I was him, I might be gone. I really might. But that's what they want. They want us to fucking quit. They want us to quit. This whole thing with the rabbis, we had like 100 rabbis in this email chain for months and months and months. And I said, okay, I'll do a fucking stream. I'm tired of answering 101 questions to you guys. And I said, let's do a Zoom call. And everyone come, especially the haters come, right? And only one of the haters came, right? One of the haters came. And it just, yeah. All right, I'm rambling again. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I want you to get that off your thing. Let me ask you something. Do you think you experience any kind of special privilege just because you're Jewish?
No.
Okay, that's fair. So then, okay.
But I should, damn it.
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm asking a real question, and I'm asking.
No,
a question
absolutely not. I have not. Except the rabbis had me on. Maybe they wouldn't have had me on if I wasn't Jewish. I don't know. But if they hear this, they're probably never going to have me on again.
So did you have any discourse with them afterwards, after the show, just talking stuff like, I don't know, about food? Maybe,
We just for a couple minutes, just for like a minute or two. But then at the end of the video, actually, I think at the end of the video, the one guy, the guy that opened up, he's actually really good. He wanted to do a 30-minute opening, and I said, I'll give you 10 minutes. And he did a great presentation. I might have to clip that and make a 10-minute video out of it. But he did a great presentation. I learned more about the Torah today than I've known in my entire life. So that's cool. And he explained something to me, and it's actually very interesting. Maybe that's because I'm Jewish. I don't know. But and I learned some stuff from Austin today too about it. So again, I used to not be interested in history or architecture. Now I love it because it's important and it's interesting. So, life has lots of swings in it.
Is that on your channel, Dave? Or
it's on Flat Earth Dave interviews. If you go to my website, flatearthdave.com, and then you'll see just scroll down a little bit. You'll see all my YouTubes and stuff. Just subscribe to them. It's the Flat Earth Dave interviews too. If you have Facebook,
I'm on that one, so I'll see it.
Flat Earth Dave interviews too. And I think on my website it says interviews, and that's my playlist. If you save that playlist somewhere, all my interviews go at the top of that list. So they keep piling up. This one will be at the very top.
Okay. So Carrie Skates wants to know the deleted videos. So there were a bunch of videos apparently that you got rid of. What's up with that?
I'll tell you what's up with that. So those, I still stand behind them, by the way. I didn't delete them. I just made them unlisted. I was, as I said earlier, trying to stop flat earthers from looking stupid.
Okay.
Right. And because I called you guys stupid. Right. The arguments were just incorrect arguments. The shadow gate, the friggin' footprint gate, all of that is explainable.
Right.
I even went out and filmed the same thing with my wife. She took 7 steps and her shadow did a 120-degree swing across the camera frame and got 3 times as long. Right. I'm not in a studio. That was the sun. And the people, make claims. So the reason I took them down is because I made my point to all of the people that were making these claims. They weren't buying it. And I didn't want that shit on my channel because there's new people to Flat Earth that are coming to my channel and they're going to find all of this. They're going to just walk away. Well, that was the point I was making. In the email stream, the guys, the troublemakers were going, they're just screaming all bullshit and saying, don't go to the Zoom. It's a trap, everything, and just all the drama. We only had 12 people out of 100 show up for the interview. And that's what they want. Right. And so those videos on my channel weren't good for new people. And I showed them to the people that are making the claims. Some of them bought it. Like tonight, Sam was like, maybe that green screen thing was right. But I made my point, so that's why I took them down. If you want them, I'll link. I'll give you. I have a link whenever I share a link to the TFE playlist. They're in that playlist, and you can see them.
Yeah, I think all those kind of videos are worthless. I was from the very start.
Worthless.
Huh?
Yeah, they're
I was
worthless.
there from the very
There were a
start.
couple of times, right? There were a couple of times where we reviewed one with a person whose name I'm not even going to mention because he gets on my fucking nerves. But there was one that we were reviewing. Remember, Greg? And then you just fucking told me to just change up the fucking visual settings, and then we solved it right there. But that
somebody
video,
gave us put a link.
Yeah, that was the one that I mentioned, I think, Vlad. That's the one where it was the guy was walking past the camera or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he allegedly
and
walked
then I'm
through
like,
a
look,
tripod, walked through a camera.
Yeah,
phone
yeah.
was
I remember
fake.
that night. That was fun.
But
Yeah.
I literally think that the only thing that they call a gate that has any legitimacy to it is the vape. Everything else, every single one of them, was completely absurd. And I think that was the worst thing for the community, because what happened with Banjo and then Keith Flatzoy jumped on immediately, and there was this barrage of everybody posting, oh, now we figured out how they faked it, like right away. And every one of them I saw through right away. I would present very logical, factual, evidence related stuff, and I get knocked down everywhere because it seemed like the vast majority of this so-called community was so determined to beat the heck out of them and say it was fake that they would jump on anything and support each other.
Agreed. And then what happened is people started editing two videos together that weren't actually together. So there were those two vape ones that he did, one where he was squatting down vaping and the other one where he was walking towards the camera vaping. And then people edited them together to say, look, see, he did this here and then blew it out. And that just wasn't true. That was a lie.
Right. So even when there was some legitimacy to one, it had been manipulated to that extent. And I'm like saying, so one guy who the only mistake that I've seen him make, and I can't believe his name is, he's got like the guy, I can't think of his name, but he had posted that video, and that's the first time I saw that edited one. And I immediately commented, said, wait, where'd you get this? This is different than all the other ones I've seen with him edited together. I've never seen that sequence, but people started to run with it. And
then that's what discredits things, because people see the fake one and everyone else has seen the real one. And then everyone who's actually paying attention goes, well, hold on, you just dodged that. Why are you doing that? Like clearly you're doing that for a,
for some kind of
reason,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
And so when I see so many inconsistencies like that myself, like I can't, and I'm just like, it's fucked. The whole thing's fucked. I'm walking away. You know what I'm saying? And I tend to entertain these things because it's like, this is the question that we find ourselves at. Now, does this promote the flat earth? I don't think it does at all, right? Like everybody in here said one time or another, none of these freaking things that happen in the sky tell us what the fuck the ground is doing. And so say they did go to the fucking end of the earth, right? Or the end of the world, whatever. And they did see the sun doing that thing. Well, how do we explain the sun turning into a fucking football? Remember that part? The sun turns into a fucking football going up, and then it squishes at the top, and then it comes down. Looks like a Mike and Ike, a big bright Mike and Ike, right? And so
Joe Hanvey's model shows that a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I remember saying that to you, Dave, at the time. I was going, that's what we should be watching.
Right, but if it does, you know what that means? It means that there's a good chance that sun isn't a physical object like they think it is.
Agreed.
That's what I'd say. Then it's like they painted themselves into a corner. So either way we look at it, right? Either way we look at it, then the sun that we're looking at, it is an optical phenomenon. Whether they went there or they didn't go there, or say they did, let's entertain it. Let's just entertain it. Let's just do that. Say they did go there, and that's what they saw, and that's what they filmed, that's what they videoed. It's an optical phenomenon. Unless the sun is out there in deep space turning into a football and we're just not privy to it. I don't know. You know,
you're right, Vlad. That's what I'm saying. The heliocentric sun is impossible. All other things are possible.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Agent 213 is upset. I think he's a glober, right? But the heliocentric, at the end of the day, like we've come to the point, guys, where the heliocentric model, we know that's bullshit. Now we're just I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know where we go from here as a community. I don't know where the community goes from here. And whether you want to agree with it or not, I feel that the flat earth is a community. Welcome, guys. We're here, right? Because at the end of the day, we're going to be ridiculed anyway. And we're vastly outnumbered. That is changing a little bit. We're still outnumbered. Those are the facts, right? We're still going to be ridiculed. We're still going to be shamed and everything else along the lines. But these are those evidences where it's like there's no fucking way in hell that we turn back. And I land my plane with that bullshit right there.
Well, maybe that's
It
a good
was like-
question for Dave. Where do we go from here?
I'm not your leader.
Well, no,
right.
where do you think? Because Dave, we know
I'll tell you where I'm going.
We're right.
I'm going to do as many interviews as I can, reach as many people as I can, and do whatever I can to get on whatever show I can. Now, people have asked me if Joe Rogan invited me on the show, would I go? And my first answer is no. But my next answer is, do I get like a contract? Do I get like 3 hours? Do I get to explain shit without being interrupted? You know, then maybe I would go on it. But I don't think that'll ever happen. But, you know, Alex Jones is a complete and total idiot. Maybe he's completely controlled, but I reached his entire audience. My segment with Eddie was the highest viewed live segment ever on the Alex Jones show for two reasons. One, it was the day Trump got indicted, and he had a huge following. So we were the sitcom after the Super Bowl, essentially. And two, it was about flat Earth, and everyone's interested. It's a hot topic. People want to learn about it. When I went to the Austin airport, I literally left right from there to go to the airport. 3 people recognized me in the airport from the interview. So it reached a lot of people. And I still get emails to this very day that they thought flat Earth was the dumbest thing ever, but they saw me on Alex Jones, and now they're flat Earthers. So God bless Alex Jones.
Yeah, he's brought a lot of. Listen, maybe the flat Earth thing with him jives, but he's just keeping that to himself. But
I
he's
agree.
brought a lot of people, like for all the people that a lot of us might shit on and everything. Let's look at their history. Let's look at where they brought us. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about the guys like Art Bell, George Nori, freaking, you know,
George,
right.
my George Nori interview is still bringing people in because
right.
they actually reposted it earlier this year. It was from years ago. They reposted it, and it brought thousands of people on.
Yeah,
Well,
and George Nori is a George Nori is a big proponent of the globe, the moon landings, Mars, and everything. And who's that guy that he brings on to his show with the big mustache and he's got white hair and he has him on the show all the time, right? George Nori has like a consistency of people that he brings all the time.
Yeah.
And so when I saw you on George Nori's show, I was like, oh, this motherfucker made it big time, man. Everybody wants to be on Coast to Coast AM. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, we're making progress. We're getting to the places. And guys, look, I understand that it looks a certain way, but Black Light was here, right? Black Light, I don't know where you at, but when you get information like this in people's hands, right, you have to take advantage because these people have the platforms. These people have the voice, whether you agree with them or not. Like, say it was Glenn Beck or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. I'm just picking somebody. When they have that voice, you fucking give it to them and then you let them say it. Go ahead, Dave.
I want to just address somebody in chat. Rachel Revolution said she now doesn't trust me because I flipped on TFE within 2 hours. I didn't flip on TFE. I'm the #1 anti-TFE guy out here. I flipped on stupid arguments against it. TFE was fake as fuck, all right? But we have different ideas on how they faked it. Get over it. I didn't flip.
Yeah, and maybe we don't agree with those ideas. That's whatever. We agree the Earth is flat. We agree there's something wrong with that final experiment, whether they went or they didn't went. Awakened Nemesis. Now, what do you think about this, Dave? I might be wrong. I haven't heard you speak much about the North. What do you think? So here, I've got a couple of questions. They're all mixed into one. What do you think about the North? What do you think our purpose should be as far as now that we've done the South? Or we've claimed to have done the South? What do you think about us going North? That also with the claims of the government going to Greenland, all that shit, the movement of the North magnetic pole and everything else. What are your thoughts on those? Altogether, go.
Me?
You the only Dave I'm asking.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't hear the beginning. I think the North is equally as interesting as the South. I don't know how to plan it. I know, they literally made everyone think that the North is just utter cold and freezing, and there's nothing to see. I think there's lots to see there. I think it's different than the South. Both are equally interesting to me.
That's
You
all
mind if
you
I jump
got?
in here for a second, Vlad?
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Plane. Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. Well, this was a really interesting thing when you look at it between the North and the South for the sun. So
Right.
if we go back to the squashing sun in the South, we've never seen that one time in any other video from the North or the
Nope.
South. Only that one video that they released. Only from those guys did we see the squashing sun. So my question, I remember saying this to Dave in maybe a comment section or whatever, and you sort of went, "Oh yeah, interesting point," is that maybe that was the part that they'd been covering up. Maybe the dodgy parts of the actual videos that are from, the Anthony Power and all that were actually, they chopped out that section.
Did you guys look at on the TFE circling sun, the rays that were coming off of the sun, how they were very square?
Yeah.
And they just, I've never seen rays like that. And I
No.
compared it to a whole bunch from the North, nothing like that. Nothing. And the fact that they never changed any color going down lower and higher, the sun stayed the exact same color.
Yeah, there's
Super
definitely
sketchy.
something different about it. And I think the
Super
one thing that
sketchy.
we all have to remember is that when you guys said like, "Oh, it's optical," it's like every single thing in this realm that we're in is some form of optical phenomena. We know that planes don't really go below the horizon, that it's just perspective. We know that nothing is going below the horizon, it's all perspective. We know the horizon isn't actually rising with the observer, it's just apparent, it looks like it is. We know it's still actually way below us. Like everything that we see in this realm is an optical phenomenon.
Did you
There's
all
nothing that
see?
isn't.
Did you all see Steve from Space Busters? It is Steve, right? I always forget.
Steve Faulkner, yeah.
Yeah. Did you see his presentation explaining the football-shaped sun and all that?
Part 1 and part 2, right? Of
I think.
Scam-Artica. Let me tell you something. He's about a week or two away from part 3. This is a killer. It's going to be the best film ever. It's
Really?
like 2 weeks away. It'll be featured on the app, premiered. It'll be everywhere, and everyone can mirror it if they want. He's destroyed it. He's destroyed TFA. It's fantastic.
So I hear you playing, but I've seen a video recently, like within the last 2 months, from Feed Your Mind TV. If you guys don't know, this is Feed Your Mind TV. So
Yes.
Final Experiment. You know Feed
That's
Your
good,
Mind,
man.
right?
That was good. That was a good imitation.
yeah.
I think it's you. Actually, I've never seen you two at the same time. So
Yeah.
he was actually on here one day, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
He came here a
Feed
couple
Your
of weeks
Mind
ago.
was on here, yeah. He
did they talk at the same time?
Yeah, yeah, it wasn't me like swapping. No, it was him.
They
Real
did.
talk, right?
That's what
Yeah.
you would say if you were him.
Vlad did go off camera there for a while there.
Okay, yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go make a number 2. No. But he was on here, real talk, right? And so while he was on here, that's
like
one of
him.
the things that we asked him, because he had mentioned previously that other folks had filmed. That's the thing, plain reality, right? Is that other folks had filmed that football-shaped Earth thing, right? And I'm just like, oh, well, this is interesting because somebody else has seen this, and not just the guys claiming that they went to Antarctica, right? And so now I'm like, okay, this is strange. Something is true here. Something here is true. That's all I'm gonna say, right? And so, like, I don't know. Again, it falls into the land of I don't know. And so I guess Dave Weiss, with you, I'm right there. Like, I don't fucking know. So I'm gonna walk away from that. But I think that phenomenon is telling.
I got a question for Dave. Going on Roseanne's show, how was that? Was it really kind of scripted as it was?
Are you kidding me? So we Eddie teed me up for that, and I was talking with her son, and he literally, they I guess they move around a lot, and it took 6 months or even longer before we nailed down a date, and it all worked out perfectly. Because when I was in there, I did 2 other big podcasts, or 3 other big podcasts, all while I was in Texas, so it all worked out great. But I went to their house, and Roseanne was outside drinking a glass of wine and smoking a joint. And then she smoked another joint. And then she came in and said, "How we doing?" And her son said, "We need about 5 more minutes." So she went out and smoked another joint. And then she came in and we didn't even discuss how we were going to start. We just talked freelance. So when you say scripted, I wish there was a script, but there was nothing. There was nothing.
Nice.
It was total freewheeling.
But Dave, do you find yourself being having a better audience when they're kind of blazed and they're listening to you?
Well,
Like there's-
for Roseanne, it was really good because she's so ADD and all over the place, but she was totally chill and she was truly interested. You know, I was out to dinner with a friend the other day, and she had her little daughter with her, who was 6 years old or whatever. And you know how 6-year-olds are; they're all over the place. You can't get them. But I actually flat smacked the daughter because she knows I'm a flat earther, and she stopped and she was listening and focused. It reminded me how Roseanne was. She was just focused. When you're really interested in something, you get totally focused. And she was focused. She was listening. She was asking good questions. I enjoyed it, and maybe I'm going back on her show in the near future.
That's what's up. That's what's up. So then,
Yeah, I
do
kind
you
of.
smoke?
Sorry, Blanca.
Dave, do you smoke? Dave,
Weed? No, I don't smoke anything, but
hey,
we
that's all I'm talking about.
yeah. I actually tried to smoke natural tobacco, but it hurts my throat too much, so I don't smoke the weed because it literally hurts
You're like,
my throat.
Dave, do you smoke peanut shells?
No,
Yes,
I don't know. I
please.
thought maybe you were meaning cigarettes. I take gummies when I want to get high.
Okay, all right, okay.
Didn't
then,
inhale.
Hey,
he did it right. He's
I
like,
have nothing
Hey,
against it. I'm all for it. It just hurts my throat too much.
hey, man, we need to come up
all
with a
right.
flat Earth weed, bro.
They have it.
I had to,
Flat
Doesn't
Earth
somebody in
Farms.
South Carolina have that?
I don't know.
Flat Earth Farms, right?
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Oh, for
So
real?
That's Flat Earth Farms.
I know.
That's
I
who that
know.
is.
The coffee was paraplegic bear. I buy coffee from him all the time because we're both quadriplegics. But hey, just I jumped back in. I had to deal with the hospital and the doctor and stuff. But I'm not going to keep you long. I did want to say I jumped in when I heard about the football shaped sun and stuff. Well, there's a guy that he has a blog and he stays down there seasonally. But the cool thing is he's down at 90 degrees, right? And I was going to say what he did instead of doing a spinning around 360 24 hour, he took wide angle every hour for 24 hours and he placed them side by side. And what they looked like was what I was saying. It goes up and down, but also forward and backward like a corkscrew. And that's like a heartbeat of the I think with the sun. But what's really cool is on the far right side when it's not on a cycle to go towards you, it's going away from you. It's so close to the sky. It looks like it's a very like it's like a shadow up on a ceiling. On one of his photos, it was like the second or third from last. But I'll drop it in here for Vlad, and if you want to give it out to people, bro, it's pretty neat because he talks about how long it took to actually get a shot. It was like 5 years that he finally had the right circumstances and weather. And excuse my voice, but yeah, it's beautiful. He has like he has his own blog, so and then also he put that in a toroidal donut shape, right? The sun, he did that while he was doing the other, and it's cool how it goes forward and backward in even that shot of the 360 toroidal donut shape. So I just wanted to say that because I heard y'all talking about it, but it's also a football shape on the far right where it's very close to what looks like a ceiling. So I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
I love donuts too. Shit, I need to take a look at that.
Yeah, I
But
had a interesting chat with
Yeah, I'll go get it and I'll
ChatGPT
drop it
about
in
some
here.
of this stuff.
Yep.
Yes, so I have one with ChatGPT where I was like, okay, so I'm in Australia, and I'm like, if I want to go to the Australian base, can I just get there? They're like, no. It said, no, you can't. There's nothing that'll take you from Australia to the Australian side of Antarctica. Everyone goes through Ushuaia. So it's like literally everyone has to go through that point to go to Antarctica in the first place.
right,
Because I was thinking that, well, the one thing that could really do it is if one person went from South Africa to the closest point in Antarctica from South Africa, one from South America, and one from Australia to get to the closest point in each. and then everyone walked to the South Pole. Now, if everyone takes approximately the same time to get there, and actually even if everyone does get there, well, that's going to be pretty hard to say, especially the Gleason's map. But I mean, it's going to say that there is a South Pole. If everyone actually does, well, let's say it takes everybody approximately 7 days to get to that same point. That's not going to happen for someone in Australia to get to the same one as South America in 7 days. That would be a pretty good indicator that something's not right there for us.
Seems like you always have to go through South America to get to Antarctica.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Well, that's
right.
what chat was saying. You can't go from any other point. You always go from South America.
So then what about because you have your other points. You've got your Tasmania, southern Tasmania, you've got South Africa, any other but you got that big fucking gap from South America to Australia. What about there? Like how else can we get there other than from that one point in South America? There's got to be other ways in which we could get to Antarctica, correct? At least I would think so, right?
Well, they claim they can through South Africa, through Australia, New Zealand.
Have they
But
done
do they
it?
go to the same spot?
There's Troll
Do they go
Station.
to
You ever heard of Troll Station before? It's in South Africa. There's a place there's supposedly a stop off. You can get to Antarctica from Troll Station.
Okay, right.
Yeah, but could we all go to one of those spots and then walk towards what they call the South Pole and then all arrive at the same spot within the same amount of time, approximately? Within a day or two.
No. Only on a globe.
Yeah, that's right. That would be the ultimate test, really, wouldn't it? If they did that and everyone did converge at that exact same spot in approximately within a day or two of each other, I think we'd all have to sit back and go, well, maybe we've been
Right, especially since these guys their claim is, hey, they love.
Someone's
froze up again.
Starlink down.
Starlink down.
We lost one.
We've had he's north of me, and we've been having this weather coming up through me and then eventually hitting him.
Hey, is Agent 2313 just a troll, or does he
probably?
Yeah, I think so.
He's asking if I could explain a sunset. I've explained it a million times, but yeah.
2016.
No one can explain a sunset.
You know, it can play. It's so
Oh, my
easy.
God.
I can't explain it on a globe though. I cannot.
Yeah.
No.
So, Dave, did you watch Stoneman's observations with the window and the blender set that Ben put on his channel?
No, when was this? Today?
No, it's been out for a couple of months. There's a guy named Stoneman. He actually did what it would look like if the sun would set with the shadows, and he actually took a window and he measured.
Oh yeah.
Awesome video, dude. Great.
Yeah.
And the shadow in the sky that goes across, it wouldn't work on a ball at all. Like Ramir.
Put a link in the back chat.
Yeah, hey Vlad, I just put a link there too, also in the private chat. If you're cool with me giving it out to everybody, then I can do that. But
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead,
want
man.
you to
Drop
be cool with it.
drop it in the Foundry, man. You got it.
All right, bro.
So,
Appreciate
Dave,
it. Yeah, y'all check that out though. Check it out.
all right, Dave. Quick question, man. Yo, I've seen you go into the high schools and everything else like that, and I think that is every fucking flat earther's dream to go to these high
I
schools.
just got booked for 5 more classes in August.
Really? Tell me about your first experience, and then something that's common, but something that's different that you've been taking away from each one of those experiences. Go.
So I tried different techniques. I've tried fire hosing them with just so much information, and that doesn't work because their minds short circuit. Then I tried going slow and giving a presentation. But if I give 10 proofs and they have one question that they didn't answer, then everything is discredited. So what I do is I try to give just my technique now is like 3 or 4 minutes explanation of what flat earth is, what it isn't, and then I go direct to their questions and I answer them at a moderate pace, and that's the best I can do. And then I the teacher lets me record it because I have I'm going to be doing 5 classes now, and so if I do that, then they could all watch the recording and all of their questions are answered. So that's what I do. And then they write me papers. They write me like a kind of a thank you letter from every kid and their experience. And honestly, most of them are like, yeah, Earth is still a globe because, and they come up with something else. They're just so deeply indoctrinated in, these are high school kids. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So,
Dave,
so
did
have you had FEB? Can you guys hear me?
FEB, what's
All right.
that?
Have you guys had FEB? The two guys,
Founded Earth
Josh
Brothers.
and right.
Oh
They're
yeah,
like,
Flat Earth Brothers.
and,
They're great. I was in a movie with them.
right. Yeah. The two cool dudes. I love their stuff. I haven't seen them in a while, but they're the ones that are like, and I used to be a biology teacher down here in Florida, but the Lord, what he told me to do is this, right? And so since they do all that, have they had you come down to their school and everything else and teach?
No, I've not, but they have a great online course for kids, a biblical cosmology course. You can find it in the homeschool section on the app. And if you're trying to homeschool your kids, it's a great online course.
And so for anybody listening, it's Founded Earth Brothers.
Founded Earth Brothers, correct.
Right.
Yeah.
FEB, Founded Earth Brothers. Yep.
And
so
actually, Vlad, sorry,
Yes.
speaking about those boys, can I just let you know, Dave, there is one that they put out, the whole thing about the rainbows. It's not true. It's not true. There are extremely high rainbows here in South Australia. We do have very high rainbows here in South Australia. So it's not something where, I mean, maybe it's still a true thing, but it's not. It's not.
Where in Australia are you?
I'm down south.
Melbourne, Melbourne, right?
Out south.
No, I'm in South Australia, Adelaide. So
Adelaide.
I'm almost about as far as you can get in South Australia. I'm on the 35th or 36th latitude.
I was going to say,
And then you got Tasmania lower than me.
if you might consider this, sir, I don't know you, but I was going to say, when you said that, it popped something in my mind automatically, just thinking maybe Australia is a little more positioned differently than what the maps they give us, maybe something like that. I'm not saying it's not true. But,
Possibly, but I also looked up rainbow, because when I saw that, I was like, oh, really? Is that true? I'm pretty sure I've seen high rainbows
out-
here in South Australia.
check out
So
glory rainbows. Those are the best ones. Yeah.
Yes. So then I went and I looked for rainbows in Tasmania, because Tasmania is obviously the furthest south in Australia. And you can see very high rainbows in South Australia. I mean, in Tasmania.
Interesting.
Well.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think I've ever heard of rainbows over in Nevada either. It doesn't even get rainy out there. I know Harmon lives down there. He'd probably be like, yeah, we don't normally we don't normally get rainbows down there in Nevada or nothing like that. So yeah, you probably wouldn't see them down here. So
yeah, it's more. I just wanted to let you know that one day, because I know I have seen you mention it, and I just want you to sort of also think like it's not 100% accurate.
There might be something to it. I'm with you. I was starting to question it. Yeah.
There could still be something to it, but it's not 100% accurate to say that they're all low in Australia and down south.
Now, I think the standard for latitude is always what they say, their claims are, it would be the same in the north as the south. So the north is their template, right? But we know it splays out, right? But that may be how they're hiding something like that, because nature don't lie, buddy. I'm pretty sure, like, I've looked into it quite a bit, and I think, I'm not 100%, but I do think, it's my opinion, that glory rainbows tell that you're at really close to the north, because they're just very small circles, 1 to 3 degrees, never bigger. And then, you can measure it from there on out, like from people's pictures that maybe come from, before AI or something that you can measure or compare it to. So maybe with the latitudes off, it's telling us something with that rainbow you're talking about.
It sounds new to me.
I assume it would be. Okay.
You all saying glory rainbows?
Yeah, glory. Yep.
What is that?
It's as you get further north and you get higher above the Tropic of Capricorn. Cancer. Once you get north of Cancer, when you look up, the only rainbows you're going to see is, as long as it's like, I think Canada and higher, it may even be like Alaska, North Russia, but they're just little circles, 1 to 3 degrees, meaning they never get bigger than 3 degrees in the north. So when you get closer and closer, if we had a bunch of rainbows to line up, all you would see is the very high point of the dome, the middle point, and that's where you get those small circle ones. It's never an arch; it's always a circle.
You were talking. One of you who was talking about the shadow was on Taboo's channel. The shadows. And I
put the video in the back if you want to watch it.
Yeah, this proof right here, like this on top of a mountain, sun setting. If this post was here, you never see the shadow higher. That's the one you're talking about, right? Where they're showing something like that.
The same idea, yeah. He put it in. Ben put it in Blender and made 2 shadows on a wall. Yeah.
So I did it here. I got this is just the light going away. This is the light going down. So going away, it never gets. It just fades out. That's kind of how we see a sunset, right?
And that's
this
what
is the light
Stone
going
showed as
down,
well.
and it never goes higher. This is if it was going down, we'd have a higher shadow, and here it just almost reaches the top, and then it fades out.
Oh snap!
Yeah, have you seen the one that Stone did on?
That's what I'm
Man of
talking about.
Stone
That's what
showed?
I'm talking about. Yeah, Stoneman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Man of
that's
Stone.
exactly
You're
what
talking
he
about?
showed.
Yeah,
That's what he showed.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, I think did we say it before? The Shiva thing, Man of Stones. Well, he's the one that came out with the test, which I think is the most doable, repeatable test. So there we go. We'll see what happens with that.
Nate, who do you guys think brought up sun simulators, patents, and all that, and optics, like your actual eye, and how it functions in relation to the world? Like, who do you guys think brought that up in the first place?
Sun simulator.
Yeah. Do you remember that nobody was talking about it, and all of a sudden it was like everyone was talking about it?
It's the thing,
That was
right?
Eddie did that, didn't he? I thought it was Eddie that brought that up first.
No, there's a guy. He's not a flat earther. He had very good evidence of the James Webb Telescope right behind the sun, and as it went closer, I think like you could see. I mean, perfect. The patent pictures, everything. You see it in the sky,
behind.
And it's got a honeycomb. It's got a bunch of hexagons encased in a circle, right? Just look at the James Webb Telescope. Anyway, I put that forward to Austin on Melodome, and I put that to Jaron, and they both called me a bullshitter, and they can never do that. It's impossible. I got all the emails to prove it, man. But I'm not trying to do that. I'm saying, dude, like, it's just something. It's something that when I was younger, I shot a nail through my eye. Right, had to have surgery, and I went about trying to bring this to the flat Earth community on a reading night that certain people do on a reading night, and they gave me a platform, so I went and started talking about it. He said, "That's not the subject. We don't want to hear about that bullshit." The guy that shot a nail through his eye. And they made fun of me on Flat Earth Friday and all, man, dude. And then look how big it is now. Like, people are really starting to pay attention to this shit. And all I'm saying is, pay attention when people you don't know might have a point to make. Is all I'm saying. They all made fun of me and told me to not talk about that, and to kick me off their show. It was stupid, man. It's really stupid. But anyway, I just want to mention that.
Well, to kind of add on to that, so we have people talking about Blue Beam, kind of asking what you think about Blue Beam, your perspective on that, Dave, and kind of to go along with what RG's saying. Go ahead.
Let me just say about the sun simulator. I personally think that the leaked information on the physical sun simulator is a red herring to get people looking at the wrong thing, because putting a physical sun simulator in the sky, one would be difficult. Let's say they have some great electrostatic propulsion method and they could do it or whatever. Still, you zoom in on it, you're going to see something. I don't think the sun that we see, the flat Earth sun, is a physical object. I think most of you are on that same page. It's some sort of projected energy. So if you want to create something that looks like the sun, it can't be a physical light in the sky. It has to be a projected energy. Right. And I think projecting an energy into the sky, and I think Microsoft has that technology. I'm hearing an echo. If someone can mute.
Lane, could you go ahead? Oh, I got you. Go ahead.
And I think if it was faked, which I do believe, it was done by Microsoft, and I think the sun simulator, the leaked pictures, that we wouldn't have gotten those if it was real, and it's just to distract
No,
people.
it was a video. It was a video of
Yeah.
someone sending up a weather balloon on their
Yeah.
own dime. Yeah, and what they seen and what matched up with the pictures and the hexagon's shape wasn't a flare, nothing like that. It was very uniform, and you could see the arm sticking out. You guys know what the James Webb looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Look
mean,
like a pie. Look like a pie with a little
yes,
honey.
and it's very it's very naive to think that they don't have that kind of technology physically, because as we know, it gets really really cold up, and we know that things can quantum lock, and I'm sure that thing's probably made of like some lightweight material. I'm not saying now it's a very old subject, but I'm saying just hear people out is all. I'm not
Yeah.
not to
I mean,
hear what they say and then go talk about it without at least give somebody props. Like, hey man, that's cool. I found this out by this dude was talking about it. That helps people grow a little more.
Yeah, man.
But anyway, just want to say that.
All right. I mean, there's stuff in the sky, that are up there, balloons, maybe stuck into the superfluid. Maybe they're in the centrifugal force of the rotating sky. I don't know. I don't know. Could be all sorts of different things, but I think they have the technology to literally fake the sun in the sky, and they might even be faking it worldwide. I mean, the sun doesn't look like it did when I was a kid, so maybe they're overlaying the sun with something else, or intermixing it, or they've just changed the atmosphere so much that the sun manifests differently.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I got a nurse that just came in. I'll chime back in here in a minute. But thank you for responding, Dave. Appreciate it.
Well, I don't know about the sun. I'll be honest with you. Like I've heard this from a lot of people. I'll be honest with you. Oreos don't take the same. Coca-Cola don't taste the same. Big Macs don't eat the same. Lasagna don't taste the same. Nothing tastes the same. Like things don't look the same. Things don't smell the same. I think I don't know if it's maybe because I'm getting older or because these things are actually changing. Now, I think Oreos actually did change, and so did the recipe for Coca-Cola. But I don't know. Like I've been hearing that the sun is a different sun compared to what we were used to when we were younger. I don't know what younger is for you, Dave. I know what younger is for me.
Do you know that you were younger when I started this sentence?
Right.
Well, just think about how
Come on.
how everybody would draw the sun.
Don't quit
right?
my day job. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I'll let it ride. Whatever.
Vlad, think
But-
about anytime somebody
crickets,
would draw
man.
the sun, it would be what if you had a pack of Crayolas, what would the kid pick out? Orange. What would you do now if you were trying to draw the sun? I think
Yellow.
they'd go
Yeah, yellow and
more of a
orange. Now it's
yellowish,
white. No,
bluish.
now it's white. It's
Yeah.
white as white can be.
That's why yeah.
Do you think that's because of the shit that they dope in the skies with?
Maybe, could be.
And it's interesting. One thing that's, if you think about color temperature, my video lights and whatnot, they call 5600 Kelvin is considered daylight balanced. And then 32, 27, all that, those others are the tungsten. The tungsten makes sense, but it always would seem weird to me that, wait, blue? Like, why is that bluish white light considered daylight? But so I wonder how that's one thing that's not as easy to recall as looking at the sun and coloring it when we were younger and remembering it orange. But I wonder if we had a different hue, different tint, just in general back then.
I think part of that though is that clearly we don't look at the sun when it's high in the sky because it burns our eyes. We only look at the sun when it's on the horizon, and on the horizon the sun is orange. But if you look at the sun, say at zenith, it appears white. But if you get a solar filter and then look at the sun, it's orange.
What
But when it's
about
really
in
high the
Antarctica?
sky, it looks
It
white.
was white when it was on the horizon.
Sure was.
Okay, interesting point.
Well, and then the other
Actually-
night I was with my daughter and we were driving and there was so much spray in the sky. And she's aware of that stuff, but she wasn't thinking of it at the time. And it was dusk. I'm getting a echo.
Echo, man.
Hold on. I think that's plane.
And anyway, she's like, "Did you see the sun? You got to see it." And I made a U-turn and where we were, and I got to see it from the other side of the freeway. And it's one of those typical ones where people are like, "Oh, it's beautiful." I understand why she thought it, but it was orange. I mean, it looked, but it was seen through the great chemical haze. So I guess the atmosphere can have so many different effects that a lot of you understand that I don't. How it can maybe be playing a role in it seeing more white, but also at times when it's lower and behind different composition, maybe it can look bright orange. And I guess some of those things we'll never truly know. Hopefully we will.
We lost.
Well, I gotta go in a moment anyway. Hey, Dave. I did send you a message over on X. I had a really interesting conversation with ChatGPT that I thought you might like to.
Did you DM me on X?
I did DM you. It was a while ago.
What's your user account? I rarely check the messages there.
Yeah. At reality plane. At reality _plane.
I'll look for it.
Plane, I
Yeah.
think you're
And
getting an
if
echo, bro.
Yeah,
there's a
I'm
wicked
gonna jump
echo.
off. I'm going to jump off anyway. But yeah, if you want, I'll send you the actual proper conversation as well. It's about the longest load line, fastest flight ever done.
What?
If send me I'll look for it there. Send me another message. I'll look for it.
Yeah, cool. All right, I got to go anyway, guys. Thanks for letting me on. Take it
Much
easy.
love playing reality.
I did two. Is that where the echo is coming? Oh yeah, thank God.
Yeah,
All right.
that was.
I did 2 ChatGPT discussions, and they're gonna feature on the app this weekend. One of them was sextants, and the other one was sundials, and what was the other thing? Sundials and how sextants don't prove that the Earth is a globe, and then
Astrolabs maybe.
No, the hell was it?
Antikythera?
No.
Theodolites is what you're talking about, right?
I'm just having a mental fart here.
Well, theodolites, it's like Gatorade, ain't it?
I'm setting them up for you, Vlad.
Well, hang
Yeah.
Right.
No, it was GPS and no, that's not it.
Loran?
Hold on. Wow. I'm so.
We trying to help you out, homie.
I know. I appreciate it. I just and people wanted me to remember shit from years ago. Sextants and sextants prove what is the name of it, and then sundials and equatorial telescopes.
Oh.
Yeah, totally. I just took 3 of their arguments away from them. Completely gone.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
The
good.
equatorial mount proves a plane, so yeah. That's
They love saying that sundials and equatorial mounts, can only work on a globe, and ChatGPT says no, it's exactly the same on a flat Earth. Basically, at the end, I said, if you didn't know if the Earth was flat or a globe, and you were using an equatorial mount or a sundial, or even a sextant, would you be able to tell which one it is? And it says absolutely not. The results would be the same.
We have a
Tell it to
question
McKeegan.
from we have a question from the Ultimate Amy, which I guess is appearing as no. This is the Ultimate Amy. It's not appearing.
I see it.
Ask Dave, if there is a sealed dome firmament, or I guess what it is you believe, Dave.
I believe that you can't have pressure without containment. The question is, where is that containment? And if people that want to say, well, biblically, God said there's a firmament. Well, what if that firmament goes 1,000,000 miles past 60 degrees south, and then it's connected? Well, we're still under a sealed firmament, and it's still biblically correct. It's just there's another 1,000,000 miles in all directions that we don't know about.
Sure
So I think there is some sort of sealed containment, but I don't have to worry about a vacuum sucking all of the air out, because there is no vacuum. I don't think there is. And if there's water, think about this. If you're boiling a pot of water, just as the water starts to boil, you get those bubbles on the bottom. Now put yourself inside that bubble, standing on the bottom of the pan. There's a dome above you. Is that solid, or is it just air pressure?
What a fabricated world there. Make a comic book out of that one.
Yeah.
Oh, Harmon had to say something about that shit. Harmon don't like that shit at all, man.
Anyway, I was going to say something. I came back on for one big reason. Everybody keeps saying they remember a yellow sun. Where in the hell did you get that from? I was in an art class in 1967. And
You're
they
old
did
as fuck.
I was 10 years old. I was 9 and 10 years old in the art
was in the
class.
Bible.
And we had big, thick white paper, right? And I wanted to draw a picture of the sky and the sun and everything like that. And I asked our teacher, I said, well, how do we draw white on white? I said, how do you draw the white sun on a white paper? So, I mean, I don't know where you guys get the yellow sun from maybe Raisin Brand or something. But
Memory.
where is this? Yeah, where's this
Interesting.
yellow sun come from?
So you're
Memory.
saying the opposite?
Scoops of raisins.
Yeah, I'm saying maybe
it could be from
everything
the
is there.
it could be from the Raisin Brand commercial. That's interesting.
Because I literally asked, I asked Mrs. Cousins, how do we draw a white sun on a white piece of paper? If you remember that old thick art paper we used to get, I know you're old enough to kind of remember that day. It was real thick.
Construction
white
paper.
Yes.
They call it construction paper.
But it was matted. It wasn't like smooth.
Yes.
Yeah, it was all kinds of weird.
Art
Yeah.
paper. It was art paper.
Construction paper.
And it was white as hell. And I asked her that, and she says, just draw it yellow because we can see it that way. That was Mrs. Cousins. I remember it today asking that because it always bothered me. How did they draw the white sun on a white paper?
Shit.
That was just what I'm just going off of.
Interesting.
I'll be honest with you. I don't remember this. I remember the sun. I don't remember what color it was, other than like I couldn't tell the difference if it was yellow or white. I know it was hot than a motherfucker when I was a kid.
I'm with Vlad on that one.
All right, let me go back to the chat. Someone's asking if the sky lowers to 10,000 feet in Antarctica. What about how do you explain your million miles of outer lands? And that's a great question. Well, first, it's not 10,000; it's 18,000 feet at 80 degrees south. That's what the encyclopedia said.
It was 13,000.
Oh, was it 13,000?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah,
14,
13,000. And you know what? The planes fly at 10,000 feet that far south, but in the north they fly at like 30,000 feet that far north. So that's interesting. But maybe it comes down, and maybe it goes back up again. Maybe it's like a bundt cake. You know, I don't know. Maybe it keeps on going. Maybe again. You're asking me to make a solid claim about something that I cannot prove. So I have theories and ideas, but I don't know
that's
the answer.
1958 encyclopedia where they said the dome was at 13,000 feet. I live out here in the desert, and 4 of our rocks out here, our mountains are called dome. Dome Rock 1, Dome Rock this. All top of mountains are domes. Okay, that's just what they're called. You go in there and look at what is a dome and dome rocks. It's their tops and mountains. So people are assuming that this dome was a firmament
structure, right?
I don't know where they get because I literally grew up 15 miles from Dome Rock, you know, and then it was not uncommon for us out here in the desert to see they were called domes. So I just going by that. That's what I'm telling you.
All right. Now, Dave, with all the people that you've come across, I know you've spoken to pilots. What's the deal? You speak to pilots. I'm sure pilots come up to you. And when they come up to you, what is it that you normally heard? And from the stuff that you normally hear, what's the most abnormal thing that you've heard from a pilot? Go.
Well, I have the one Delta pilot that I speak to often, and I've called him up live on a podcast, and he's answered and you know gives his testimony. But he said one time I've told the story, maybe you haven't heard it, where he was flying across the United States somewhere, and he got a call from air traffic control saying that there was 2 NASA balloons descending from 50,000 feet in his area that don't have transponders, and to keep an eye out for them. And his co-pilot, who was a globe earther, you know, not knowing that he's a flat earther, was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And he, being the head pilot, is like, "If that's a fucking NASA satellite balloon coming down and we hit it, it's going to kill us." And he literally like turned on the seatbelt sign, told everyone to go back to their seats. And he was looking for the thing, never saw it. But it was interesting, his reaction, knowing what a NASA balloon is, versus the pilot, the co-pilot. So they went for another 20 or 30 minutes, never saw it. So nothing happened. That was it.
Wow.
Oh, Dave, and I do got to thank you for something on some of your interviews. I like how sometimes sometimes you say, well, sometimes I'm thinking maybe we haven't gone more than 26 miles up and stuff. You say that once in a while, you know, and stuff. I like that, you know, because I don't know about this. So,
again, I don't know. And I saw earlier in the chat, people said, how come you don't bring up the vestibular system on your interviews? And then another one was, how come you don't bring, I forget the other one was. And the answer is, because I don't have a script and I don't remember everything all the time. And I kind of just see what they're asking. And the vestibular one is a great one. But the problem is with most normies, when you say the word vestibular, they literally just become
I don't even know what that is.
They don't even know what it is, right?
No,
and then you
who
try to
cares?
explain that it's your inner ear thing, and you lose them. You lose them. You try to explain to somebody, the law of large numbers or the inverse square law. You lose them.
Do you remember kicking me off when you were doing the monitoring on Jaren's? You were having fun clowning people. They ask the question, you kick them off and stuff.
One question and one question only.
Yeah.
That's the best
Anyway, do
game
you
ever.
remember calling me the balloon guy because I kept bringing up dirigibles and how high they could go and how high man can go and stuff like that?
If you say so.
No, okay. I just wondered if you remember because you used to clown me like that.
I
In a good way.
like you,
In a good way.
Harmon, you're awesome. I love you.
That's why we keep him around over here. He's part of the furniture.
Yeah, he is part of the furniture.
Dave, did you ever have many takers, and do you still do what you had offered long ago, where you would say you would talk to people's families, like have a Zoom call or whatever?
I've done it with a few families, and it's worked out well every time. But again, people like they don't have a show, but and I've done a few where we haven't recorded them because they were like people like I don't want to be recorded, and I'll do it, but I gotta bide my time and my voice. Like when I'm doing 3-4 interviews a day, by the end of the week I can't even talk. Right, right now you can get my voice going. Yeah, one of Vlad. This is how many interviews I do today? This is my second interview. All right.
So I have a question I forgot to ask. I hope it's not too sensitive. And I was off for like 15 minutes. Just came back on. Did they ask you about the 3 Bitcoins? What's going on with that?
No, why is that sensitive?
Well, there's been a couple rumors I've seen going through chats and stuff and other chats
about
Will.
Who's Will?
Is it Will? Whatever the Duffy guy.
What about him?
He's going to sue you for him.
Yeah, well, he made a video saying he's going to sue me for them.
Is that what happened?
No, he hasn't. Nothing. God, if they brought me to court for that, think of what they'd have to do. What it would do for flat Earth. It would be wild. And look at the precedent. They brought what's his name was sued twice and he won twice.
The guy in South Carolina, yeah. Did you get any claims to it? Did someone try to seriously claim that from you without legally? I'm just saying.
No. The only one was what's the guy that went to Antarctica? That he's got a name. He's got a name that suggests that he's telling the truth. I forget his name. He had some convoluted thing because of his flight path critical think. Yeah. And he sent me this long convoluted thing. That his flight pass proves the globe and this and that, and he gave me his Bitcoin address and everything, and I'm just like, I responded, I just, it's so trolly, and I just said it's not proof, and then he's like, I'm gonna, and then all of the Globers are like, Dave turned it down, and Dave ignores it and blocks people. I didn't block him. He's just it wasn't proof. It was just a stupid claim. First, you have to claim. How fast is the flight going? What are the wind speeds? What where were you? It wasn't proof.
No, I know they couldn't do it. Yeah. I know there's no proof. I just wonder if any of them came at you.
Yeah,
that's all.
So
barely.
So then, with all the pilots coming to you, have you been seeing a steady increase in the amount of pilots that come to you saying like? Talk to us about that, man.
So they say that when they're on a long haul flight and they got another cool pilot with them that's not flat, they start bringing it up and they start talking and they're converting. You listen, you're a flat earther in a cockpit with another pilot for 10 hours. What are you going to talk about?
Yeah, but hey, do you watch Nathan Fielder's The Rehearsal by any chance, season 2?
I don't know who that is.
You've never heard of that? He's actually getting into like pilots and what they talk about in the cockpit. So it's very relevant to this.
We're talking about flat Earth now.
Well, from my experience, I spent a lot of time at airports. Pilots are a bunch of weirdos, man. They keep to them. There's a pilot's code. They keep to themselves. They don't talk to civilians like almost ever. And they're loners, man. They're weirdos.
Yeah. I tell you, the pilots that I worked with, they were really smart guys, very resourceful. I could tell you that much. But they were Navy pilots. I've never really dealt with pilots outside of that, other than military pilots, I guess. But these guys that I worked with, we were pretty close and some solid dudes. Go ahead, Dave.
Have you all seen Flatten the Curve by Vic Adrazi?
No, Vika.
Vika, yeah. Flatten the Curve.
Flatten the Curve. No, let me.
Flatten the Curve. In the app, if you go to the more resources page, and you go to the full length videos, which you can also find under the crash course on my website. Scroll down, Flatten the Curve right here. It's commercial and military pilots all saying how their airplanes and weapons only work on a flat Earth. It's a great documentary. It's amazing.
Glad you'll know Vika from DJ New Moon's videos. He's the guy with the long black hair. In DJ Moon's, yeah, that's Vika.
Right. So, do you know of any? Go ahead, Dave. You were going to.
He did. I'll finish. He did the Mechanical Realm also. That's the same guy.
Yep. With the Antikythera mechanism.
Yep.
So, Dave, do you come across? Have you come across any politicians? You don't have to name them, but have you come across any politicians mentioning this stuff to them?
Any politicians?
Well, Shiva ran for office, didn't he?
I guess that would be a politician, right?
President.
Shiva was married to Fran the nanny, wasn't he?
Fran Drescher?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got Hollywood connections.
Damn.
Have I gone across any politicians?
Dave, you're going to have to give me numbers. I'm an engineer, okay? I'm an engineer. You're going to have to give me numbers.
No, I'm just trying to think if anyone.
I remember the interview.
Oh, yeah. That was horrible. Not that I can think of.
Really?
Okay. So then what about people that are in Hollywood or people of note? You know what I'm saying? I guess.
Well, I mean, you guys know Jim Brewer. He's flat. Roseanne and Kelsey Grammer is flat.
Really?
Do you know how the final experiment affected Roseanne?
I don't think she really knows about it.
Okay, a lot of people don't. You know the ones that's why when you guys in this chat's helped me this panel today, I think it was more to just divide us up because the other people out in the world ain't got a clue about it.
Yeah, guys, stop talking about it. Literally, if it comes up, just point out the heliocentric sun is impossible. So stop talking about it.
Well, that's what Vlad has said on his channel. He hasn't allowed to be talked about. This is the first day he got opened back up on his panel.
I'll tell you something that's happening out there.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah. What's going on out there is every interview I do, they now, the anti-flat earthers, and you know who I'm talking about, they're literally, they go after the show and say, hey, have me on, let me give you the counterpoint. McToon does it. I'm a really nice guy, you should have me on because Dave's not telling you the truth and I'm going to tell you the truth. They're literally trying that on all of the shows that I do. So they're obsessed with me. Okay, that's not my ego. They're literally obsessed with me. I mentioned in every show, the TFE. I don't watch it anymore, but I've never turned on a Will McDuffie video and not heard him say my name.
Well, I didn't know there was an actual video show about that.
Well, no, I'm talking about Will. No, not TFE. Will's channel, the Final Experiment
I've never
channel.
gone to it.
Yeah. Good for you.
Nobody goes to those.
Yeah. So again, and their meme out there is flat Earth is not. There's a mass exodus from flat Earth. A mass exodus, 6 people in 5 years, and under very weird circumstances. I mean, more people have joined my app during this show than have left flat Earth in 6 years.
That's good. You say you manifest your world. You can manifest it if you really get into the groove. I've tried
100%.
it, but McToon's still here. I try a world without him.
You need him here because he inspires you to go the other direction.
Right.
He needs.
Oh my
he needs
God!
flat Earth.
I really cannot. I just can't. Everything about him is just. I can't even say anything more about it.
It's very disgusting.
Like Sam would say, zero degenerates.
Well, he went after the people's wives' email. I mean, I just learned that stuff today. That
He went
adds
after
on
my
to what he
daughter.
does.
He went after my daughter.
Oh my! I mean, oh my! I'm just saying. I know in my mind what I want to do. That's all.
Do you have any? Do you have any interaction with Greg Reese at all, by chance?
Yeah, 100%. Greg just moved out west, and He's actually my buddy, my good buddy out there. Gabe kind of showed him around, and I think they're having a beer or two. But I've been talking to him. I just did an interview with Greg. Did you see it?
No, I didn't actually.
It's good. Go on his Substack or his Telegram and just go back a few. Oh, no, it's on his podcast. If you go on, I guess on his Substack. But it's also on my interviews channel. If you go to my interviews list.
So is he not a part of InfoWars anymore?
No, he left InfoWars.
Yeah.
Greg,
But he-
Greg Reese.
Yeah. But let me tell you something. When he was there, all he was told is just make videos and then upload them. And he was never told what to make, and he was never told he couldn't upload one that he made.
Yeah. I just felt like he was always kind of like he wasn't allowed to say certain things, like whatever they like. InfoWars themselves, like Alex Jones and them, like they obviously are against the flat Earth, but I felt like that Reese was kind of their mouthpiece. Like he was kind of like, the flat Earth is real, but they're not allowed to tell you that on InfoWars.
Well, Greg was allowed to do. He made one of the greatest videos on Antarctica. And recently YouTube just took it down. I had it loaded on, multiple uploads of it. And so we just changed it. We took out any reference to InfoWars and the InfoWars logo, and it seems to be not getting auto rejected.
So it's on your interview channel?
You've seen it. It's a 10-minute video on Antarctica. If you just type in,
I saw it.
if you search on the app Greg Reese or Antarctica, it'll come right up. I think it's on the top of the Antarctica list.
That's the guy with that great voice, right?
Yeah, and he does 4 or 5 minute videos, which are beautiful.
Yeah.
Dave, I seriously think you need to go on Godfrey's channel.
Godfrey, you mean
The
the comedian guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but would he have me? Would he have me on? He had what's his face on?
He had Lord Jamar up there.
Yeah,
and Lord Jamar did. I think Lord Jamar did his thing, but he kind of.
I think Lord Jamar did okay, and he got a little pissed off.
He got his
And
temper a little bit, but
yeah, he got a little
what
too high.
I feel after that happened that Dave, the other Dave, the evil Dave, right?
Yeah.
He went ahead and he took advantage of a situation that was present.
Yep.
And so basically there's no rebuttal to that. And he came on, the thing is he was on I think he came on a second time after that talking just listen, you need I sincerely feel you need to reach out to him and you need to get on his channel and you need to talk
I don't know if he would have me on. I don't know if the guy's interested in truth or not. That would be it, but he doesn't do Zoom interviews. You'd have to go in person. So I would do it if he'd have a fair conversation, but I don't know if he would.
Dave, he would. And you know what? He would. And he seems like he'd listen because he listened to Lord Jamar before the whole what's his name showed up, and then he introduced the other Dave, right? The evil Dave.
Professor Dave.
Don't yawn on me. Hold on to it, Dave.
Big
Swallow that
Professor
yawn
Dave.
now.
All right, we got it's almost all right. We'll go a little longer. I'm still hanging.
We 5'8", baby. This is what we
No,
do.
we ain't doing
go hard
5'8".
in the paint. We go hard in the paint over here.
Dave, do you have anything big coming up?
I have there's a great interview that I did with Angels of Light with this professor. The shorts are out on my channel already, but hopefully it's coming out later this week. It's
How about
really good.
Antarctica? I mean, what's that called? When you went to Mexico, what's that thing? Anarchapulco. There's another one of those virtual ones coming up. Are you speaking in it?
I'm hopefully speaking at the next one. No, I'm not on the virtual one, but hopefully next February I'll be in the one in Puerto Vallarta. But I'm going to be speaking at the International Truth Expo.com, internationaltruthexpo.com in September. In November in Arizona.
No, that's November.
November, yeah. And then I'm also going to be
courtside.
I'm also going to Conspiracy Music Gurus. We'll call it a giant meetup in Spain in September.
And that Dome Rock I'm talking about is 8 miles away from courtside where you're going to be.
A word?
Yeah. When's I don't know what the next Shill Fest is. Someone's asking when's the next Shill Fest.
As long as you're serving roast beef, I'll be there.
Yeah.
Shit, man. But I mean, like we have a bunch of channels, Dave, and we have a lot of opportunities out here. Of course, I know you're going on everybody's fucking channel.
Listen,
You're on
and people
everybody's channel. I know.
people are giving me shit. Well, who made you fucking king? Who said nobody did? I'm just doing what I can do. I wish there was 100 more people like me doing shows and doing them effectively. I'm not the best. I'm pretty good though. I'm pretty good.
We spoke about this. I think it was last Friday. Just the effect of how effective, clear, and clean communication with other people is when you talk about this, right? And why it's so important. Like we kind of did a little bit of a game film study on. We used Mark Sargent as the example, and we used him talking with them British people. You know what I'm saying? And we thought he did a remarkable job. Now we could take any one of your million freaking interviews and we could do the same thing. We just decided to do it with Mark at the time because it was readily available and everything else.
Let me show you that this is a graphic. I've only used it once. I'll show you. So when you're standing on the ball, you're always at the top of the ball from your position. So the horizon just goes down and away from you, right? It goes the farther out you go, farther down and away it goes. Right? So that's the truth on a ball. But if we look out here, this is supposedly Earth curved, looking kind of flat, but I think you would see it flat. I got a boat out here and a boat here. This boat, why is this one higher than this one? Right? If it's curving upward, so we're looking up and then it goes down and away, right? So this is not Earth curve, this is perspective. So now, let me just see if I got this. So this is a hallway, and now we can agree that the hallway is flat.
Yeah.
Right? So is that vision or is it Earth curve? Because when we transition the hallway into the water, which they say is Earth curve, is it Earth curve or is it perspective?
That's perfect.
Because they're both exactly the same. And if I put the boat here, this boat's higher, or is it just on a flat surface?
Right.
Right?
Reminds me so much
hold
of
on.
P-brain.
Yeah, hold on. It keeps on. Okay, I got more. Wait, there's more. So now if I put a sunset on here and I just took a random sunset, and I just laid it over, it's following the exact same thing. So is the sunset going down or is it just going away? Here's a different sunset, right? And is the sun going down and away, or is it just going away? And it's going into the horizon. It's going into the horizon.
No, it's coming back out.
Well, the Earth changes direction, right?
Wow. Yes.
And you really improved on that graphic, because when P-Brain brought his out, it was hard to figure out. Then once he did your graphic like that on a line of a wall. And now this makes it even better.
Yes,
come a long way in 10 years.
These streetlights are getting closer and closer. They're not. They're getting lower and lower. They're not, and they're just going away. So wait a minute, what I have here. So it's the same thing. If I put the streetlights and I fade it into the hallway ocean shot, it's all the same.
Same, yeah.
It's all the same. It's all the same.
Now, shout out to the guys that line that shit up. Here's my thing, and we take it for granted. And you guys may think I'm trying to be silly, but I'm not. Shout out to the guys that line shit like this up so it seems symmetrical also. Because there are guys that do this for a living that have to measure this out and make it make it symmetrical to some degree. And then they have to fucking put each street light out. Go ahead, Dave.
No, that's it. It's just friggin' straight lines.
Do you have anything more on Kiribati? I'm really, I can't find anything on it. Do you know anything?
Kiribati. There's so much, with the nuclear testing stuff they did there, and it's, I don't know, man. There's something sketchy going on there. I don't know.
Isn't it a major find to find that and have Cook? I mean, to me, that's just, how do the normies just, if you point that out, they don't even, never mind. I know, it just doesn't work.
Hey, listen, if there's any final questions, because I do got to wrap it up, because
you tired?
No, well, I'm a little tired, but I have a swimming workout early in the morning, and that I have to go to, that I love, and it fucking kicks the shit out of me, and I need some rest.
All right, good night, guys.
You getting out of here, Harmon? Oh, god damn.
If Harmon's going, I'm going.
Get the man, Dave, man. Dave's off, y'all. Like, let me stop Dave. Go ahead.
No, it's good. It's good. You told me that there was going to be some tough questions. I'm still waiting for them. So.
Oh, Dave talking shit now, boy. Look at his ass.
I've been on
Now
here
he
for
talking
5 hours.
shit.
This thing's been going for 5 hours.
Yeah, man. Hey,
It's been a while.
we get
Holy
crazy.
moly cannoli.
We do it in here, man. We do it in here.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is what it is. Every Tuesday, usually, every Friday will be like 4 hours on average, right? Sometimes 5 hours, sometimes 6 hours, right? I've yet to do a 7-hour one. Like Bro Sanchez be doing a whole day of work. He'd put in an 8-hour shift out this motherfucker, and I'm like, bro, I can't do that shit. Like, at some point, I've got to I got to take a nap. But Bro Sanchez does them marathons and shit. I can't be doing that. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever been on Bro Sanchez show?
I have a long time ago. We were chatting recently. I was just on the show a few weeks ago, and during the Katy Perry thing, and I showed him he was just taking Katy Perry apart, and then I showed him a few things that he didn't see, and he was like, "Whoa!" And I was like, I go, "Let's do a stream one day," and I haven't heard back from him.
Oh, nice. I like Bro Sanchez. We had him on here a few times, and it was fun. We had a couple of
I like him. He's a
he's funny as
stereotypical black man. Hey, Heron Song says still hasn't answered mine. Ha. What's your question before I go?
Still
throw it in the
hasn't-
chat.
Heron Song, what question is this you talking about? Still hasn't answered mine. What you mean, Dave? What you mean, stereotypical black man? What that mean? I'm serious. What you talking about?
You're a white man next to him. Come on.
Oh yeah. Oh, because I don't sit there and I don't talk like this right here. Dave, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
hold on a second. That was a great impression, by the way.
I make great impressions. That's what I do.
Isn't that stereotypical?
No, that's Bro Sanchez. Because when I talk about Dave, I'm like, this is me, guys. Guys, what's this right here? What's that? See that right there? That's Europe, okay? And then this,
Right.
what's this?
That's a
it.
horrible impression.
But you know, they understand what I'm doing when I do this.
I like him because I like his dedication and his passion and the amount he does it. And you too, man. You're out here all the time. That's why I reached out to you again. But according to Stinky Cash, I'm getting you under my wings so I can control you.
Stinky Cash fell asleep like a motherfucker.
Yeah, is he still on here?
I'm here. You guys, you guys don't really let anybody get a word in edgewise. So I just let you know.
Man, yo, he said ask questions, man. So I was asking questions. You here? You gotta ask questions too. Shit. Don't be waiting on me. Be like, Stinky Cash, you got anything to say?
Emily Lou is asking about.
See what I mean? All right. Good night, Dave. Dave's been talking
ahead,
over me all night.
Go ahead.
Stinky Cash, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. For real.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to thank you for having me on, and it's getting late. It's like 12:30 now, and I'm gonna hit the sack. But thanks for having me on. I'd like to do this again.
You got it, brother, man. Hey, thanks for being on, man. And anytime, man, you're welcome up here.
Appreciate it.
You got it, man. You have a good night.
Peace.
Yeah.
Stinky Cash, man. That's good dude.
What types of schools do I go at? These are high schools, and here in the Northeast, I'll just say that. And they want their kids to be exposed to other things. I don't make any. I just point out things. I tell the kids not to believe me and to investigate themselves.
Well, the first thing you gotta do is remove the globe from the classroom. That should be your first move.
Man, that's that piece of furniture that's their crutch. I'll tell you what, we've never had a globe in the pilot house on a ship. We've never had a globe in at the squadron, right? At control in the squadron. We've never had them on our bird in the plane. We've never had them on the submarines. We've never had them. It never made sense to have them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm speaking from my experience. So when I tell people this, they just fight me about it. And I'm like, look, man, especially if you've been in the military and you've been in the service, you see these things, or you would notice if there was one, because it would be part of your everyday. Hell, I've got globes in my house. You know what I'm saying? I got a little reploge right there, and I got one on my dinner table instead of a fucking fruit bowl. Right?
Hey,
so, go ahead.
No, I thought you were done. Sorry. the funny thing about the high schools last year when they did the high schools, I think it was last year, maybe the year before. The head anti-flat Earth globe trolls freaked out and they started calling my hometown high school because they thought I was going there, and they literally started calling there. They're giving me more opportunities. Now people are more interested. I got some of the high school teachers have reached out to me and they're like, what's going on? What is this going on? Because they know me personally. And now I'm talking flat Earth with them. So it's all good.
You know what's crazy, Dave? I think what it is you're offering to these kids makes them makes them understand. I think it could help them understand geography a little bit easier.
ADR asks what type of schools, public and private, not religious schools.
Yeah, ADR did ask that question earlier. I apologize, ADR. You did ask that, and I did highlight it. But I think you're offering them a big service. So have you gotten results from you helping these kids along with introducing them to the flat Earth? Like,
yeah, some of them have completely woken up to it, and they're all about it. And they're like, so they're learning more about it. And I turned them on to Crow 777. I said, listen, you really want to educate yourself? Listen to Crow. Listen to these shows. Go to the homeschool section on the app, and they're doing it. It's amazing. I even got I always tell people that college is a scam. If you want to become a heart surgeon, you need to go to a medical school for that. But if you want to just learn about life, college is not the place. And I say go to Crow 777 radio school. And I've been saying that for years, and I didn't really know if anyone did it. I got some families that reached out to me, said that they decided not to send their kids to school. They had them listening to Crow, and now these kids have stopped playing Xbox. They started becoming interested in life. They want to start their own businesses. They're literally woke them up out of their shells, and they're becoming super productive human beings. So I dig it. I think college is the number one way that they depopulate the earth, because people don't have kids because they think they can't afford them.
Well, what's Crow's take on the flat Earth and stuff? Like, because he kind of backtracked on some of that, or
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
He knows that we're not on a ball. He thinks, he's into, we're on a non-moving level plane. We're geocentric, and that's as far as he goes. He's just doing a lot of work on the sun. And a lot of people think he's flipped because his work on the sun, along with Melodome, is doing work on the sun, who's flipped like Jaron. Something not organic has happened with Melodome, in my opinion. I don't watch his stuff, so I really don't even know. But just because they're both doing sun work, Crow's trying to figure out what the sun is, and he still doesn't know.
Well, shit, man.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild. Man. Guys, do you have any more? Greg appeared now. Greg, you got any questions?
Dave, or any of you? I know I've brought him up here before, and I don't follow him a whole lot. Have you ever listened to anything? Gosh, now I'm losing my train of thought. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Sean, Crow is not going to flip. You're wrong.
Gosh, Jade Dreamer Z.
I used to listen to him. I forget about him.
Right. I've seen his channel.
Is he flat?
Good. Yeah, it looks like,
and he has, his own, a different take. And I think I've tuned in a number of times, but it's so rare that I really can't paint a good picture of how I see it. But kind of my interpretation of what he's doing, like a lot of it is looking back through history and at artwork and different things that, how different civilizations have told their stories. And saying, like, well, of course, this isn't really a myth as we're told. And so he has his own ideas of what the blue beam, where that idea came from, his ideas of the resets, talking about plasma apocalypse. So you'll have some people that are talking on the more mainstream side of conspiracy theories, saying that they have the underground worlds to escape when they just tear it up for us. Well, he, on the other hand, is thinking that it's more about escaping the plasma apocalypse. So he has his ideas about what's up north. So I was just curious if you had looked into that, because
I have not. What do you guys think of Archaics? I've been talking to him a little bit.
Archaics? I don't know who that is. I ain't even gonna lie.
He's here in Houston. I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that. They're saying him. who's this other one? They want to know what you think of
Quantum
Quantum
Eraser.
Eraser, right? That's another one. You know, I watched the PJs and Sav and Dithero come up and that's it. PJ Sav, yeah, of course, my lunch break. I don't know if you've heard of Lucian Aurelian,
I
Shawnee
have.
B. Lucian
Yeah.
Aurelian, I am Kairos, Shawnee B. A lot of these guys are doing a lot of old world stuff. And see, this is what I find that's amazing, right? A lot of these guys live right near you, Dave, and so they come across stuff that maybe you drive by and maybe that you might have seen, right? So Shawnee B, I think he lives in Canada, but he comes down alongside the Northeast and he looks at these old world structures that otherwise may have been melted. I don't know. It looks weird. It looks strange, but he does some amazing work. He gets a lot of footage on that. I am Kairos is another one. He gets the old world perspective. Lucius Aurelian. That's
Yeah,
another
I
one.
like Lucius. He's good.
Yeah. And of course, the John. He sounds
John
like
Levi.
John Levi. That's it. John Levi. I like his stuff too.
Yeah, John Levy. He was one of the first.
Yep.
A lot of people hate him. I love him. You know what's funny is a lot of people just they don't like the way he talks. Today I'm going to talk about this mountain over here.
You just got to stay awake through it all.
Here's something funny though. I listen to everything at 2.x speed, except John Levy. I listen to him at regular speed.
Yeah, he's easy with it, man.
I love it. I love it.
But yeah, of course, another one is Mine Unveiled. I think is that
Mine Unveiled is great. Yeah, Mine Unveiled is very, very good.
So
yeah.
Recently, we're gonna cut it short because I know you have to go to bed.
That is short.
I know 5 hours and a half later, but check this out. So recently, something Lore, I think his name, Lurian
Lore Lodge.
Lore Lodge, that's it. Thank you. Lore Lodge has been making some videos, right? Talking about, his latest was like 2 days ago, and it was like 3.5 hours long or so. It was a pretty extensive video talking about how Mind unveils Tartaria. He's talking about Tartaria and how basically we see it all wrong. What I'm going to do is after this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to send it your way. I think I've given it to the Foundry already like 100 times over. But basically, he spends 3.5 hours talking about how our take on Tartaria, how we look at it, how we viewed it, everything else, especially Mind Unveils, is totally wrong. And he's got a bone to pick with flat earthers. If you don't, well, I'm telling you. He already had a debate with Austin Whitsitt, which I felt he lost, and he was just really sore about it, and he threatened to beat him up too. If you hadn't seen that,
I had Rachel Revolution asked me if I'm me and Karen B are still talking. Karen B got mad at me when I launched the dating and the meetup maker on the app, and she has blocked me on her channel. So I don't think we're fighting. She just doesn't. I don't know. Doesn't like me, I guess.
What? She doesn't like that you made that?
Well, she for years been like toying with flat earth dating, like at the Flattoberfest. She would have like a singles mingle thing, and then she was talking about doing a website, and I ended up just putting a meetup maker, and she also announces meetups. She puts them on her website, and I made it so people can literally create their own meetups on the app, and then it notifies everybody within their radius. I think she got upset at that. She never said anything to me. She just stopped talking to me. So,
oh wow, god dang, man, that's kind of deep. I don't know Karen B like that. I know when she came in.
I mean, I like her. She does. She's a solid flat earther, but I noticed. I still listen to. She does this live stream Monday when I'm doing some work. I'll just have her on the background, and I noticed last week or a couple weeks ago when I put stuff in chat, it's not there. So I looked at it from another channel. I was like, she blocked me. I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah,
so
that was my first.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
She's upset at something. So
she
I like her.
To be a firecracker, I guess.
I like her. I like her. So
our first encounter, she called us retards because we didn't agree with the final experiment, and then she apparently tried to put a hex on apparently. I don't know if it's true or not. It's crazy. I don't know. Don't want to talk bad or slander anybody.
Yeah.
But all right, Dave, I understand you got swimming tomorrow. You soft, man. Man, Dave can't hang, dog. He can't do the 6 hours. Like, let me stop. Dave, I'm fucking with you, bro. Yo, man, you were a trooper tonight, man. I'll give you that. I really appreciate you. We really appreciate you coming out and taking the heat and just hanging out with us, kicking it with us, and everything else. Do you have any final words to offer to the Foundry and to the panel, Dave?
No, that's it, man. Thanks for the discussion. I hope I alleviated some of your worries, but don't believe me. I could be lying. I could be the greatest shill of all time, greater than Mark Sargent.
Well,
and yes, I do make jokes a lot. I like jokes.
You got it, man. We love jokes too, man. And we cut up a little bit in here, man, but what it is. So listen, if you have time and you have smoke, man, there is panel space available. You're more than welcome to come here and discuss things with us. We people are going to ask questions, so let the people ask the questions. I think that's
Angela's saying I avoided your question. Tell me what you think of QE. Ready? I don't know who QE is. I've heard him. Is the guy with the weird voice? Does he have a weird voice? Like I wouldn't know him if he was on the panel right now.
Quantum Eraser.
Is he the guy that works with Nathan Oakley?
I don't even know who he is. I've never even heard of him. I'll be honest.
I wonder if he's the
so
one.
Angela, I'm not avoiding your question. I just don't know who QE is. I know the name. I know it stands for Quantum Eraser, and I probably know his voice, but that's it.
Angela, is he the one? Can you say in the chat if he's the one that's kind of put out videos saying that Austin doesn't really know all the science like so many people think he does? I know there's somebody channel I've come across, and he kind of breaks down a number of his debates.
She put his channel in there, but without hearing it, I don't
Gotcha.
I don't recognize any of his thumbnails. It's got a weird
she said that's
thumbnails.
him.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't. Everything is 2 years old, so.
I found that fascinating though, because it's all above my head when it comes into that kind. I stuck with a lot of the one-on-one level stuff and for flat Earth beyond that, but when it gets into a lot of that science, I don't even pretend to understand. And you know how you can still kind of trust in an argument somewhat, like Austin had everybody, it seemed, the vast majority going, oh, he knows everything. He's like a pro with all this. And I think he did a great job. But it seemed like people didn't even consider that he was fallible. And this guy really went into it in some detail where it really had me questioning. It's been a while since I've seen the couple of the videos I watched of his, but it had me thinking, wait, maybe there is more to the story. Maybe he was wrong about this.
Yeah.
So I think it was worth watching, at least at the time when Austin was getting so much attention, because it could help protect him if he were to start to go, hey, yeah, maybe I should rethink that.
Yeah,
and cut down on the fanboy mentality.
Angela's saying that I should check out his show. I mean, I just glanced at his channel. I think he used to be on with Nathan Oakley, and I think I just remember him being abrasive, but that could be a bad memory. I'm not sure.
I think
but
you're right
I just scanning his channel, I see one of the videos is he toe tagged Bob Nodell. Now, Bob's passed away, but he's going after flat earthers, going after flat earthers. I'm not a fan. If you don't like another flat earther, don't just make a better video. Don't attack them. Like if Vlad was making videos about the earth upward rising, I would make a video about the earth not upward rising, and I wouldn't mention Vlad's name. All right?
You'd be like a black dude like Dracula, not Vlad.
Yeah. So I just get a bad. I just don't like stuff like that. It's like on the. Was it? Oh yeah, on I think it was on the interview I was doing with the rabbis. Brenda showed up and said she wrote you block everybody. No, that wasn't it. It was on it was during the premiere. It was during the premiere.
Dave.
What's that?
Dave, you block everyone, Dave. Some shit like that.
Who's doing? Is that you doing her? That was really good, or him?
Yeah,
You block everybody, and so I quickly blocked that account and said, "Yes, it's true. Welcome to the club." But here's the thing: they don't need to block me on their channels because I don't hang out there. If I hate a channel, I ain't hanging out there.
That's what I always say.
It's so weird that they do that.
Yeah, Brenda's like that wet blanket be coming in there, be like, "Oh Lord, have mercy. What is it, man?
Yeah.
What you got?" But I mean, we entertain Brenda sometimes from time to time over here just to get a point out, right? I'm like, you never know what you're gonna get. It might be trash, but you got 5 minutes to talk, right? But yeah, when it comes time to something constructive, we know what the Globe people bring for the most part, and it's empty nonsense, and it's just stay the hell up off the channel. And now, oh, look at that. I'm the Shill now. Now I'm Brenda. Watch out, y'all. I need to
Lumpy,
chill out with these
like
impersonations.
like it's like guess it's like being at a bar late night. It's just the people get a little the chat is going downhill pretty quick.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna say see ya. I'm running, everybody. I'm running because I don't want to answer any more questions.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. But Dave, we really appreciate you coming out, man, and chopping it up with us. So we look forward to more here in the future, and just more discussion. We think this will be definitely better for the community, and all that nonsense, blah blah blah. I'm not even going to talk no more, guys. Do you have anything, men?
Nope. I'm
Thanks,
good.
guys.
Thanks for having
Harvey?
me, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Good night, guys.
Good meeting all
Good
you.
night. Good night, Greg. And yeah, all that family. Yo, it's been real. It's been fun. Flatter Dave, man, he came through and he held true to his promise. So that's what we got, family. Y'all know I'm gonna be back on Friday. I'm not even tired. I think what I'm gonna go do though is I'm gonna go grab me something to eat real quick, man. It's a little bit it's almost 1 a.m. I'm gonna go do my thing. Again, David, thank you. Again, also Dave, listen, you might want to consider no shit going on to Godfrey's channel. Talk to him.
How am I gonna get on Godfrey's channel? You got a contact there?
You ask him. You ask him.
All right,
Man,
I'll read. I think I looked at his channel. I'll look at his channel. If he's got a contact, I'll reach out. Does he know who I am? You think or no?
Listen, he'll know fast. I promise you. Dave, come on, man.
I just assumed he was big mainstream and it'd be tough to get on. And since he set up what's his name like that, I wasn't too excited to pursue it.
Yeah,
I'll try it.
I
I'll
think
try it.
you'll
You
be.
suggest it?
Yeah, I suggest it, man. And I think you'd do solid, man. You're level-headed, and you have that knack with people. So I think you would do solid, man. Give it a try, man. If no good Dave could do what he did, surely you could succeed on Godfrey's channel. I'm telling you.
I'll reach out.
Yeah.
I'll reach out.
All right. So Bizarro Dave could be successful. Regular Dave could be successful.
Bizarro Dave.
All right, family. That's all we got. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna leave everybody with my blessing. I wish y'all nothing but the best health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Family, it's been fun. 5 hours and 35 minutes. We went hard in the paint tonight. Shout out again to Dave and shout out to everybody else on the Foundry. You guys rock. Y'all are amazing. I wish y'all nothing but the best health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. And with that, family, we love you. We are out. Peace. Peace. Jeffersons.